Hello, good afternoon, and a very warm welcome to Donington Park for the Championship Finals weekend for the 750 Motor Club, the penultimate race weekend of the season for the 750 Motor Club, and here at the 750 Motor Club's home of Donington Park. First of 2 days of racing, brought to you by myself, Ian Soman, Josh Barrett alongside me in the commentary box throughout this weekend. We'll hear as well from Matt Suckling down in the pit lane as the weekend goes on, and we're on the full Grand Prix circuit here at Donington Park this weekend that was established in the 1930s, ran Grand Prix and Grand Prix in the 1930s as well, hosted Formula 1 in 1993 on this very circuit, the Grand Prix circuit. Weather at the moment, it's a bit dull and damp and cloudy, but it's expected to stay dry for a little while with maybe some rain towards the end of the day's racing and a bit of breeze to keep things moving. So although we've had a damp and wet circuit this morning for qualifying, we should have a good day's racing in prospect in changeable conditions. As I say, my name's Ian Soman, Josh Barrett alongside me in the box, and Josh, we've got 10 races to look forward to today.
That's right, and some championship finals today, some tomorrow, and lots of titles to be won in the varied championships, although actually our first race, the championship already decided, and that's for the 5 club race in MX5 Cup.
So let's have a look at how the grid will line up. Then we'll bring that to you in just a moment. But I can tell you on pole position, it is the man that is the champion already this season. Ben Short wrapped that up in the last meeting at Alton Park. There's still the fight for second place in the championship to be resolved between Jordan Johnson and Oak Richardson. But it's Ben Short, number 71, on pole position today. Alongside him is number 70, which is Michael Pearce. Second row is 17, Oak Richardson, and 16, which is Shea Pearce. Row 3 is 230, Tom Holland, and 64, Scott Lawrence. On the fourth row of the grid, it's 220, which is Owen Mills, and 95 is Andy Bailey. 32, Jake Micklewright, and 128, Samuel Gorman on the fifth row. The sixth row is Jack Lawrence in number 97, and Jordan Johnson, last year's champion, in number 1. Row 7, 25, David Williams, and 46, Neko Favo. Stephen Craggs in 47, and Ian Tomlinson in number 9 on the 8th row. The 9th row is 111, James Winstanley, and 21, Matthew Pennefather Neal. Matthew Short is on the inside of row number 10, besides Martin Vernon. Then on row 11, it's 68, Stephen Robinson, 96, Sam Moody. Row 12, 29, Mary Barnard, and 129, Paul Barnard. And then row 13, 75, Jerry Rivers Fletcher, and 90, Andrew Robinson. 14th row is 26, Isabel Burrows, and 23, Martina Ward. 15th row, 41, Alex Quatch T, and Philip Barrett in 191. Row 16 is 31, Neil Burrows, and 11, Richard Beale, and it's 63, Stuart Dowson at the back. So 33 cars we should have, a big grid, and that sets the tone very much for this weekend's racing here at Donington Park. The grid looks to be pretty much formed up, and it is a green flag waved at the back, and we will go straight into racing. No green flag lap for the 5 Club MX5, these Mark 1 Japanese roadsters. We're about to get the lights going on, and very shortly they'll go out for a 15-minute race. It's a 30-second board, in fact, being shown. We'll then get the 5-second board being displayed, and then we will get the red lights on. So Jordan Johnson, he is back on row 6. He's got work to do. Oak Richardson in a rather better position in that fight for second position in the championship, behind Ben Short, who is on pole position. The lights go out and the race gets underway now then, and it's a good start by Ben Short from the front of the row of the grid, but also is that by Shea Pearce from the second row of the grid in the number 16 car, making a move around the outside into Redgate Corner for the first time. Ben Short has dropped back to third position. It's Michael Pearce that is in the lead of the race then as they turn their way through Redgate Corner for the first time. There's one or two spinning off onto the infield. That 47. Is the 47 car, which is Stephen Craggs. He's gone round onto the grass at Redgate. Yellow flags waving for that, but it's Michael Pearce leading Shea Pearce then as they head down towards the old hairpin for the first time, Josh.
Yeah, so Michael ahead of his son, but it might not be for much longer because Ben Short looked up the inside. He couldn't make it, so great start from the Pearces. There's another in the gravel. That was 97, Jack Lawrence, who will get out of the gravel, but have to go across the wet grass before rejoining, probably at the back. So it's very slippery out there. That's what all the drivers have been reporting in qualifying this morning. It's no different now. 64 coming around the outside is Scott Lawrence from 6th on the grid, so there's lots of movement in these opening laps. Ben Short in qualifying was a couple of seconds faster than anybody else, but he's dropping back on this opening lap of the Donington Park Grand Prix circuit. And then the rest of the field flow through. There's Jordan Johnson in one, last year's champion, way back in the pack, which he can't really afford to do because he missed a meeting earlier in the year, so he hasn't got as many other results to drop back on, which Oak Richardson has in that battle for second in the championship. There's Richardson in 17, trying to come around the outside of 220. Owen Mills is making his 5 Club Racing debut today.
Yeah, off the drop scores have been taken into account. Johnson is 5 points ahead of Oak Richardson coming into this weekend's racing, but down towards the Melbourne hairpin they go for the first time. They're not going to get very many laps out of 15 minutes, in particular in these damp conditions, which will elongate the lap times, of course. They're turning their way out of the hairpin now, up towards Goddard's for the first time. Wipers on most of the cars, really, I think, more to displace the spray rather than anything that's falling from the sky at the moment. Up the inside there is number 230, Thomas Holland, trying to make a move on Oak Richardson there. The red car past the blue car. Is that going to happen as they get across the line?
Tom Holland was a British GT class winner just 2 weeks ago, but in this competitive Mazda grid, he's 7th out there, isn't he, in that battle with Oak Richardson.
He didn't get through either there, did he? So.
No. But Owen Mills has gained a place, hasn't he? Up into 4th, the driver from Suffolk. So he's having a good debut in the championship. The 25-year-old, he's been racing other Mazda championships over the past few seasons, but enjoying himself here well up the grid in 4th place. Had Scott Lawrence, who went really well in qualifying and in that opening lap. Scott Lawrence, I think, had maybe one top 10 finish this year, but much further up the order than what we've seen him previously. It's a really jumbled grid, really, isn't it, this 5 Club Racing finale?
It certainly is, and Ben Short obviously only down there in 3rd position at the end of the first lap. The man that's won 14 times this season. Matt Pennefather Neal made up 8 places on the opening lap of the race. He was one of the drivers to gain quite a lot, but there was lots of ups and downs on our timing screen at the end of the first lap. But for the moment it's Michael Pearce leading, Shea Pearce 2nd, Ben Short in 3rd. They have got a gap back to Scott Lawrence in 4th position, but now Ben Short looks like he's trying to attack Shea, who's we've not seen much of this season. I think Michael's been competing in all of the events, but Shea not having taken part in all of them.
Michael's been 4th 3 times, but yet to be on the podium. That could change today, but he's got his son trying to make a move. To the inside comes Shea Pearce, a 26-year-old from Oxfordshire. Then Ben Short, who has won championships in the past. He's won the championship provisionally this year too. Obviously can't afford to do anything stupid this weekend. So he's kept the first lap and a half sort of watching what's going on, but I'm sure he'd like to win the race.
Yeah, it certainly would. And it looks like it's Owen Mills, isn't it? It's in 4th, that's sort of now latched himself onto those first 3. Big slide out of the corner for Shea Pearce in 2nd position. Does that give Ben Short the opportunity to attack? He's on the outside line for the hairpin at Goddard's, but already as they arrive at the corner, Ben Short, number 71, has made it through into 2nd place now, but he's sliding himself on the exit of the corner. That might mean that Shea Pearce has more momentum as they head along the Wheatcroft Straight, coming towards the end of lap 2.
Oak Richardson's up to 5th, so he's gained 2 places on that lap, so he's coming through nicely. One of the drivers, other than Ben Short, only 2 other drivers have won this year. One of them was Oak Richardson. Matt Hallam won last time out at Silverstone. Ben Short has got 2nd, as you said, the previous corner, almost got the lead now as they go on to Hollywood. He's drawing up alongside Michael Pearson in 70, wheel to wheel down the Craner curves, and Michael Pearce doesn't fancy that, does he? And he might lose 2nd place with it too. Short though, had a big twitch. He was right on the edge of the limit of these Mazda MX5 there. So up to 2nd has come Shea Pearce, ahead of his dad Michael. Then Owen Mills there in 4th place. But yeah, I think that was Michael Pearce not fancying being on that tighter line in these conditions down the Craner curves again.
You mentioned Matt Hallam. He was in contention for sort of top 3 position in the championship, but he's one of the drivers that's not here this weekend. Andy Bailey lost 11 places on that last lap. He's dropped down to 17th position, so he was up there in the top 10, so that explains one of the places that Oak Richardson gained as well on that lap, and it looks like he is trying to bridge the gap to those first 4, isn't he? But it is Ben Short now, number 71, the champion, out in front, looking for his 15th victory of the season, also looking to get as high up the Autosport number of race wins during the season list as well. He's sort of certainly one of the winningest drivers in the country this year. He's got Shea Pearce behind him, and now you've got Owen Mills in the number 220 car trying to attack Michael Pearce for 3rd position. As Josh said, he's looking for his first podium finish, is Michael Pearce, but he's got his work cut out next. He's got Owen Mills and Oak Richardson as well, closing in on them, so it's now 5 cars, I would say, Josh, for the lead.
That's right. Owen Mills was the driver who set the fastest lap in the on that previous lap. Look at the wide line everyone is taking at the Melbourne hairpin, trying to find some sort of grip. We've seen some big slides out of here earlier. This time it's Owen Mills who's all up the curb on the exit of the corner. But there is 71 short. There is 16 Shea Pierce, who has his arm out of the cockpit. So is there a problem here? Yeah, the safety car is being deployed. We'll try and find out what that is for in just a moment's time. And we've got a 10-second penalty going out to 97 Jack Lawrence for an out of position start. There's the reason for the safety car. 68 Stephen Robinson in the gravel trap. That looks like it's down at the old hairpin.
Yeah, it does. And where did Stephen start? He started on row 11 of the grid. 22nd he was at the end of the previous lap. Pennefather Neil, that time he's dropping down the order as well. He has not yet come through. So Matthew Pennefather Neil in the number 21 car he's just come past our commentary box window now. So he's come across the line in 18th position, lost 9 place on that lap. But it is the 68 car then for Stephen Robinson, the driver from Yarm up there in North Yorkshire. The snatch vehicle is on the scene to hopefully haul that out of harm's way relatively quickly and ensure that we get some more racing before the 15 minutes are done. We've just hit the halfway mark in this race, less than 7.5 minutes of the race left to go now. It looks like it should be done fairly quickly, and it might even be the case, if we're lucky, Josh, that we could get running again at the end of this lap.
I was wondering that would be good for sure. They're going to have to drag the car into a safe place and perhaps have to get the vehicle out the way, which could be the bigger problem. We'll see what happens. Biggest grid of the year, though, I think, isn't it, for the 5 Club Race MX5 Cup, with 33 cars. Before this weekend, we've seen 41 different drivers take part in a 5 Club racing race. So it's been a really good season. The grids have been up all year, and you see that one of our new drivers this weekend, Owen Mills, so we might see more of in future seasons. And
what's been good is there have been lots of different drivers taking the podium. Yes, Ben Short has taken nearly all of the wins. Oaken, Richardson and Matt Hallam having one apiece, but I think we've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different drivers in second position or third position during the course of the season. So it's been wide open for the podium places all throughout the year. Some drivers have come and gone, just done occasional races. The likes of George King has dropped into the championship occasionally, but not done a full season. Whereas others have been supporting it season long, like Oak Richardson, Jordan Johnson, of course, last year's champion, the stalwart Ian Tomlinson, who's in 12th place, a bit further down than he normally is today. We don't have Scott Leach, I don't think, this weekend, do we?
No. Who
has been a regular for much of the year. And
right.
has been taking podiums as well as the year has gone on. But a great championship, of course. These Mark 5 MX1, Mark 1 MX5s even get the right way round. 1.6 litre Japanese rotors from the late 1980s, early 1990s. Regulations for this were written by Alan Robson many years ago, and he ran the 5 Club category for several seasons, retiring from that role at the end of last year. Ben Hansey taking over the running of the championship this year, himself a former champion in 5 Club. Safety car light still on, so it looks like we are going to get, unfortunately, at least one more lap behind the safety car in this race. They've just not been able to get that car out of the way in time. So we do have another lap to go behind the safety car. So while that's happening, just tell you, Jordan Johnson, of course, last year's champion, he is at the moment in 8th position. He is 4 places behind his rival for second place in the championship, Oak Richardson. He's a HGV mechanic from Gloucester, been racing for 6 years now, for the champion of 5 Club in 2023, and it's a car that was prepared and run by himself and his father, Adrian Johnson. He's certainly one of the front runners in this championship and has had several podiums this season, Josh. And
you mentioned Alan Robson a moment ago. This year, for the first time, the Alan Robson Trophy is going to be awarded at the end of the season. It looks like Michael Pearce might pick that up, which is a trophy for drivers who haven't had a podium before the season started. And it'd be even better for him if he can go out winning that with an overall podium, which is possible today.
Absolutely. Shea Pierce, just to talk about Shea then, from Banbury. He is 26 years of age. He's a classic Porsche race and rally mechanic. His father is Michael, who'd been battling with during this race. Only started racing 3 years ago, done quite a bit of karting in the past though. And the car that he's racing is a car that he built himself 4 years ago. So Shay has not done all the races this season, but has shown some pace when he has been out there. And Oak Richardson, just to mention him, the other main contender for second place in the championship, the 17-year-old in car 17, the what is he, 29 now, from Preston Visit, the Garden Centre director, and he started racing 3 years ago. Still a relative newcomer, but has had quite a bit of success in this and other MX5 championships. He's done some drifting as well in other motorsport competition, looking to race in historics maybe next year as well. And another driver to have built his own car. That's quite often the way in the F5 Club MX5s. There are teams that will run cars like Ben Short's team, BS Motorsport, but equally many drivers have prepared and run their own cars, Josh.
This could be classed as a historic championship nowadays, couldn't it, with cars that are 30 plus years old. Stephen Robinson, by the way, is on the back of the Coupe, so after getting out of the gravel, that means all 33 cars are still running. We just needed to get that rescue vehicle behind the barriers. This might be one, it might be 2 laps of a restart, I think, with 2.5 minutes on the clock. The safety car will come in, and Ben Short controlling the pace there. And the Pierces have gone with him at this stage, as the rain is possibly returning. Potentially not a good restart though from Owen Mills, the newcomer to the championship there in 4th. But Shay Pierce right with Ben Short. He's not let him get away on this restart. Just half a second between them at the line. There were 2 minutes and 14 seconds on the clock, so this could be the last lap of the race. They head down towards Redgate Corner, and Ben Short has controlled it then into Redgate without too much of a drama. Then the Pierces. Don't think either of them had a podium in the championship before. And then Owen Mills in 4th, but both those contenders for second in the championship are not scoring as highly as they might have liked.
No. Oh, and Ben Short goes very wide, gets a wheel on the curb. I thought he was going to go off, but he managed to collect that up somehow. So Short, Shay Pierce, Michael Pierce, and now it's Oak Richardson, his turn to have a moment down at the old hairpin. And it looks like George Johnson's got ahead of Thomas Holland since the restart, so he's up to 7th place now. He's narrowed the gap to Oak Richardson. And they are turning their way up towards McLean's, and then they'll head off up to Coppice. But it's now, you've almost got the 2 contenders for second in the championship together. Just in between them there is that number 64 car of Scott Lawrence then, as they head up towards Coppice on lap number 6.
Scott Lawrence, another driver, set for his best result of the season. But there's a whole gaggle of cars. Sam Gormer in there as well. He's had a best result of 5th this season, but he's inside the top 10. Any of these cars could end up on pole for later on. Anything between 6 and 10 will be drawn out of the bag for pole position. So Oak Richardson has held on to 5th despite that huge slide he had into the old hairpin. But he's only got that one car, as Ian mentioned, between himself and his championship rival Jordan Johnson. It might not even be that by the end, because Johnson has been quick on this restart lap, although Tom Holland perhaps fighting back behind.
Down through the Melbourne hairpin they go then. Ben Short has reeled out a bit of a gap, hasn't he, on this lap? There were 19 seconds to go. It's touch and go whether we'll get the checkered flag this time or whether we will get one more lap out of it. Ben Short again going deep into the hairpin. More grip out there in these conditions, and he comes up to the line. And do we get the checkered flag this time, or do we go on? Yes, we do get the checkered flag. The checkered flag does wave, so it's Ben Short, his 15th victory of the season. It's Shay Pierce in 2nd place, Michael Pierce 3rd, Owen Mills 4th, Oak Richardson 5th, Jordan Johnson 6th in the end. So only the 1 place between them then. Thomas Holland, Scott Lawrence, Samuel Gorman and Jake Micklewright. Josh running out the top 10.
Yes, so Scott Lawrence dropped back, didn't he, on that last lap? But a good result, best result we think for him, as well as the Pierces, father and son. So congratulations to both of them. But Ben Short finished where we might have expected for his 15th victory of the season, and set the fastest lap on that last lap. Not as quick as qualified at 9 o'clock this morning, interestingly. So conditions, if anything, have not improved since we went qualifying this morning. But it looks like everybody has got their car home. Yeah, all 33 starters, even with that mid-race safety car. We've got Scott Lawrence home too. Let's see if we can take a look at the results.
Yep, Ben Short it was that took the win at the end of a 6-lap race that was interrupted by the safety car there in number 71. He beat number 16 Shay Pierce by 1.689 seconds. Third then was number 70, that was Michael Pearce, Shay's father. Fourth, number 220, Owen Mills. Fifth was number 17, Oak Richardson. Sixth was number 1, Jordan Johnson. So second place still very much up for grabs between those two in the championship. Seventh was number 230, the British GT racer, Thomas Holland. Eighth, number 64, Scott Lawrence. Ninth was 128, Samuel Gormer. Rounding out the top 10 was number 32, Jake Micklewhite. Then Nico Favo, David Williams, Ian Tomlinson, and 750 Motor Club's very own James Winstanley in 14th position. Further back, it was Andy Bailey of Mint Alloys in 15th. Matthew Short 16th, Matthew Pennefather 17th, Mary Barnard, Martin Vernon and Sam Moody rounding out the top 20, with the rest of the drivers you can see listed on your screen down to the 27th position. And then on our final page of results, you'll see that I think everyone did make it to the end in the final conclusion, including Stephen Robinson, who was in the gravel trap for a while. So that brings to an end the first race of the day. We'll have one more race to come before the lunch break. That's going to be for the Radical Bikesports Championship. We'll have that coming up in just a few moments' time. We'll hear from Matt Suckling before then, though, down in the pit lane with our top three drivers. So we've got the Bike Sports race to come. Then after lunch we've got the Tagiwa Road Sports Series, then the 116 Sprint and 120 Coupe Cup, Nankang Tyre Sports 1000, Zamp Helmets Formula V and F1000 as well. Then we go back to 5 Club for their second and final race of the day, then Bike Sports, and then the 116s and 120s. They'll also have their final races of the day and of the season as far as the sprints for the 116s are concerned before the end of the day. So lots of racing still to come here at the Donington Park today. And a reminder, if you've not already found it, then you can find the digital programme on the 750 Motor Club website, which is 750mc.co.uk, 750mc.co.uk. That's where you can find the digital programme. You'll also find links to the live timing, and you'll find links to the Alpha live stream of this race meeting as well. So if you're here at the circuit and you want to have a look at that as well, you can have a look at the live stream, all available via the 750 Motor Club website. So we've got lots more racing to come, lots more championships to be decided, and very shortly we'll head down to the pit lane to hear hopefully from our top 3 drivers, and 2 members of the same family as well, which will be interesting, alongside Ben Short, who took his 15th race victory there. Didn't look as if he was going to do that all the way through the race, but he was nevertheless emerged with a 1.7 second victory. So let's head down to the pit lane now, and we'll say a very good afternoon for the first time to Matt Suckling.
Thanks, Ian. Yeah, down here with our race winner from that MX5 race, Ben Short, for what's going to be the 15th time this year, I think, a winner?
Yeah, quite possibly. I'm not sure, yeah. But, yeah, that was an interesting race, wasn't it? The quali line doesn't work when other people are on the track. So, yeah, first couple of laps didn't really go to plan. But it's good to see Scott Lawrence, despite all of his whinging, BS Motorsport runner. He was at the front of the start, and these two showed that they were quick in quali as well. So, yeah, bit of a race there, and then safety car slowed it down for a bit, and then it was a little sprint to the end.
Was that a hindrance for you with the safety car?
Not good. Not good. My own fault. I thought, right, I'll try and be sneaky here, and I'll go really deep into the first hairpin and try and get a nice run out and get a bit of a gap before we get to the start-finish line. But to do that, you need to actually be talented on the throttle, which didn't pan out for me. So we ended up all crossed up with everyone just sat behind waiting for me to get out of the way, pretty much. So yeah, it was less than ideal, but it was a really good fun race. First time we've raced these in the rain for a little while, I think. So, and these Massimo tyres did well, and fair play to all the other drivers. You know, it was pretty tricky out there, and bar someone having a little trip into the gravel, everyone's come home safe, and the cars look straight as they're going down the pit lane. So that's fantastic.
Good stuff. And one more race to go for the year, Ben.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, one more, and then we get a bit of time off. Although we might do the Burkett.
I'm sure you will, Ben. Well done. Congratulations on the victory. Ring Sharon, who finished in second place. Well done. Congratulations. Is that your first podium of the year?
That is my first podium of the year. It's my second event of the year as well. I did Croft at the start of the year, and then this is my second one. So don't get out too often, but it's nice to be up here. This is my old man. He's finished in third, so yeah, it's his first podium as well. So it's brilliant to be on the podium with him. Yeah,
bookending the season, aren't you, with the first one and then the last one this year? So tricky conditions, as Ben said. How did you find those?
Yeah, tricky conditions. Brilliant fun though. Absolutely cracking fun. yeah, turn one was interesting. Managed to just get ahead and followed Dad down the corner curves and held it from there. Ben came past, tried to hold him off, but there's no stopping him, is there?
Good stuff. And Michael, will bring you in as well, who finished there in third place. What's it like racing with your son?
We've only done it a few times, I think. So yeah, it's always interesting, and you never want to have contact with your son either. So it's never going to be good over the dinner later if we do that. But no, it's cracking day out so far. So another race to go. See how we get on later.
It's a good grid though, isn't it? Lots of people out there to fight with, and some good battles to be had as well.
Yeah, it's been pretty good all season. I think this is possibly one of the largest grids we've had all season, and it's great to see a few guest people coming in for the last round as well. So yeah, and I think Owen Mills was right behind me at one point. I kept looking in my mirror, and he's guesting, and I know he's a pretty tricky guy. So luckily he backed off a bit, I think, or made a mistake or something. But yeah, no, it was so much fun, really fun.
You've now just got to try and overhaul Ben in the final race of the year.
Yeah, I'll give it a go. I'm not sure how that'll get on with that, but we've got a reverse grid now, I think, as well. So depending on what gets pulled out, I'll find myself a bit further back in the pack. I could find myself back in 9th or 8th or something like that. So we'll see how that goes.
Should be fun. Good luck. Thanks, guys. There you go then. That's our first race of the day done here at Donington Park. We've got more to look forward to very shortly, because we're going to head next to the Radical Bikesports Championship.
And the cars heading off on their green flag lap ahead of the penultimate round number 9 of the Radical Bikesports Championship for 2024. This is a championship that has already been decided in favour of Leon Morel. He wrapped that up last time out at Brands Hatch, which was a little while ago at the end of August. So he's the overall and Class B champion. Class A is still to be decided there, and there's a few drivers in contention there. So we'll see how things look there. I can see that there is one car that was looking like it was waiting at the end of the pit lane, so we'll see if we can pick up who that was in a moment. But one car is not going to take the rolling start. Let's have a look at the grid then ahead of this 25-minute race. So it's a partially reversed grid as well that we have in the first of the Bike Sports races. So on the front row it's number 12, Andy Fido, and he's one of the drivers in contention for the Class A Championship, and besides him is number 55, Daniel Headlam from Class B. Row 2 is number 11, Philip Brown, and number 2 is the car of Ross Board. On the third row it's number 77, Charles Hall, and number 1, Leon Morel. Onto row 4 of the grid, that's number 19, which is Jamie Keevil, and 89, Shane Stoney. 161 is on row 5 of the grid, that's Paul Stewart, and 59, Tom Cockrell. And then on row 6, it's the car of number 17, Miles Drew, and 68, which is Alicia Barrett. Row 7 of the grid, we've got number 94, John Wolfett, and 5, Doug Carter, 15, Dean Hudson, and 27, Calvin O'Connor. On the 8th row, the 9th row is 84, Matthew Price, and 22, Andy Boyce. And then on the 10th row of the grid, it's 24, Ian Charles, 166, Vikram Sudera, with number 93, Stephen Larkham, due to start at the back of the grid. So that is the order for the 25-minute race that we have for the Radical Bike Sports Championship. Josh would say this one's already sorted, so what have we got to look forward to today?
Well, there's plenty going to go on in Class A, isn't there? With 5 championship contenders, I reckon.
Yeah, I think so too.
And Stephen Larkham, obviously from the back, he is only a few points behind Andrew Fido, who's at the front. So the two drivers with the most points on either end of the grid, but potentially the favourite is actually Shane Stoney, although he's behind in the points. He is a lot quicker. In qualifying, Shane Stoney was 6 seconds quicker than Andy Fido. If the car lasts 25 minutes in both races without problems, which has been a bit of an issue this year because the car has had so many dramas for Shane Stoney, but when he's going, he is super quick. He was fastest in qualifying by 2 seconds, but as you say, we've got this top 8 reversal from qualifying, so he goes off 8th. James Keevil and Doug Carter are also championship contenders after drop scores, just 12 points between the 5 of them, I reckon. Fido 5 ahead of Larkham, who's equal with Stoney, but Stoney has no other results to fall back onto. Then 3 back to Keevil and a further 4 to Carter. So plenty to go on in the tuned engine class. As you say, Leon Morel, he has had all the success in Class B, and that is why he is a champion for a 3rd time in the Bike Sports Championship.
And this, the last ever weekend of the Radical Bike Sports Championship. In this, guys, it's the Radical Club Challenge from 2025. And we welcome a dedicated class for the Radical SR1 model for next season. And we look forward to having more and more support in that class as we move into the new season. Right, safety car has pulled in, So the rolling start about to get underway. The cars making their way 2 by 2 through the Goddard hairpin and up to the start and finish lines where the red lights are on, and they go out now, and their cars blast off up towards us then for the first time. There's one with a wheel on the grass there. That was Morel, wasn't it? A bit further back. Charles Hall trying to make some ground up as well. He's up to second place now as they head into the first corner. But they swoop around Redgate down to Hollywood and through Redgate, through the Crater Curves for the first time. A 25-minute race, longer race, different format this year for the Bikesports. The second race has a pit stop, but this a straight race, and the down through Old Hairpin for the first time, Josh.
Yeah, Morel was on the grass. He was being squeezed by his mate Ross Sport, and he sort of leaned on him to make sure that he knew he was there. We've got a Spinix Doug Carter, who's not a big fan of wet conditions, I'm afraid. He's in the gravel at the Old Hairpin, and that doesn't bode terribly well, I don't think. So the rest of the field head up the hill. Already Andy Fido from pole is behind Shane Stoney. They're 68. Alicia Barrett having her first ever race today. The former Carter in the Formula Woman car, and she's qualified well with him right in the middle of the pack.
Yeah, good to see her having a good first race meeting as the leading cars now head down the straight.
I think she's 8th already from 12th from the grid, so that's pretty brave.
Safety car is already being scrambled, which means that Charles Hall, I think, has just realised that he was about to try and attack Daniel Headlam for the lead of the race as they went into the Fogarty S's, but again decided better of that. So it was Daniel Headlam that was leading. It was Charles Hall up to second in the number 77 car, and then another spinner.
Fido, the Class A Championship leader, he's got damage, and that happened
under the safety car,
and it was at the chicane. So I'm not sure if we've got the tyre stacks out this weekend or whether that's caused a problem, but that looked like a damaged car to me. And it's Stoney, it's Shane Stoney who's the other car involved.
Yeah, now is that as part of the same instance, or is that a separate problem?
Yeah, I just said Stoney had just got ahead of Fido, didn't I? So whether the yellow flags weren't seen or something like that, but that is the main championship contenders in Class A in strife. So potentially, although he didn't really do much in qualifying, Stephen Larkham, the Northern Irishman, could come into contention here. Yeah, so let's see where he's got to at the end of the first lap. He's not appeared past the timing line as yet in this race, which has gone immediately under the safety car. Fido's come through, but with damage. Stoney, I think Stoney's not going very far at all. He's got damage, has he not, to his rear wing? So I think those two cars have come together, and a big shake of the head from Shane Stoney. I said earlier about how quick he was, but he needed to finish this race. And it's not going to happen. And the marshal sort of shepherding him off the circuit at the Melbourne hairpin, where the cars join the circuit from the assembly area. Someone else who's going well in is another deputy, which is Paul Seward, up in 6th position. Not sure what he's raced before, but his first race, I think, in Bikesports, and he's up in 6th place. Stephen Larkham, number 93, came across the line in 18th position, having started from the back of the grid. So the two cars that we lost on the opening lap then were number 5, Doug Carter, who's the car that's being towed away at the moment, and number 89, Shane Stoney. So James Keevil could really bring himself into Class A contention here. After drop scores, he was 8 behind Fido, if you agree, Ian, hopefully. Let's have a look. Yes, I do. So, and he is the only one in actually a good position at the moment. I think he's 2nd in Class A behind Charles Hall. Fido is 4th, but with damage. And Larkham is 6th in Class A, and Stoney is out, Carter is out, and that's certainly going to be the end of Carter's championship hopes. It's going to be the end of Stoney's championship hopes as well, I think. Yeah, so Jamie Keevill's really going to be the one that comes into it, isn't he? I mean, what's he done this season in terms of his results? He's had 2 overall podium finishes. Is it 1 class win, I think, that he's had during the course of the year? Yeah, that came at Anglesey. Yeah, and a few other podiums within Class A. So he's had a bit of consistency there. Who sometime Lotus Elan race as well, I think, isn't he, Jamie Keevil? Yeah, had his first outing at Bikesports at the end of last year, I think, and he is in the ex-Robert Rees Radical SR3 with the 1500cc tuned Hayabusa engine. He's 29, but he's been getting quicker. He's been right up there or thereabouts, and of course he was the 2nd quickest driver in qualifying to Shane Stoney. Yeah. So he could come through here. One to watch. Now, got to keep an eye on the safety car light to see whether they are out or not. It looks like they are, so I think we're going to go racing again at the end of this lap. So they've only been a lap and a half behind the safety car,
And back into racing again with still nearly 20 minutes that will be on the clock by the time they get round to the timing line. So it's number 55, Daniel Headlam leading. For an overall win here though, Charles Hall, you'd say he's in a good shout, number 77. And Leon Morel, of course, the champion, he's in third place.
I think any of the top 5 could win this year, and I wouldn't really want to bet on anybody for them top 5 not winning it. They're all quick.
So an entertaining 20 minutes in prospect as the green flag waves. The race gets back underway here at Donington Park, and Charles Hall immediately pulls out to the driver's left of Daniel Headlam to try and find a way through into Redgate Corner, but didn't have a way through there. Morel with them, and Brown behind Keevil now, is that? As they make their way up to or down through the Craner curves. Once again, quite a lot of spray, of course, kicked up by these cars into the helmets of the following drivers, and a spin in the background for the number 2 car. That's Ross Board, and he's picked up quite a lot of gravel there up at Redgate.
Yeah, and he had his best qualifying. Fido is still going with his damage. Whether he might want to be called in for that, so we shall see what the officials think to it. Confusingly, Paul Stewart is in the Formula Woman car that others have raced earlier in the year, whereas the Formula Woman driver this weekend was Alicia Barrett, so that's slightly off-putting. But yeah, that change has happened at U4. Keevil is ahead of Brown, so up into 4th position. But yeah, Charles Hall, I reckon that splitter is dragging, isn't it? The front splitter on that car.
You can hear the vibration, can't you, as well, through the effects mic as they turn their way through. So that's not going to be helping the air. That's been a big crossed-up moment there for Morel as well. But I just wonder if that's been done on the curbs, maybe, Josh.
I wonder if it was doing it at the start. The ADR's been a bit problematic, hasn't it, when Charles Hall has raced it? It's quick, but it's those sort of extra modifications causing a few challenges. So Morel wiping the visor. As you said, the spray pretty violent in these cars, and I think we've had big slide for Keevil. Did he save it? Yes, he did. Used his perhaps experience of 1960s race cars to save that. So we've seen quite big slides, which you don't normally see in these cars. Shows you how tricky the conditions are. 1 minute 45 the lap time. That is 6 seconds slower than Shane Stoney did in qualifying. So wonder if track conditions aren't ideal at this stage. Certainly not. I mean, that's 17 seconds outside the lap record, which was set by Scott Mittal 3.5 years ago. That splitter's not getting any better on Charles Hall's car. He's had an awful season, hasn't he, Charles Hall? But here's one of the Radical SR1s, and we should see more of these next year, Ian. Yeah, no, it's great to have them out with us this weekend. There's Doug Carter, isn't it? Yeah, so like the last race, they got the car out of the gravel and let it go again, which is good news. Yeah. So we've got a real battle on for this lead, haven't we? This is a really close race in the Radical Bikesports Championship. We've got 4 cars pretty much nose to tail, with Dan Headlam leading the way, the 31-year-old ex-single-seater racer, raced in the BRDC Formula 4 Championship a decade or so ago, being chased by Charles Hall, another former single-seater racer, but from longer ago. He is a former champion in Bikesports. He won in 2020. Then you've got Leon Morel, who is set to become the three-time champion, and then Keevil with them, Jamie Keevil. But yeah, it's a really interesting battle between these top 4. And this perhaps actually the first time this year where we've seen the reverse grid actually jumble the order up, which has remained that way for more than one lap. Yes, absolutely right. And probably the conditions are part of that. Getting a moment there for Charles Hall on the exit of the corner. It was interesting to note as well the lines that were being taken. They were more sort of conventional lines that was being taken in the MX5 race. Weren't going very, very deep and wide into the Melbourne hairpin. Full racing wets might make that difference. Yes, I suspect it does. Over the line they go. Keevil with the best lap of the race now, 1:44.058. It's Hall up the inside of Headlam, and he takes the lead of the race. So Charles Hall, number 77, one of the Class A cars there, getting ahead of the Class B car of Daniel Headlam and through into the overall lead of the race. It's Leon Morel, the champion, in 3rd. It's Jamie Keevil in 4th. And what's happened to Philip Brown? He's dropped back quite a long way now from these first 4. And Morel down the inside of Headlam, which gets him the Class B lead with it. Keevil would quite like to clear them so he can go after Charles Hall, because maximum points all important in that Class A Championship battle, and immediately goes up the inside and goes through ahead of Daniel Headlam. So it just took Charles Hall opening the door, Dan Headlam then offline, and since then it's been hard to sort of get back into position, and that has allowed the other Radical SR3s of Leon Morel and Jamie Keevil through.
Onto the back straight then they go. Hall it is that is leading. Morel now second, and it is now Keevil up to third position as well. So Headlam going backwards here, down to fourth he has gone, as they make their way through the Fox Yeses and now down to the Melbourne hairpin once again. 15 minutes still to go in this Radical Bikesports Championship race, and again Morel just sliding a little bit as he gets the power on as they accelerate out of the Melbourne hairpin. It's well controlled, but he's under threat here from Keevil, who's up the inside in that Class A car, and he goes past the Class B car of Morel. And a reminder that within the championship, points are scored within the individual classes rather than the overall finishing positions.
So now Keevil is in the chase. He's 1.5 seconds back from Charles Hall. So they turn their way there in to Redcape. But yeah, Charles Hall's had a really... Oh, it's Ross Board's off again. He's been quick today, but this is the second time he's gone off in just a few laps. Where is that?
Yeah, well, the marshals certainly couldn't shift him. We'll try and pick up exactly which corner that's on in just a moment. Just looking at the situation in Class A, James Keevil is second. Championship could end, but Andrew Fido's still third in Class A, isn't he? So keeping things interesting as far as the championship is concerned. Stephen Larkham will be up to third as well because of the demise of Ross Board as well. And now the 22 car is off as well, and that's Andy Boyce in the invitation class Radical SR1 for the driver from Glasgow. So he's off, and that is down at the hairpin, I think, isn't it?
That's right.
That he's gone off.
So tricky conditions out there. Here, there's Ross Board, is it not? So he is back out.
Yes,
but
he's
got a lap down.
Yes.
But the Andy Boyce car now calls in a challenge into the S as they go. Keevil is catching Hall here, isn't he? So the gap was 1.5 seconds. It's less than that now, but there will be yellow flags at the next bend, so they will have to respect that. Double waved yellow flags here. So Charles Hall in the AJR leads. Oh, Shane Stoney got back going in a stopped again.
It's just got halfway up the hill, hasn't he? That's pulled off. So I imagine he's probably ferreting around, trying to get something sorted on the car. And managed to rejoin, but has not got very far. Unfortunately, he's now in probably a worse position than he was before because he's right at trackside now on the run between Melbourne and Goddard. Yeah, there'll be more yellow flags for his car as well as the yellow flags that you could see, which have now gone in. No, they're going back out again.
Being replaced by safety car boards.
Being replaced by safety car boards, yeah, exactly. For the car that was off, the 22 car of Andy Boyce. So another safety car period, second of this race so far. And we have got just about half the race left to go. 12.5 minutes left to go. It's number 77 Charles Hall that leads, from number 19 Jamie Keevil in second place. In third position it's number 1 Leon Morel, who leads Class B. Fourth is number 55 Daniel Headlam. Fifth is number 11 Philip Brown. In sixth place is 161 Paul Seward. In seventh place, going very well on her debut, is number 68 Alicia Barrett. Eighth is number 59 Tom Cockrell. Ninth is number 12 Andy Fido, who is third in Class A, and rounding out the top 10 at the moment is number 17, and that is Miles Drew. So race continuing behind the safety car then, with that car off down at the Melbourne hairpin, while the marshals and recovery crews try to retrieve that car from the gravel trap. Didn't quite see how Andy Boyce managed to get the SR1 into that position.
So I reckon if they finish like this, after drop scores, Fido would be 6 ahead of Larkham and Keevil going into the last race, which would mean he'd need something like a top 4 or 5, wouldn't it, in that last race? But it may all change before then, because we should get some more racing laps once this Radical SR1 is picked up, the car of Andy Boyce. As you say, this will be a class in the renamed championship next year, when that Radical Club Challenge name comes back, because that was a fixture of Radical Motorsport categories, 15 years ago, something like that.
And it makes very good sense for them to work with the 750 Motor Club, who already have a very good grid of radicals racing at club level, and it will cater for any kind of radicals. So that's pretty much, and so that's very good to see. Just looking, we lost one of the non-radicals, the Warfit Spire. That only completed a couple of laps. That, I think, stopped somewhere out on circuit, although we've not necessarily seen where that was. So that was another retirement, along with Shane Stoney, and now seemingly Andy Boyce as well, although we've seen the cars get released back into the race during the course of the day so far. I think we'll have at least one more lap behind the safety car.
A couple more drivers making their debut today are Calvin O'Connor and Dean Hudson, who are in 11th position for Hudson, 13th for O'Connor, so they're having an okay debut. Their first ever race today, like Alicia Barrett. But Barrett, I think, a pretty experienced karter, so that should really help, shouldn't it? We've seen so many karters go into sport prototype racing and be quick. So can have at least a further lap behind the safety car. The good thing is this time, when the car can be recovered, the snatch vehicle can quickly retreat behind the barriers. But of course, we've also got Shane Stoney's car to deal with, which we didn't have that problem earlier.
I imagine they're just going to try and get it possibly behind the barriers up there, or out of the way. See if they can do that. But that's not in a particularly exposed position where it was anyway. So hopefully that can be not disrupt things too much further. So another lap to be completed. Then they're across the line now to complete lap number 7 of this race, with 9 minutes on the clock still to go in this Radical Bikesports Championship race.
So the lap times, the best is just under a 1:44. The best in qualifying from Shane Stoney was a 1:39. So Hall himself is still over a second off what he did in qualifying. So it just suggests the track perhaps a bit more slippery than it was for whatever reason in qualifying this morning. I wouldn't say it's any wetter, but the grip doesn't seem to be there.
Yeah, whether there's some other fluid that's been dropped onto the circuit during the course of qualifying, that may play a part as well. It just could be in that sort of really difficult, greasy phase that the circuits can get in. Charles Hall then heading them round behind the Renault Megane safety car. There's a driver who looks like he's set a best lap. I can only imagine he's probably managed to shortcut the circuit somewhere. Given that lap time, there's also a car that's got off behind the safety car as well, which is now rejoined.
I think that was the one that's Boyce's car. They just got out the gravel.
Yeah,
so I think again, their cars seemingly today, if they go off, they're trying to get them back in.
Yes, right.
Rather than having them to collect them again after the race.
Andy Fido still with that bodywork that's deranged. We could see him in the queue there a moment ago. Man that was on pole position for this reversed grid race. So all being well then, we should be able to get going again at the end of this lap, which will probably leave maybe 6 minutes or so left to go, and therefore probably enough time for at least 3 laps.
See when people keep it on the road.
Yes, of course.
Which has been a challenge for some. Yeah, Fido's, I think, lucky he's not been called into the pit, really, isn't he, with the damage? But that's a crucial championship moment as well, isn't it, really, if he does finish the race with that front left bodywork that's been ripped away, but seemingly not going any further. So, we should, assuming Shane Stoney's car is in a safe place, should be able to go racing this time. With the ADR, then, of Charles Hall, ahead of all these Radical SR3s. Yeah, they're SR3s, aren't they? 2nd through 7th. Yeah. Then Tom Cockrell, who made his debut at Brands Hatch, the ex-Caterham Academy champion, he is in 8th position in a PR6.
Okay, I have a feeling the safety car lights might be out. Let's see if that is the case at the moment. We'll get a view of the safety car. Yes, they are. So it looks like when they're turning them off, they're doing it just as the car goes onto the Melbourne Loop, more or less. And then the safety car will pull in at the end of this lap, and there'll be about 6 minutes left on the clock by the time they get there. So it's going to be 77 Charles Hall that's leading, number 19 Dan Jamie Keevan in 2nd place, number 1 Leon Morel in 3rd, number 55 Daniel Headland in 4th, 11 Philip Brown in 5th, and the 161 car Paul Stewart completing the top 6. Safety car dives in, and green flag will wave. There it is, and the race gets back underway. So Charles Hall make a pretty good restart there. He's put some daylight between himself and Keevil as they head up towards the right-hander at Redgate Corner. Keevil still 2nd, Morel 3rd, Headland 4th. Gap back to a back marker, a lapped car, which is that of Ross Board, and then in 5th place it is the number 11 car of Philip Brown.
Stephen Larkin was trying to make progress, but there's a long way to Andy Fido, who's the next Class A car, to score any further points. But this battle for the overall win very much on between Charles Hall and Jamie Keevil. Hall, who has had little results, there's someone else that's gone off, And it's Alicia Barrett who... Oh, no, it's not. It's the other Formula Woman car, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's not
it's
Alicia
Paul
Barrett.
Stewart.
It's Paul Stewart in the car that had been raced earlier in the year by Lana Carter earlier in the season here, as well as others. So yeah, that confused me. I said it would.
Yeah.
So Shizza gained a place there for, so she's up to 6th, and there's that big gap then between her and Phil Brown. So this is going to necessitate more cautions, but we're side by side for the lead, so this could be important. But here comes 19 then, Jamie Keevil up the inside and through into the lead, ahead of Charles Hall. So Keevil looking for his first ever overall win in bike sports. He's a big twitch out of the S's, but he is ahead here.
Certainly is, and could, as you say, be at a crucial stage of the race. There's green flags at the moment, but Hall takes a deeper line into the corner, tries to find a way around the outside, can't make that work. Who's going to get more momentum on the exit of the corner? Looks like they're both accelerating away. There's another chance, though, at Goddard to try and make a move on the inside there, which Charles Hall does not do. So it looks like as they come through to complete lap number 9, with the checkered flag now made ready, it is Jamie Keevil that wins for the first time in overall, I think, in a bike sports race. Second goes to Charles Hall, who overtakes him on the slow down up. Whether he's seen the checkered flag or not, I'm not quite sure. I think he may have done now. Third place goes the way of...
I think now Keevil's chasing after him, wondering if the checkered flag was waved.
Yeah, Daniel Headlam got ahead of Leon Morel as well to take third place. So Leon Morel only second in Class B on this occasion. Philip Brown was 5th, Alicia Barrett 6th, 7th was Tom Cockrell, 8th was Andrew Fido, 9th was Dean Hudson, and 10th was Matthew Price. And that checkered flag coming early, I suspect, because of that Paul Stewart car that was off in the gravel trap at the old hairpin. And rather than throw another safety car and just keep the order the same until the end, it was decided the best thing to do is to throw the checkered flag.
And because Keevil got the fastest lap on that lap as well, he got 4 more points, so that means he will only be 2 behind going into the finale.
So that's going to be exciting later on for the Class A Championship fight then. Number 19, James Keevil it was that took the win at the end of 9 laps from number 77, Charles Hall in second place. He was just under 4/10 of a second behind in the ADR amongst all these Radical SR3s. Third, number 55, and winning Class B was number 55, Daniel Headlam. Fourth was number 1, the already crowned champion Leon Morel. 5th, number 11, Philip Brown. 6th, number 68, great result for Alicia Barrett, her first time out in bike sports. 7th to number 59, Tom Cockrell. 8th, number 12, Andy Fido, but he was 3rd within Class A. Picking up important points for that. 9th to number 15, Dean Hudson. Rounding out the top 10 was the invitation class entry of the Radical SR3, Matthew Price, number 84. Head of Stephen Larkham, up to 11th from the back of the grid. 12th was Calvin O'Connor. 13th was Ian Charles. 14th was Mark Grayson, as Charles Hall has come through to take the checkered flag again. In 15th place was Miles Drew. 16th was Vikram Sedera. 17th on our screen, although I don't think he made it to the end, was Paul Stewart, then Ross Board, Doug Carter, Andy Boyce, John Wolfert and Shane Stoney, who all had various dramas and failed to finish the race. So that is the first of our Radical Bike Sports Championship races done. They'll be back out again towards the end of the afternoon. It's about 5:15 when we have the mandatory pit stops as well, although we'll go from a sort of conventionally ordered grid based on the qualifying time. So that's the second bike sports race to look forward to a little bit later on. We're going to go into our lunch break very shortly here. We're due to be back underway after the lunch break at around about 1:50. For those of you watching on the live stream, we'll hopefully fill the gap with some interviews in the pit lane from Matt Suckling. But we've got 8 more races to come this afternoon, Josh.
I think one thing I didn't register at the time, Dan Headlam taking 3rd overall, was his first Class B win of the season.
Okay, brilliant.
We've had Liam Morel, Phil Brown and Tom Cockrell win Class B, and Dan Headlam has added his name to that list. So a really good result from him, keeping Liam Morel at bay. And obviously a first overall win, as we mentioned, for Jamie Keevil. So two very happy drivers. We'll talk to Matt Suckling shortly. And championship decider, a Donington decider coming up in the Class A part of bike sports. That'll come up later on. But for now, let's have a chat with our race winners with Matt Suckling.
Thanks, guys. Yep, down here with our race winner, Jamie Keevil, who wants to celebrate with everyone first off. Jamie, well done. I think that's your first overall victory within Radical Bike Sports. How was that?
It is, yeah. Good. A bit sketchy at the start, as usual. It's very slippery. Obviously, a couple of safety cars. I got Leon when he lost it a bit coming out of the hairpin. So that got me into second, and then I don't think Charles could get any temperature on the warm-up lap because he was all over the place. So I just saw my moment, took him up the inside, and then up to 2 corners later there was a checkered flag. So I was quite pleased with that. Yeah. Good.
Yeah, that was your chance to pounce, wasn't it, effectively? But good for Class A and good for the championship as well as we move into the second race.
Yes, final race of the year, I think, next race. So I have no idea where I am in the championship, frankly, but that can only have done some positive, can't it? So yeah, all good, delighted.
You look like you enjoyed it as well.
Yeah, it's great. Yeah, it's really good. Went well for once.
Good stuff. Well done, Jamie. Congratulations. Good luck for later on. We'll get a quick chat if we can with Dan, who's over here. Charles is now back in after doing another lap. Well done, Dan. Class B winner that time round. Was that a bit tricky?
Yeah, I mean, I had a little small excursion on the green flag lap that didn't help, and then luckily got a really good start and kind of led a few laps up to the first safety car, which was obviously great, and then dropped back a bit, had a scrappy lap, lost a couple of places, another safety car, and then managed to just get a position on the last lap, which is always great, and hold on to the checkered flag. So yeah, good race.
Yeah, it was an important one. Of course, you got top 3 overall, and also past your class rival, which is good. Looking at the car, a bit of grass down there. Was that an excursion off track?
Yeah, unfortunately, but that is just one of those things. It's rainy, we're all pushing the limits, and yeah, so found a little bit of grass, but car looks in good shape, so that's all good.
It was a great race to watch. Was it good to be part of?
Yeah, it was really good to be part of, actually. It was good close racing, and yeah, so it's always good when we come home with no damage and close racing, so that's always good.
Good stuff. Well done, Dan. Congratulations on Class B, and we'll try and grab a quick word if we can with Charles, who finished there as our man on the podium. Well done, Charles. Good race there. Looked like it was hard work. You've got a bit of board that's flapping about.
Yeah, it's been getting better all weekend since we started with the car. But then yesterday, testing was just getting it good, and then the diffuser just disintegrated. So we were down at B&Q about 9 o'clock last night trying to build a splitter. So it's nearly hung in there, not quite, but yeah, it was a good race in the end. I nearly got the win, which would have been amazing, but yeah, I'm happy with second.
Yeah, well, it's partially done the job, which is good. It kept you kind of in the fight, and it keeps you kind of in the Class A Championship as well.
Sort of, yeah. I think we're here for more support for the series and everything. Although we're being pushed out next year, so I think it's only radicals. So I'll just put it in there. Radical don't want anyone beating anything but a radical, so they're disqualified effectively.
But you've still got one race to go this year, so all out trying to get that victory.
I'm going for it. I've still got one more go. Cheers, mate.
Well done, Charles. Congratulations. So happy drivers down here in what was once again treachy conditions out on circuit. So we look forward to again a second race for the Radical Bikesports Championship a little bit later on this afternoon. But for now, we're going to have a few ads, and then we'll be roaming the pit lane to try and find some drivers. So we're now down here in the lunch break at this first day of the 750 Motor Club Donington finales for some of the championships here, and we've decided to stay with the Radical Bikesports Championship because that's the race that's just finished. I'm going to grab a word with Andrew Fido, who's kindly joined us down here in the pit lane. Andrew came here this weekend looking to try and take Class A honours. I think it has got a little bit closer after that race, but just talk us through what happened in your race, a little bit of damage to the car there.
Yeah, it's a bit of a messy race. We had a reverse grid, so I started on pole. Had some contact from behind into turn one, which put me offline, dropped a few places. Chasing the pack down through the back straight into the chicane, and I think I was behind Shane Stoney, who cut out.
Yeah.
Avoiding him, I make a drastic turn on the wheel which spanned me, and then I hit the side of his car. Then I had to wait for the whole pack to go through before I could rejoin again. Obviously safety cars helped me, caught me up, I picked a few off and still managed third in class. So out of a disaster, it's not too bad.
No, not at all, but it's one of those incidents where you were in the wrong place at the wrong time, unfortunately, and as you know, Shane's car was a little bit intermittent through that race. So, yeah, not what you wanted there, but it's still all to play through, I think, in that final Class A race of the year. Yeah,
I think we've kept it alive. I mean, coming into this, I think my main competitor was Stephen Larkham, but obviously the PR6s don't like the rain, so it plays to our advantage in the SR3. But Jamie Keevill's come from behind. It's now had a race winner, so it's going to be really tight for the last race.
And in terms of the weather conditions we've got today, it's of course been wet for your race. Things might dry up a little bit later on, so how do you reckon you'll fare in those conditions possibly?
Yeah, I prefer the rain. I like it well. I think it's a great leveller. But if it's dry, we'll take whatever comes to us.
Yeah. And how's the season been for you overall? Looks pretty good on paper.
Yeah, the first 3 rounds were great. We had at 6 races, 5 podiums. Still can't find that elusive win. Brands Hatch was a bit of a disaster. We had some handling issues with the car, which dropped us a few points. But the car's feeling good here today.
Yeah. So you're going to have a little bit of a break now. The team will do a bit of patch-up work with a bit of gaffer tape, and hopefully that's all right.
Yeah, lots of gaffer tape. But yeah, they do a cracking job at RJ Motorsport. It'll be perfect when we go back out again. So all to play for.
Good stuff, Andrew. Look forward to it. Good luck for the later race. We're going to try and pop into the garage as well because Alicia Barrett, who is joining us here this weekend, had a cracking race there. So we'll just see if we can interrupt with the team. Sorry, guys and girls. Can you just, Alicia, we're going to have a quick chat with you. We're live on stream at the minute. So great to have you here at Donington Park. What a cracking race that was for you. How did you enjoy that or find it?
Yeah, I found it amazing. It's obviously my first race this weekend. My first time in the car was on Wednesday, so I've had to learn pretty quickly. But yeah, it was a really great race and great class as well.
And probably not the best conditions to be chucked in at the deep end, but were they tricky out there?
Tricky, but good fun. I think once I started to find a rhythm, then I could really zone in. I think the safety cars obviously had to reset a little bit, but it was nice to get bunched back up and go again.
So you've had one race now, so you've now got another race to look forward to. I can just see you chatting with the team about data and everything, and maybe a few changes to be made?
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing is going to be the weather. So I guess if it dries up, then it's going to be my first race on slicks, so I'll have to just reset and go again. But yeah, I really enjoyed it.
And in terms of your experience, what have you done prior to this?
So I did karting from the age of 8 to 16. I've had 4 years off, so this is my first time back in, my first car race and the first time back in anything in 4 years. So yeah, it's been a big learning curve, but I'm just thankful to all the sponsors that made it possible this weekend. Otherwise, I wouldn't have got to get out this weekend. So.
And plans going forward as well after this weekend, what are you going to be looking to do?
The biggest thing is have a race in December, the Nations Cup with Formula Women. So that's going to be out in Dubai. So this is kind of training for that. I'm sure the weather will be a lot nicer than it is here. But that's the next big thing that's coming up. So.
Well, great stuff. Hopefully you can get yourself to a podium or maybe even a win later on.
We'll see.
Alicia, well done. Good luck for later on. So there you go. That's Alicia Barrett, who's in that number 60 machine, doing a fantastic job out there on circuit. So we'll see what she can come up with in race number 2. A lot of body work down here. Lots of cars being repaired after that race. So yeah, lots of teamwork to be done. So let's head on down and see who else we can get from the garages. This is where all the Radical drivers are based. We've got race winner's car there, which is James Keevil. So he's now popped off to have some lunch. Doesn't look like there's too much work going on with that car. So I think he was very happy with how things turned out for him in that first one. So wet tyres still on, but as we said, possibly some some slicks to be put onto that car later on. We've got Ross Board's car down the back as well, the green and black machine, which had a couple of offs in that race, but managed to get it to the end, which is good for him. And yeah, a few more things being done on the cars within the pit garages. We can see Shane Stoney's car actually, so we'll try and get a word with Shane very shortly as well, because we know he's had some problems throughout, not just this weekend so far, but also throughout the season. So Shane just trying for a good result, and maybe in the fight for the Class A Championship. We'll have to wait and see how things go for him. Let's see if possibly Leon Morel is out. Who have we got down here? Come on, don't be shy. Is this Phil Brown?
It is Phil Brown.
Phil, how are you doing?
I'm doing all right. It was a scrappy race, safety car, so yeah, couldn't get the heat into the front end, and so the leaders were pulling away. Yeah. But yeah, we're here to tell the tale, and hopefully the sun will shine and we'll have a dry race second time round.
You managed to keep it on the tarmac, which was very hard out there. Many people were off in the gravel and doing all sorts.
Tell my children that, because they were very disappointed in my performance.
What happened?
Good. Yeah, exactly. I stayed on the track, so I'd say put an outfit on and get in the car and go and do it yourselves.
I know the feeling. In terms of your racing career, how many years have you been doing this now?
This is my second season. Leon convinced me to take it up. I did a bit of rallying back in the 90s. Second in class this year, enjoying it. So yeah, wonderful.
Yeah. So lots of great people to race with. For you, what's the ambition for the later race? To get a good result, or just keep it on the tarmac again?
I've got to go for it, really. I mean, I think I've secured second in class, so I'd like to try and beat Leon. It seems very hard to do, but if it's dry, I'm going to go for it. So yeah.
Well, again, that's another thing to tell your family. Second within the class, that's a good achievement.
Well, it is, but not good enough, I'm afraid. But thank you anyway.
You have to come back next year and try and take the top spot.
We will, yeah. We'll keep trying.
Good stuff. Cheers, Phil. Thank you very much. You've been thrown under the bus there by your friends and family. So that's Phil in the number 11 Radical. So he's having a good year so far. Let's pop on down. There's Charles Hall's car, which has got a little bit of DIY to be done. They've already been to B&Q so far overnight, so they're going to have to try and plane that off a little bit more, see if it can stop bouncing on the tarmac. But yeah, Charles Hall getting a good result from that one. Right, now Shane Stoney, I don't know if he's actually about down here in the garage, but of course his car, as we said, with lots of problems through that race. I think it had 2 offs in the end, didn't manage to get it to the checkered flag. So Shane Stoney will have to do a little bit of tinkering with that car, but he is out the back, unfortunately, so we can't get a word with him just yet. We've got some more cars down here which are just having some work done, but I don't think there's too much wrong there with Mark Grayton's car. Looks all good. So the wet tyres are still on that one as well. And then we start to work our way into some of the road sport competitors by the looks of it. So let's see if we can grab any of these drivers. I think they're going to be out very shortly, of course, for their 45-minute race today. So let's see if we can interrupt the guys down here who are just chatting away. Is this John?
Yes.
Yeah, John, come and have a quick chat with us. We're grabbing drivers, so you're the unlucky one, unfortunately. Are you taking part in road sports this weekend?
I am, yeah. Today, yeah. Road sports, doing the race.
Not long until you're out there on circuit. You've been watching what's going on, because the track conditions are a bit wet at the minute.
Yeah, I'm looking at it at the moment, actually. 15 minutes ago, it didn't look like it dry. I think you might get a dry line, especially by the time the end of our race. Definitely after the pit stop, I'd have thought. Yeah.
Bit breezy out here, so that should blow the rain away. In terms of your season, how things have been this year?
Yeah, I've had a couple of ups and downs. I've had a win, seconds, thirds, and then a bit further back. But yeah, really happy with it, yeah.
Another good grid this weekend as well, so it's going to be hotly contested, I'm sure.
It is in Group B. They're really close, like 1, 2 to 5th. We're all together, and yeah, it should be really good, yeah.
And so far today, how's qualifying gone?
Yeah, I was happy with it. Being really greased there, the car felt really good. I could have pushed more, but obviously I needed to bring it back. But yeah, I'm looking forward to the race, yeah.
Should be good.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Cheers, John. We'll let you get back now and get those final bits done on the car before he heads out for the 45-minute race. So, yeah, some wonderful machinery down here, as ever, within Road Sports. Another cracking grid for this weekend. So, we've got the Audi TT, a couple of those in the garages down here. So, that's Dylan Breitcher's car and Ryan Parkin. And I think we've got the other parking car towards the back of the garage, which has the number 1 on that one. We've got Matt Creed's car as well, the Renault Clio, which sits beside it, but unfortunately there's no real drivers down here. They're all kind of gearing up for that race, which, as we said, is straight after the lunch break. So the final bits of preparation now need to be done for the drivers and the cars, just to make sure they're all ready to go. Let's have a quick look down here. We've got a couple of guys who are lurking on the edge of a garage. So are you going to stay with us, guys? Have a quick chat. Tell us who you are, what you're driving, what you're here for.
Rob Fennick, Andrew Shepherd in the M2, number 10.
Nice looking car.
Yeah, it's a cracking looking car. Let's hope it still looks like at the end of this race.
How long have you had this one?
This is our first season in it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so we've been in Club Enduro and road sports for the last few years. I started with a Mini, then we went to a little Lotus and then a Ginetta, and now we've got this one. So racing with Shep here, so yeah.
And your thoughts on the car? How's it going?
I love it. It's obviously quite a step up from the Ginetta. It's straight into an A class, and especially when it's wet. Neither of us had a lot of experience in the wet, but there's one way to learn.
We've got all the excuses. Have you noticed that? We're perfect for it.
You're getting him in early before it all happens.
Exactly that, exactly that.
So how did qualifying go this morning?
It was all right. In fairness, it's the first proper time we've driven the car in the wet, so it's just been a massive learning curve, as Shep says. So, we've qualified in 20th, which is nowhere near where we want to be, but we're just building up and building up. The car feels good. We're just going to see what's going to happen. At the moment, it's just waiting right to the last minute, isn't it, to work out what tyres we're going to run and everything else and what setup. It seems to dry, and then it seems to rain, and then it seems to dry up a bit. So we'll just wait and see what happens into turn one. It'll always be interesting, won't it?
Great British weather, as always. In terms of the conditions, what would you prefer, the drier track or the wet one for you?
Dry. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, not a massive fan of wet, just purely because we haven't had the experience, but racing in Britain, this is what you get.
Always get the wet weather. So a rear-wheel drive car, how does it kind of compare to the other things you've driven?
In fairness, the Ginetta was rear-wheel drive as well, but this obviously has 3 times more horsepower than what the Ginetta did, so it's just a handful. It's great, and we're just learning, getting that set up right, so it's a weapon, but it's great fun. We're just learning this season and keep going for it and doing whatever we can. We put a bit of time in testing, and that's all we can do, really.
Yeah, definitely. And in terms of the race, you said you qualified 20th. Where would you be happy with in terms of a result?
If we could get a top 10 today, we'd be over the moon, I think, wouldn't we? Yeah.
Top 10's where we've got to be going for, really. We've got a few slower cars in front of us, but they're good drivers. Some good drivers in this grid, isn't there? You look at them, there's some serious people, and they do a great job, and they've got some good cars. So we're just, as I said, we're just got to keep pushing at it and see where we go, and hope the luck goes our way.
Good stuff. Well, guys, cracking car. Good job today. Hopefully it goes well for you, and keep an eye on that weather. It could be changing any time now. So thank you very much to the guys down here in an immaculate BMW M2. So we can see the marshals now getting the drivers ready to head from the garages very shortly to get themselves round to the assembly area, ready to kick their race off in just a short while's time. So yeah, conditions, to be fair, are improving. It's starting to appear with some blue sky, which is always helpful, and hopefully we'll have some warmer weather to come as well. So yeah, things are improving here at Donington Park for this Donington Park meeting on the full Grand Prix circuit for this weekend. Just seeing who else we can kind of catch down here. There's a few drivers that are lingering around, but anyone gonna come and join us? Is a lovely car, Nissan Primera by the looks of it. So no, it's not. It's an Almera by the looks of the back of it. So yeah, the Nissan Almera down here in the garage. So that's another unique car that we'll have out in the road sports. Let's see if we can actually grab a quick chat. Sam, are you right for a quick chat? I know you're on your way. Very quick, yeah, just so we can keep our live feed going. Sam, how's things gone lately? I think you've been in the wars with other things, haven't you?
Absolutely. How have things gone lately? Well, we got engaged last Friday, so that is an absolute delight. Yeah. And then in true style, went from there to Mallory Park to do some motor racing. Had the best qualifying session of my life in the Master 7 Championship. Yeah. Stored it on the line and then ran in the back of someone and hold the radiator. So, fine. That car is in the garage and not being thought about because we're here in the other one today in road sports, and I love a damp circuit. I love a damp Donington specifically. I've had such a great time in qualifying. I wouldn't have cared if I was 9th out of 8. Turns out I was pole. So I've got Sam Dennis in the Civic, which has been breaking all the lap records this year, sat right behind me in a rolling start. So I'm going to make sure I'm in the right gear. Eyes up on the lights this time. God, not like last weekend. And see what we can do. But it's going to be a good lap either way.
Are you doing the whole race on your own?
Yes, I am solo this weekend. Okay. And I quite like that actually, because you settle into a really nice rhythm and get choice over when you stop as well, which could prove useful in these conditions.
And you have a little bit of an advantage as well, because you come into the pit stop knowing what the conditions are like. You go back out and you can kind of carry on your rhythm.
When it's mixed like this, yes, I think it does help a little bit. The flip side is bit of fatigue, and also you don't know all that's happening in the race very well. We don't have a radio in this car. My mum's up there with the pit board, but it's difficult to know all of the things that are happening. So sometimes by the end of a 45-minute race, you're a bit blind. So just drive the car, overtake everyone you can see.
Let's go flat out.
Exactly, yeah. Is there any other setting?
No, I don't think so. Sam, you've got to go. Good luck.
Thank you very much. See you on the other side.
Yeah, we'll do. Sam there, Sam McKee, who's in the number 36 BMW, so hopefully he has a better run today after that dismal performance he said he had at Mallory Park just last week. So not good for him. We've got some another amazing bit of machinery. We've got so many of these wonderful cars in the Tiguan Road Sport Series, and you can see the Seat Cupra down here very shortly to head out onto the circuit. So that looks like that's going to be a quick one. We've got a couple of the Honda Civics down here as well. I can see John Peerless possibly has disappeared somewhere. So John's not around by the looks of it. Lots of excitement in the back of the garage, which is good. What else have we got? We've got some more BMWs as well. So BMW seem to be the choice of car within the Road Sport Series. So we've got another wonderful machinery which is just sitting ready to go. You can hear it running there, so that's going to be heading out very shortly, as we said, into the assembly area to get its race underway. And again, it's not really a chance for us to grab a word with the drivers because they are now very shortly to be heading to the assembly area. But Matt Hampson in the number 69 machine. Let's see if we can actually. We're going to disturb him. Matt, sorry, very quick word with you if you can. How are things with you?
Okay, it's wet, but it's fun. Yeah. Been slipping, sliding around the track, but looking forward to it.
We seem to see quite a few people in the BMWs in this series. How's that going to fare for you today?
This is a slightly different thing, the M2 CS. It's but it should be competitive. But we'll see. We haven't really had any running in the wet so far. It's only just now. It's only today actually this season. So we'll see how we go.
You hoping things dry up for the race?
I prefer it in the dry, like all drivers do.
And very quickly, how was qualifying for you?
Okay-ish for me. Pretty good for Andy. We came 5th, so which is good.
Good stuff. We'll let you get on.
Cheers.
There we go. Matt Hampson then in the 69 BMW. We can see all the cars now as they head down the fast lane into the left flick of the assembly area. We've got some Lotuses next door by the looks of it, so they're now again just ticking over, ready to take part in this Tiguan Road Sport Series. Got Jonathan Weston Taylor there and Andy Hiley. I don't know if we've got the co-driver about. No, it looks like both of the drivers, well, one of them is about to get into the car and the other one is possibly not here. No, so into the car gets the driver aboard the number 53 machine. And again, wonderful cars we have within the Road Sport Series, a real mix. Whatever power to weight ratio you have in these cars, you can find yourself within a class of the Road Sport Series. So that's why it's a very popular grid with so many cars out there. We've got Darren Bull's Seat Cupra. Looks like we've got some more cars towards the back. We've got Colin Gillespie over there as well in the number 150 VW, and then towards the back looks like we've got Will Beach as well. So some drivers. I think Mark Grice is over the back as well. He's just about to sort himself out. He's got his hands device on. He's going to get his race helmet sorted as well. So that looks good stuff here. A bit more fuel going into the car as well by the looks of it. The jacks are just about to be pulled off of the number 82 Cupra. There goes one of the Ginettas out. Souped up Ginetta with the rear wing on it, so that's on its way to assembly. And who else have we got left possibly down here to catch a word with? Don't think there is, unfortunately, anyone down here, which is a shame. There go some of the drivers then to give their teammates a bit of inspiration before the race kicks in. So yeah, I think we've done our walk down here. So what we'll do, we'll try and find some more drivers, possibly maybe out the back or lurking around somewhere. But as we said, the Tiguan Road Sport Series race is not too far away now, so they're all heading off to assembly, hopefully with the right tyre choice on those cars. And what we might do is have a few ads for you, and then we'll head back to the top of the pit lane, see if we can have any more drivers to have a word with before this next race gets underway here at Donington Park.
Well, welcome back to Donington Park for this resumption of racing this afternoon at this 750 Motor Club Championship Finals race meeting with Josh Barrett alongside myself, Ian Soman in the commentary box. And we've got the first race after the lunch break shortly to get underway. It's the Tagiwa Road Sports Series 45-minute race with mandatory pit stops and, in many cases, driver changes as well. This is how the grid is going to line up. On pole position, it's going to be the number 25 Coupe of Darren Ball, and besides him is the number 117 BMW Compact of Ian Jones. On the second row, it's number 1 Scott Parkin in the Audi TT, the only driver to win 2 races in road sports this season, and Will Beach in the Seat Leon TCR. On the third row of the grid, Matt Hampson starts the BMW M2, that he shares with Andy Schultz in number 69. Colin Gillespie in the Leon, number 150 is besides him. On the fourth row of the grid, it's number 15 Graham Crowhurst in his BMW, and besides him is 221, another Cooper, that's being started by Luke Browse. On the fifth row of the grid, it's 444, that's being started by Claire Norman, and besides her is number 6, which is Ryan Parkin. Row 6 will be number 37, Dan Sylvester, and 83 will be Chris Nyland. On the 7th row of the grid, it's going to be number 12, Liam Crilly, and 23, Matt Creed. Row 8 of the grid is number 14, which is John Munday, and the 55 car, which is being started by Paul Simonson. On the 9th row of the grid, it's 127, which is Mark Rice, and 123, which is Edward Cook starting that car. On to row 10 of the grid, that's the number 10 car of Rob Fennick, and besides him is number 53, Johnny Weston Taylor. On the 11th row of the grid, it's Sam McKee in number 36, and I can see the number 8 car just heading down the pit lane, by the way, and number 95, which is Tom Stanway. On row 12, it's 195, which is Sam Dennis, and 26, Mark Burton. On the 13th row of the grid, it will be the number the number 7 car, started by Edward Rappager, and 76, Michael Downey. On the 14th row, that's going to be Wayne Lawson in number 19, and 27, Sean Traynor. On the 15th row, it's 413, that's Andrew Cooper, and 144 being started by Richard Longdon. On the 16th row of the grid, it's going to be number 68, that's John Dundee, and 3, Ben McCauley. Row 17 is the Nissan, being started by Stephen Cogswell, number 20, and next to him is number 97, Alex Wilkinson Hughes. On the 18th row, it's the number 9 car, which is the car of Kiefer Del Piero and Ethan Simmons, and 258, which is Michael Watson. Row 19 of the grid is 104, which is Mark Purcell, and 77, David Griffiths. Row 20 is 176, Martin Orger, and the 22 car, which is started by Andy Bicknell. On the 21st row of the grid, it's number 16, John Peerless, starting that car, and next to him will be the will not be the 28 car, because that was withdrawn. I think we will have, starting from the pit lane though, the number 8 car of Matthew Tidmarsh and Chris Webster. Various drivers have penalties to serve in the pit lane and their pit stops for success in previous races. The pit lane window is open between 15 and 30 minutes into the race. It's a 60-second stationary stop plus any penalties. 5 seconds for car 1, Scott Parkin, 10 seconds for 3, Ben McCauley, 15 for 8, Tidmarsh and Webster, 5 for 12, Liam Crilly, 10 for number 14, John Munday, 15 for number 15, Graham Crowhurst, 15 for number 18, Simon Morger, 5 for number 20, Daniel and Stephen Cogswell, 5 for number 36, Sam McKee, 10 for 53, Johnny Weston Taylor and Andy Hiley, 10 for 69, Matthew Hampson and Andy Schultz, 5 for 150, Colin Gillespie, and 15 for number 195, Samuel Dennis. Sonny's trying to come out here at Donington Park for the first road sports race in nearly 2 months. Silverstone on the international circuit in August was the last time out, and this the 6th and concluding race of the season. Josh Barrett.
Yeah, that's right. And she said earlier, there have been loads of different winners this year. It's been a competitive season for road sports. Scott Parkin won at Crofton Silverstone, Chris Byallen won at Snetterton, Johnny Weston Taylor and Andy Hiley won at Cadwell, and Simon Major won last time out at Silverstone. And that's just in the overall order. Lots of different winners in the classes. Class B has been won by someone different every time. The only dominating driver in some ways has been Sam Dennis, who's won 3 of the 5 races in Class C. And he's also had a very good season in Club Enduro, but that will come tomorrow. But it's in big grids all year as well, hasn't it, Ian? And we've got a full capacity grid here as well. With Chris Webster, as you said, became a reserve when the car broke in qualifying. I'm afraid something's gone very wrong for the MGZR of 104 Mark Purcell. It looks like it's been off, and now it's cooked the engine.
Yeah, and it's reversing, fortunately, behind the barrier, but there's telltale grass on the circuit like it's been off into the barriers. 4 classes: Class A, Super GTs for cars up to 300 brake horsepower per tonne; Class B, the GT class, up to 240 brake horsepower; Class C, the Super Sport class, up to 180 brake horsepower; and Class D, the Sport class, up to 145 brake horsepower per tonne. The red lights are on the gantry, but the safety car is still out because of that incident that has happened. So we are going to have another lap behind the safety car. The clock has started to count down, so the 45-minute race is underway, but the car's still behind the safety car because of that incident from Mark Purcell. There is another car behind the Tidmarsh and Webster Ginetta in the pit lane. Just trying to see which car that is. That's another car that we set for a pit lane start.
Mark Burton, perhaps?
Could be. Can it look like a 2-digit number, which is about as much as I could give you?
That's another car that didn't... Well, he did qualify 25th, so not sure. We've got onboard camera here. We've got number 6, Ryan Parkin, who is 35 today, so happy birthday to Ryan, as obviously is his twin brother Scott.
I was going to say, let's not forget Scott in all of that. And Scott is up there on the second row of the grid, Ryan a bit further back on row 5. Ryan driving solo today, was in the programme to share with Dylan Brichter. We've also lost from car 19. James Pickford's no longer driving that. Car 28 is no longer entered. We've lost 117, Martin Gadsby, so Ian Jones is driving solo. We've gained some drivers as well. 183, Edward Cook starting that car alongside Stephen Cook. 221, Luke Browse now starting that car with his father Paul taking over further on. We've got one more entry completely, which is the number 22 car, which is the Andy Bicknell and Maximus Bicknell BMW as well. That is the way that the programme looks. We've had a few changes to the programme, but a very big grid, more than 40 cars we have, although not being one of them being started by Mark Purcell.
Interesting to see that Dave Connell and Alex Wilkinson Hughes are out there, but now in a Mark IV MX5. They had a big crash, did they not, at Silverstone last time out in Road Sports, and they debuted in a Mark IV. So just see that at the back of the shot, the red later model Mazda MX5. So as you say, the race has begun officially, although we are still under controlled conditions. A great mix of cars this is, isn't it, as they come up to the top of the hill there. You've got TCR specification cars, and you've got the BMW Compact on the front row of the grid, that car that Martin Gadsby has developed. Ian Jones driving it today, very rapid indeed. The lap times in qualifying perhaps not as tight as we'd normally get because of the tricky conditions we've got today, and those conditions I don't think are any less tricky at the moment. If it stays like this, whether the track will dry during the course of this 45-minute duration, we will see. But there's a huge variety of cars. You've got the Audis of the parkings, you've got the BMWs, all sorts of models, including the M2 that's near the front, that Andy Schulz qualified in 5th place. And then further back, you've got Hondas, Renaults, Volkswagens, Lotuses. So yeah, it's a fantastic entry, as always, from Road Sports, and it's going to be a great way to end the season.
So we've got 42 minutes left on the clock. We're going to get the race underway this time. Your safety car lights are out, and so with about 41.5 minutes left on the clock when the safety car pulls in, we'll be off and racing. In fact, already the green flag and green light panels are showing, but you can't overtake before the timing line.
The red lights are still on,
red
so it
lights
should be
are
a proper
still on
start.
the gantry, so it should be a side-by-side rolling start. Red lights are on and they go out. Away we go then for 41.5 minutes of racing, and it's a good start by Ian Jones in that BMW Compact. He slots in front of Darren Ball in the number 25 Seat Cupra, and it's a side-by-side a bit further back. That's Will Beach alongside Scott Parkin. Scott Parkin in the Audi just prevailing ahead of the white and red and black Cupra of Will Beach. So they're turning their way through Hollywood, down through the Craner curves for the first time, and Ian Jones in that BMW Compact is already pulling out a few car lengths over Darren Ball in second place.
Yeah, one of the oldest cars on the grid then leads the way. There's the M2 which has been started by Matthew Hampston. He's got Ryan Parkin on the outside. The Class B leading Honda has come through really well. Was that Will Puttergill that started? No, it was Chris Nyland who started the big slide there from Darren Ball as he was braking between Schwarzkopf and McLean. But yeah, that Honda leading Class B, making great progress on this opening lap by Chris Nyland. But Dan Sylvester's Honda having his first outing in Road Sports this year. Going with him a change for the lead at Coppice. Darren Ball, who almost lost the car just 2 corners earlier, takes the lead at Coppice Inns. It's all entertainment. He's lost the lead again.
He has. On the exit of the corner, Ian Jones has gone back through in that number 117 BMW, but he's got that big Seat looming up behind him of Darren Ball, and then it's Scott Parkin, number 1, in 3rd position. A few lengths further back behind these two, who are herring their way down the hill with the sunshine glinting off the cars now, which is a pleasant sight to have here at Donington. They turn their way through the Melbourne hairpin, and these two, looks like we could be in for a good battle between them. We'll see if Scott Parkin can get involved in this as well. Looks like it's still Will Beach in 4th position in the number 82 car. We'll pick up what's going on in the classes as well as this race goes on.
Big slide again there from the leader. Change, where's Ian? Oh, Ian Jones is right there, isn't he? Ahead again, as you mentioned. You couldn't see him for a moment, but it is Jones that leads. 2nd then is Ball. 3rd is Parkin. Will Beach having his first Road Sports outing this year. They're in 4th position. Colin Gillespie up next in 5th. Sylvester's got the Class B lead back away from Chris Nyland, I noticed. So that's going to be another battle to monitor during the course of this race. But it's a super impressive development, this E36 compact, isn't it? A 1990s car. Standard would make 150 odd brake horsepower, but this one produces in excess of 300 per tonne. And it's driven really well by X-Compact Cup front runner Ian Jones.
3.2 litre engine aboard this BMW. 25 then Darren Ball behind him in a more sort of purpose-built, as it were, for its purpose racing car, rather than developed in the way that BMW has been. These two have pulled out a decent gap, haven't they, with Scott Parkin in 3rd and Will Beach in 4th. And there's another gap back to Colin Gillespie, who's there in 5th. Ryan Parkin trying to make a move possibly on Luke Browse in the Stowmarket Glass car for 6th position in the background as well. Those two more or less side by side. No, they're not quite as they come down to the Fogarty S's, but Ryan Parkin is thinking about looking up the inside into the first element of the Fogarty S's, but decides better of it. It's going to be tricky, I would think, to make a move at that part of the circuit in these conditions. Turn their way out of Melbourne hairpin again. The top 4, Jones, Ball, Parkin and Beach, making their way up. It was Dan Sylvester that was leading in Class B. Class C was being headed by Sam McKee in his BMW E36 328, and he was the best of those cars. And it's the Cogswell Nissan Almera that's the best of the Class D cars at the moment. So we're working now lap number 3 of the race, and it's Ian Jones leading the way.
1 minute 50, which is actually slightly quicker than he went in qualifying this morning, but slower than what Darren Ball did. So they're roughly on those qualifying times. Good battle for 3rd then between Scott Parkin, who is 35 today, ahead of Will Beach, the driver who's been racing in TTR UK in that car, but driven by Colin Gillespie today, the Volkswagen Golf, who has Luke Browse in the Stowmarket Glass Coupe all over the back of him. He twitches sides in towards the old hairpin, but can't make a move. Luke Browse has been driving this car well this season, the Suffolk driver. Then Ryan Parkin's dropped away a little bit. Then Graham Crowhurst returning to 750 Motor Club Racing today. He won this equivalent race last year. He's in 8th.
So here's the battle going on for 5th position. Then it's the Golf, the Capture Motorsport Golf, up against the Stowmarket Glass Browers car. Back into the lead of Class B has gone the Chris Nyland and Will Puttergill on Civic Type R ahead of the Dan Sylvester car, which is just into shot now. There is, you can see Sylvester's car, the older Honda, ex-Chris McCloy car from Hot Hatch. Here is this battle going on for 5th and 6th position. Looks like Ryan Parkin has sort of reattached himself to the back of these two. Must have made a small mistake, just dropped back a little bit. He seems to have got back on terms now with Colin Gillespie 150 and Luke Browse number 221.
Challenge down into the hairpin much later on the brakes is Luke Browse, and he looks like he braked perfectly there, didn't he, on the limit, but it got the car turned in. Front wheel drive cars then scramble for grip out of the corner, and is this going to give Gillespie a chance to fight back in the Williams Motor Company liveried Golf. Around the outside, he tries to come, can't get there. Gillespie's driven a huge amount of different cars over the last few seasons, hasn't he, in various 750 Motor Club categories. Out in the Golf for the first time today. Lead is still Ian Jones, but Darren Ball chasing him now through Hollywood. The gap just 0.6 of a second. Ball was a fraction quicker on the previous lap. The BMW Compact leads the Coupe. A gap back to Scott Parkin, who is in third spot, ahead of Will Beach, and a much larger gap has developed to the fifth place car there, 2:21. Luke Browse, who's now pulling clear of Colin Gillespie after passing him just a few corners earlier.
Yeah, but he's already 7.5 seconds behind the car in front, which is Will Beach. So he's got a little bit of time to make up. Of course, we do have the penalties that have to be served by many of these drivers in the pit stop, so that those could well come into play as well as the race goes on.
Doesn't affect the top two in the race, though. So
No.
this close battle between Ian Jones and Darren Ball is one that really should be unaffected in that pit stop period. They don't have to change drivers either. Looking in the background there, the Class B lead is still going the way of Chris Nyland, but Dan Sylvester was chasing after him. So that's one to monitor. I think Class C is still the same. Sam McKee has got a good lead over Sam Dennis, which is a very impressive feat because that Honda Civic of Sam Dennis has won every Racing Club Enduro this year. But Sam McKee in these wet conditions, 7 seconds ahead.
Yeah, that's right. Sam, who was out last weekend at Mallory Park in the Mazda 7s, although that didn't go entirely to plan. Just after his engagement as well. Congratulations to Sam on his engagement just over a week ago now. As we've got 34 minutes of the race left to go. Darren Ball, another fastest lap of the race. So as conditions improve, the times are coming down. The 1 minute 50 barrier has now been broken at 1:49.335 for the car in second place, and the gap has come down to 57 hundredths of a second. There is the Class B leader going through, the number 83 car, but not desperately far ahead of Chris Nolan, but trying to make up a place on the car from the class ahead, which is the 69 car. But that in a straight line doesn't really work, does it? Because Matthew Hampson on a straight line able to pull away a little bit from the Honda.
Notice there were some dry patches appearing on the circuit as they came past us. So that, if the conditions stay like this, should continue throughout this race. So perhaps the lap times will continue to come down. So there's Hampson in that M2. A car that was built by BMW Motorsport, raced in Italy over the last couple of years, but it's been shipped to the UK by Matthew Hampson and Andy Schultz to race this year. Big challenge for 7th, Ryan Parkin versus Graham Crowhurst, the Audi TT and the BMW M3. I think it's the only M3 on the grid, isn't it, today for Graham Crowhurst. So they turn their way into Coppice Corner.
And a spinner in the background.
It's Claire Norman, I think, in the Cooper, isn't it, out of 12th? And there she is.
Well, that's unfortunate because that's into the gravel at McLean. So the marshals, as you can see, fantastic work as if from the marshals heading down there to try and see if they can get that car moved without the intervention of a snatch vehicle or a recovery vehicle. That would be the ideal because it would mean we'd have the most chance of getting the race continuing without any disruption.
And an interruption soon would be a pit stop frenzy time, I think.
Yes.
We're 2.5 minutes away from the pit window. So we'll see what happens there. Lap traffic has begun. I think we've seen the BMW 116 has been lapped of Andy Bicknell, and I think we're about to lap Martin Auger's Toyota, who's having his first ever race today. He's not far though, I don't think, behind the Class D leading car, the Cogswell Nissan. You can see just coming across the line, just been lapped. So there's a Lotus off the road. That's 2:58. Michael Watson in his Lotus Elise. That was down the Craner Curves. He has rejoined.
Yeah, so that's briefly off the road and back into the race, which is good to see. So we've got 31 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock. Pit lane will open in just under a couple of minutes' time. Then that's the 55 car. Having a battle there, I think, with Matt Creed. Yes, that's Simonson and Stanton battling with Matt Creed in the two different classes. Creed, a Class B car, the BMW from Class A. Meanwhile, this battle for 6th place continues. Ryan Parkin against Graham Crowhurst. So that's certainly one that we'll keep an eye on. And it's Crowhurst now that is ahead in that BMW M3 with a fantastic livery on it that he's put a lot of effort in. And that's the Norman car, the Seat there just at the back of shot, just turning its way through Coppice Corner. That was the car that was off McLean's. So good news there, Josh, that's out of the gravel trap. You can see no car in the gravel trap out of McLean's. Great work from the marshals. Thank you very much for that, because we can continue our race.
Yeah, I didn't think that would be possible, because they're not light cars nowadays, these machines. But yeah, you can see Claire Norman, who's been racing with the 750 Motor Club this year with Alan Blenko, and they'll be out tomorrow as well in the final round of Club Enduro. So the result's not going to come from this race, but it's good the car is out, as you say, out of the gravel, because that means we can carry on racing, which is the good news in all of that. The Ginetta G40 goes a lap down. That's David Griffiths, who's purchased that car recently from Aidan Hills. We've seen the Hills Motorsport crew run that car in Road Sports previously, but David Griffiths having his first outing in it today, just gone a lap down to Ryan Parkin in the dark side Audi, the 310 brake horsepower car. We can ride on board with Ian to see how he lapped that Ginetta.
Yeah, he's going to do it, I think, on the way into the Melbourne hairpin. Get a very good view, side-on view of Graham Crowhurst's BMW, so we could admire the livery of that car. But it is a bit of a distant spec now, isn't it, for Ryan Parkin, who is heading up towards the hairpin at Goddard. Now, the pit lane window is now open with 30 minutes, just under 30 minutes still on the clock. Is he going to go in? We're not going to find out whether he goes in at that time.
So he continues on his way after 6 laps of racing. Ian Jones now pulling clear from Darren Ball, 2.4 seconds the gap, despite Ball being fractionally quicker on best times. Scott Parkin is third, 4th is Will Beach, 5th is Luke Brown, 6th is Graham Crowhurst after moving ahead of Ryan Parkin on that lap. Still Chris Nyland, who leads Class B by 1.3 seconds from Dan Sylvester, and Liam Crilly is third. Then Sam McKee leads Class C from Sam Dennis in second, and in third is Kiefer Del Piero. And then Class D is being led by Stephen Cogswell, with Martin Auger behind. What's happening here, though?
Class B battle's about to come over the crest of the hill at Coppice. There you can see Chris McCloy in the number. What number is he? Not Chris McCloy, the ex-Chris McCloy car. Dan Sylvester, 37 car, just behind the Nyland and Puttergill car. Not a lot to choose between them. They're right behind Matthew Hampson as well, so it's 63 and 37, the two leaders in Class B at the moment, and it is just, 83 I should say, and it is just the Chris Nyland car that is ahead, but there's a bit of traffic for them to deal with that time as well. These two running in 10th and 11th position overall. The Hampson car is in 9th place, and they are putting a lap there on the number 144, Richard Longdon E46 M3. So there is another M3 on the grid.
Yes, there is, absolutely. They're not able to get past Hampson, which might just be costing Chris Nyland some pace. Chris, who was a championship contender in the Type R Trophy, was that a couple of seasons ago, out in this Motion Motorsport Honda that will be contested the Club Cup title in Club Enduro tomorrow. I think that was Claire Norman, was it not, who peeled off in the background. We've also had the cook, Sirocco, has pitted, but most staying out at this stage.
And do you reckon that someone waiting to see if there is going to be a safety car maybe in the next few minutes before they make a decision about whether to stop?
You'd think that might be an idea. It's not necessarily that it will actually gain you advantage, because you could get held at the end of the pit lane if you time it wrong. It's a great battle then between these two different Honda Civic generation cars. Dan Sylvester did return to Hot Hatch a few weeks ago in Alton Park, where he took a couple of victories, but I don't think he's done huge amounts of racing this year. Maybe an MR2
did
round.
MR2s at Croft and got airborne there at Tower Corner in the second race, raced over the back of title contender Adam Lockwood's car, which was a dramatic departure from the race. He wasn't scoring points there, I think, just as a guest effectively that weekend.
Although I think he's doing it tomorrow as well, is he not?
Yeah, I think so. I will check with Patrick Mortel what the situation is with the points for tomorrow, because that could be important to the MR2 Championship coming to a conclusion. But meanwhile, we've still got the Road Sports race going on here. Class B lead still being contested by the same two cars.
Ian Jones from the lead has pitted, while Darren Ball's been the first driver to get into the 148s today to set the aimshop.com fastest lap.
Will Beach also into the pits, I can see as well.
So there is the Claire Norman changeover to Alan Blenko. Alan Blenko, who raced in the British Touring Car Championship in the production class, 20 years ago or so. But there is a drama. Perhaps Alan Blenko wasn't expected to take over just yet, because he's having to put his gloves on while in the car. Obviously, we saw that car in the gravel earlier on. So an early changeover. They'll perhaps be hoping for some better weather conditions tomorrow.
And of course,
should happen, I think.
Yeah, of course, it is a 60-second stop here that they have. Well, at least a 60-second stop. Not like in the Enduro tomorrow, where they have 3 minutes when there's refuelling to be done as well. But evidently, that's a little bit more of a relaxed stop potentially that they'll have tomorrow. So back into the race goes Alan Blanco, the former British Touring Car Championship driver, and now obviously well down the order after that car was stranded in the gravel for the best part of a lap. I think still some gravel being shaken out of it now as Alan continues to circulate.
And I think that was a 2-minute pit stop, just to show that wasn't expected to be perhaps in when it was. But into the pits, as we said, Ian Jones, that's I guess a more important one to keep an eye on. Oh, there's another car off, and it is the car we were talking about earlier, the Mark IV MX5 Alex Wilkinson Hughes. However, the MX5 is obviously a half-decent rallycross car. Can he get out of the gravel? But he's trying to find a space in the traffic is the other problem, of course.
Yeah, and there's a lot of it. There's the MR2, number 27, Sean Traylor. He's out tomorrow to try to wrap up his first championship in the MR2s in a roadster, and he's just behind the number 7 car at the moment, which is the Edward Rappager and Daniel Perry Ginetta G40 GT5.
I reckon Ian Jones's pit stop from pit in to pit out, so it includes more than obviously just the mandatory minute for stopping, was 1 minute 39. So that is something for Darren Ball to try and gain some time on. If there is any time to be found, of course.
Yeah, so there's Traynor, which is talking about him, and he is being, so this is going to be lapped, isn't it, by the number 69 car, Matthew Hampson, also the Class B leader as well, which is still number 83, which is Chris Nyland.
Chris Nyland got caught out there, though, by the car going in the pits in front of him. That's given Dan Sylvester a chance to draw alongside in this Class B lead battle, and Sylvester has made the most of it, carried the momentum out the corner, which Nyland wasn't able to do. I think he was on the inside of the BMW, which needed to come into the pit lane, so Nyland had to get out of the throttle, and that has lost him the Class B lead. And just wondering if they haven't, neither of these cars have won in Class B before, so there's a good chance that we could have 6 different winners in Class B in 6 races. This year, Sylvester goes wide, he's up the curb, and that's going to give a chance for Nyland to fight back here as they head up the hill through Schwantz Curve and towards McLean. So a great battle in Class B, but Sylvester has held on for now.
Yeah, and just lapped the 16 car as well, which is the John Peerless Civic Type R from Class C, which was having dramas in qualifying. And having another drama there, it's had a big moment, but Peerless has got it pointing back in the right direction again. But that's
Liam Crilly putting a lap on him. He's not far behind the top 2 in Class B. Liam Crilly, yet another driver who's not won in Class B this season. So I think there's a very good chance we're going to have 6 winners from 6 races in this class, which just shows you how competitive it has been. OK, not everyone does every race, but quite a lot have done multiple races, but no one's been able to win it twice.
Just saw Andrew Cooper in the 413 Honda Civic being lapped there as well. Director of the 750 Motor Club, amongst other things. So now we've got a different leader in Class B, and as you say, the Z4 Coupe of Liam Crilly closing in on them. He's gone past Andrew Cooper now as well. They start the climb back up towards Goddard's with 22 minutes left in the race, 22 and a half, so exactly at half race distance, 7.5 minutes till the pit window closes, and off has gone Matt Creed there in the number 23 Clio, which was well positioned.
He's gone a long way off at the Melbourne Hairpin, but yeah, that's probably the best it's gone this year, isn't it? Matt Creed, I think so, got a supercharger on the car this year. He was running 4th in Class B, but has just had a big trip through the gravel at the Melbourne Loop, but I think has been able to rejoin.
Still quite a lot of drivers yet to make their stops. We've got an interview in the pit lane there. Let's head down to Matt Suckling and see who he's got to talk to.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, down here with Claire Norman, who's just stepped out of the Seat Cupra. Claire, unfortunately, so you're in the gravel up there at McLean's corner. Yeah. What happened?
I just got lift off over here. Yeah, it's the cars were loaded, and yeah, just a little I made a mistake.
They aren't the best conditions out there, though, are they?
And not great in a front car as well, with the front wheels, and so yeah, it's just tricky. There's dry bits, slippery bits. It's and I was right behind a Civic that I was trying to get behind, and yeah, just.
Up until that point, I was going fantastically well.
Yeah, it was good. I was getting the hang of it, getting to grips with it. There is a drying line, it has been, and so yeah, just gradually building. But I mean, the marshals did a great job pushing me out. I genuinely didn't think I was going anywhere without a snatch. So yes, that was amazing to get back on track and hopefully finish the race.
Yeah, Alan's in the car now. It's a high-powered car, though, isn't it?
It is very powerful. And yeah, I was getting torque steer coming out some of the corners, and so yeah, it's tricky, but it's fun.
It's just a recovery drive now, so whatever Alan can deliver will be good, won't it?
Just to get to the finish, really. So yeah, I'm sure he'll pick up the pace.
Fortunate for you, Claire Berg. Good luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you. Thanks.
Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Matt. So race continuing. It is Darren Ball that's yet to make his pit stop. Number 25 that still leads, with number 1 Scott Parkin in second. 221 Luke Browse is third. 15 Graham Crowhurst is fourth, and it's 150 Colin Gillespie. 37 Dan Sylvester is 6th overall and still leading Class B. All of those yet to make their stops. We've got Ryan Parkin in the pits at the moment, I can see, and also the Fenwick and Shepherd car. That's also the next car that has made its stop. The 150 car on screen now is that of Colin Gillespie, the Volkswagen Golf, and he's in 5th position, Josh.
I don't know if Ryan Parkin's pit stop is quite long at the moment for him. He's headed out now, but 1 minute 59. So that is a bit longer than Ian Jones. It was 1 minute 39, so he's lost 20 seconds, I believe, Ryan Parkin.
And there was no penalty that he had to serve. I just checked that as well.
Assuming this data that I'm receiving is accurate.
Yes.
But it did feel like that car was in the pit lane a bit longer than maybe it should have been. So this is Andy Schulz now in 69, isn't it? He's taken over from Matthew Hampson. Schulz, who's 56. Started racing in 1989 and was a 750 Motor Club Formula 4 champion some years ago. So good to have Andy Schulz over these last few years back with a 750 Motor Club. And he's a very experienced racer, mainly in GT cars in recent years, and he's in this BMW M2. As I was saying earlier, they transported over from Italy in the winter. Factory BMW Motorsport built car, mainly for racing at the Nürburgring. And you can see it's got its Nürburgring Ravenel number board on that car still. John Peerless is in. He said that he had a few dramas in that first stint.
Matthew Stenning getting into that car now for the second part of the race. You can see also next to it the Luke Browse car. Paul Browse will be taking over the number 221 Stowmarket Glass car.
Ooh, it's a bit tight, isn't it? But hopefully that's be okay. Lots of cars coming in now, including Chris Nyland in 83. Dan Sylvester has carried on in their Class B battle. Their best laps, perhaps unsurprisingly since how close they were, just 0.06 of a second different, Chris Nyland and Dan Sylvester. Obviously Nyland has to hand over to Will Puttergill, so it'll be a different driver in. Dan Sylvester will be staying in the car.
Yes, that just makes things a little bit easier, doesn't it? Less to go wrong, less time to be taken up there.
Just saw Tom Stanway there, driving his local circuit from Derby in his BMW 328i. He's just come out the pit lane. There is Ryan Parkin, who has rejoined down in 23rd, so that does sort of suggest it was a long pit stop. Whereas Ian Jones is 10th and just set the fastest lap at 1 minute 47.4, over a second faster than anyone's done so far.
Yeah, I mean, the track is visibly drying out now, isn't it? You can see that. I mean, lap record for these cars, for context, is a 140.40 set by Josh Lawton last September. Now Scott Parkin's gone even faster on 147.149. He's second at the moment, yet to make a stop. But Darren Ball is now into the pits. The race leader, number 25. Darren Ball into the pits in the Coupe. There's quite a few cars coming in now because there's not many more opportunities. 17.25 minutes left to go. Mark Burton, I can just see driving into pit lane as well as about to come out. You can just see on the right hand side of shot there the Class B lead protagonist, which is now going to have been taken over by Will Puttergill, number 83.
And he might be ahead of Andy Schulz. Some of those cars were battling on the circuit before the stops. There is our new race leader, in reality, Scott Parkin, with Darren Ball in the pits and the fastest lap, as you mentioned, Ian. So Scott Parkin motoring on his birthday, the driver from South Yorkshire, who's only been racing since 2019, but he's had lots of success in that time. Last year's Club Enduro champion, this year's Provisional Class A champion in this new car to him this year, the X-Slide Sports Volkswagen Racing Cup built car, the 2017 Audi TT, but now with a diesel engine in from Dark Side Developments. There's our Class C leader, Sam McKee, in the pit lane in his BMW. You can see all the trophy stickers on the car to show how many times that car has won races over the last few years. And he's hoping to add another gold sticker to that car after today, should the second stint go well. So Scott Parkin's got to come in this time, because that is just a minute of the pit window left.
That's right, so he should make his way down the pit lane this time. I can see number 3, which is Ben McCauley. His Class C Lotus Elise is in. Indeed, the number 1 car is in as well. And we need to get Dan Sylvester in as well, don't we, this lap. And also the Sam Dennis car, the Class C front runner. Those cars all yet to make their stops.
This is showing Darren Ball's pit time, pit in to pit out, was 1 minute and 1 second.
Okay.
Which is either incorrect information or there could be a problem overhanging that car. So we'll see where he comes out in comparison to Ian Jones. If he's a long way ahead, I wonder if the regulations have been read wrong by that team.
Yes, well, we'll have to see how that pans out. There is the number 1 car, Dark Side Developments Audi TT. Beautifully presented car, stealth-looking thing. You can see the fans blowing to keep the air cool, engine cool in the pit stop. Water bottle's been handed over. Scott's refreshed himself and will be back out into the race any moment. Pit window now closed. Confirmation coming up on the screens as well for all of the teams. It looks like everyone has made it into the pits eventually, which is good. Just a question mark, as Josh was saying, about the length of one of 2 of the pit stops. I'm sure the teams downstairs will be timing the stationary times in the pit stops as well.
There's Darren Ball. He's going to cross the line ahead of Ian Jones, with Ian Jones nowhere in sight. So that would sort of back up potentially the data. Well, the gap is 7.6 seconds, so it's only a much bigger gap, despite Ian Jones setting the fastest lap. So yeah, we'll let the timekeepers and the officials check the real times rather than the unofficial times.
So that's a 3 minute 14 lap, effectively, that he's done, compared to sort of 1:48, let's say, would be a quick lap. So that's only about 1 minute. That's about 1 minute 30 something, isn't it?
I don't believe this data. I'm going to stop looking at it, because Scott Parkins is showing something different as well. Either way, though, Ian Jones has lost time in that period because he's behind both Darren Ball and Scott Parkin. But yeah, I think that data that I was being fed is incorrect. So TSL will look at the real data, and the timekeep and the officials downstairs time in the pit stops will check that too. Either way, Ian Jones has lost time in the pit stops. And Scott Parkin, of course, had a 5-second longer stop, did he not?
Yes, he had a penalty to serve.
So, Ian Jones has lost time. Scott Parkin has gained time, but Darren Ball has come out best of all. He's in the lead.
He was on pole position, of course, Darren Ball, this morning. Did a 1:49.585, so has now managed to go a couple of seconds faster. But the new fastest lap of the race has gone to Andy Schultz, a 1:46.973. Andy in 8th position overall in that number 69 car. And he has just gone fastest of anyone by a little bit of a margin as well. We'll see if he can make up more places. He wasn't too far behind Colin Gillespie at the start of the lap, and so that's a possible move that could be made there. As we're watching Darren Ball, the de facto race leader, just lapping the Tom Stanway BMW there. As into the pits has come number 6. Ryan Parkin is in the pit lane from 12th position.
We were pretty sure his pit stop was long, weren't we? And perhaps that was a problem with that car. But here's the gap then, 4.2 seconds between Ball and Parkin, with a further 3 seconds back to Ian Jones. So that is the chase between our 3 protagonists in this race. And yeah, there's Ryan Parkin. That car's in the garage and out. So I'm sure Matt will be on the case to find out what's going on there. Interestingly, they're putting fuel in. Are they not?
Yes, possibly so. Which is interesting. Looking at the class situation, Class B, we just need to. Well, it's been led by Dan Sylvester.
We've got to wait for him to cross the line.
We've got to wait for him to cross the line again. He was one of the last to make his stops, of course. So we'll see if he's still in the lead of Class B.
Class C, Sam McKee has come through ahead of Sam Dennis. So
what's the gap there?
Big, I think. Sam Dennis yet to take the go across the line. He was behind anyway, and I had no pit penalty to serve. I don't. Oh, he did, didn't he? 15 seconds, if I read the right line. So that'll go out more. So yeah, I think Sam McKee's got a very convincing lead in Class C, and then in Class D, That is still the Cogswell, 24 seconds ahead, so they look good there as well. So really Class A is up for contest. Class B, across the line, Dan Sylvester is 11 seconds ahead of Liam Crilly, who's now ahead of William Puttergill, so a bigger gap now in Class B as well.
Yeah, okay, so that's opened up in Class B. 11 minutes of the race are left to go. That's the number 9 car that you can see on the type of Kiefer Del Piero and Etienne Simmons. There is the number 1 car. That's the car in second place of Scott Parkin, already a double winner this season in the Tagiwa Road Sports Series. The only driver to have won more than once overall this season. New fastest lap to Ian Jones now, 1:45.175 in third place. He's got the gap down to pretty much 2 seconds now to Scott Parkin. He was just about a second faster than Parkin on that lap, but they're all of the first 4 doing personal best lap times now. The top 4, by the way, is Ball, Scott Parkin, Jones, and now Graham Crowhurst, number 15, in the BMW M3 and 4th.
Here's the chase on our screen. There's Ian Jones, but Parkin in turn was a full second quicker than Darren Ball, so they're all closing up. We're still with 10 minutes of this race to go, so this is a real chase between these top 3, just 5 seconds between them, and the fastest is the one at the back of the group. Meanwhile, just looking back at local man Tom Stanway there, one of the Class B runners, getting all sideways. That was all quite exciting. And he is a little bit further down. But he was getting a position, though. That was for position. He just passed John Monday for 5th in Class B, so that was a good move. And he just has set the fastest lap in Class B as Tom Stanaway, so he's enjoying these dry conditions as off. The Class B contender Will Puttergill there. Is that a problem with the Motion Honda, which, if it is, a drama for the team overnight to fix that for tomorrow's Club MX5 Cup Championship decider in the Club Enduro Championship?
Yeah, indeed. So there is Darren Ball then, and you've got the 3 leaders pretty much all in the same shot now. Darren Ball, number 25, Scott Parkin, number 1, Ian Jones, number 117. There's 5.4 seconds separating them at the start of the lap. Into the pits for an unscheduled stop has come number 55, which is Richard Stanton at this stage of the race, but that looks like there's some issue with the car there as the race leaders are about to cross the line again. They do. Darren Ball completes his 17th lap, and the gap's come down to 2.2 seconds because first Scott Parkin and then Ian Jones successively do new fastest laps of the race, with Ian Jones at 1:44.491.
Dan Sylvester's getting a 60-second penalty for a pit stop infringement. I suspect we've got cars off at the old hairpin again. It's the Dave Connell Mazda that's involved, but someone else had to go gravel trapping. But a big drama for our Class B leader, Ian.
Yes, absolutely right. 60-second penalty. I'm just not looking to see if I've got any notification of exactly what that's for, but I can't see anything on the time screen. I can't see anything on my sort of WhatsApp group as well where I might find these things out. So that's a big problem for Dan Sylvester. That's going to promote Liam Crilly certainly into the lead in that class.
Unless the overall leader is between the 2 cars at the end of the race. So yes. Will Puttergill went off into the gravel, seemingly. Yes. Whether he just drove into the gravel for no apparent reason, I'm not sure. But the marshals have got the car out of the gravel. So again, great work from the marshals in this race. We're keeping green flag conditions. There's Graham Crowhurst, who's up to 4th, lapping a similar pace to the leaders who are turning through the S's. Darren Ball leading the way. He's got to lap the Mazda that had that spin a moment ago. Is Scott Parkin continuing to chase? Yes, he certainly is. That's less than 2.1 seconds back to the Audi. Got confirmation on our screens of the penalties also for number 16, the and 176, so that's different cars, isn't it? To what
yeah, and I think both of those were reported not to be parked at a 45-degree angle. They were sort of parked parallel to the pit lane, if you like, and so that's what that will be. So that may well have been the case for Dan Sylvester as well. That was pit stop outside the window for Dan Sylvester, so both he and the 27 car, which is Sean Traynor, stopping outside the pit window. There must have just been a momentary late getting into the pit lane. There's Sylvester now on screen, the class leader, number 37. It says A on his car, but we've shown as entered in Class B.
That's his hot hatch class, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. But that's a bit misleading. But here's a Class B entered car today, and so he's got that penalty headed over him.
So what he needs is the overall leaders to lap Liam Crilly, but not him, because that would mean he will have done one more lap. So despite the minute penalty would keep him ahead, but that's certainly not guaranteed.
Michael Downey into the pit lane, I can see, in his Porsche Boxster.
That was the car that got caught up in the Mazda spin at the old hairpin, and he went through the gravel.
So we've got Dan Sylvester, the Class B leader, just heading down to the Melbourne hairpin, just checking Class C situation. That's still Sam McKee, and he's still well clear of Sam Dennis in that class. So BMW versus Honda. 37 car though is lapping the Mazda, not the Mazda, the MR2 here.
That's the car second in Class D behind the Cogswell Nissan. There's Mark Burton, who has been a Class B winner this year at Croft, but he hasn't featured in the sharp end. He's 6th in class today. He's battling with the Sirocco just behind, actually, for class position. That is now got Stephen Cook behind the wheel. You see that dry line that has developed. Andrew Cooper and Ben McCauley are together. Are they in a battle? I think they might be. Yeah, much further down the order than perhaps they would like. 5th and 6th within Class C. Ian Jones has just set the fastest lap of the race, and the top 3 are together. I don't know if we can pick them up. I think they're at the first corner, perhaps. Just 3/4 of a second between them, and Darren Ball and Scott Parkin were side by side, heading onto the Craner curves maybe at the moment. Here they are, Ian.
Yeah, they are, and you've got the 3 leaders together. We've got 5 minutes of the race left to go. This is a grandstand finish for a Saturday afternoon, and it's Darren Ball leading. It is Scott Parkin in second, number 1. It's 1:17. Ian Jones in third, but Ian Jones is the fastest man out there. The 1:43.034. Parkin's in a 1:43 as well, but Darren Ball's best lap still only a 1:44. There's back markers ahead. That's first one is the Sam Dennis car, who's going well in Class C. Also the Downey Porsche, which is back into the race, having made a trip into the pits. That's the next car that they are going to have to lap. But they're lying astern as they go through Coppice Corner now, down the Exhibition Straight, past that Porsche they go, and different lines being taken through Coppice now. It's Jones who's almost picking up a double toe here. Can he make use of this down into Fogarty Yeses? It's Scott Parkin as well that shows his nose up the inside of 25 Darren Ball as well as they went into the Fogarty Yeses. But he gets a good run off the corner in the Audi to Scott Parkin, and he goes through to take the lead of the race. Can Ian Jones follow? Can Ian Jones pass both of them, in fact, as they head down there? Into the Melbourne hairpin they go, and it's the number 1 car that's now ahead. And Josh, it's going to be a run up the hill towards Goddard to see who's going to be second.
It's an epic way to start the afternoon, isn't it, here at Donington Park? They are pretty much 3 cars across the circuit breaking for the final corner at Goddard's. They catch Matt Stenning's Civic, and they are still absolutely together, but and he jumps out the way. He gets well out the way of our top 3 leading cars. So Scott Parkin does lead, but Ian Jones is fighting back. He's on the drier line up towards Redgate. They almost touch. Ian Jones is desperate to win this. He comes right round the outside of Scott Parkin, wheel to wheel. The outside line for the BMW, that's sideways. The Audi, therefore, may be quicker off the corner, and it is. Scott Parkin leads then with a couple or maybe 3 laps to go. Round the outside comes Ian Jones into the Craner curves, but he's on the more slippery line, Ian.
And there's more traffic ahead from the lower classes. 176 has got a 1 minute stop go penalty now for a pit stop infringement. We'll pick up on that in a minute because we've got the 3 leaders together. Ian Jones is still the man with the fastest lap of the race. He's second in this race at the moment. They're just lapping the Wayne Lawson, the orange Audi TT, as they go through McLean's. Heading up there now, Ian Jones looking to find a way up on the inside at Coppice Corner. There wasn't really much of a gap there. Scott Parkin was determined to keep him behind, but Ian Jones, has he gone through? Let's see how it looks on the exit of the corner. They're still pretty much side by side. No, Ian Jones has gone through. He's gone through to take the lead. Scott Parkin second, Darren Ball third, and that penalty is the 176 car of Martin Auger in the MR2 Roadster.
Well, this is very entertaining, isn't it? We said at the Tagiro Road Sports Series, with these tricky conditions, it could be an interesting race. It's turned into probably one of the best road sports races we've had, especially for that overall victory with a chase on. And Scott Parkin's fighting back. He's alongside. Jones is massively sideways out of the corner. They are door mirror to door mirror. The BMW's on the inside line, but is half a length back, but then breaks later on the tighter line. Is he going to reclaim the lead? We should squeeze 2 more laps out of this, Ian, and a massively sideways leading car.
And that will mean that he's probably going to... No, he's not going to lose the lead again unless Scott Parkin can use the momentum that he's got to go back down the inside into Redgate Corner, which he's going to try and do now. And they are overlapping there. No, Ian Jones just about holds on, but still on the inside is Scott Parkin. And I think he is going to get the lead back at Hollywood. It looks like he's got the nose, but there's another touch between them. That's 3 times now they've made side-to-side contact in this race. And Jones is massively out of shape, and he's off. Off he goes into the gravel, bouncing over the edge of the gravel trap on the grass. The steam pouring out of the back of that car now. And Ian Jones's race is surely over.
Well, we thought that Martin Gadsby and Ian Jones would want this car to win a race. It so nearly did. Unfortunately, it's very broken now. And what a dramatic 30 seconds or so that was. Already more than that, because they were changing positions before. Such a shame it ended in that way. We said how sketchy it was down the grain of curves if you were offline, and Ian Jones had found out to his cost, I'm afraid. And that means Scott Parkin leads the way, with Darren Ball in second. Graham Crowhurst will come up into third. We should have one more lap at the end of this, but yeah, fully exciting racing for our win in the Road Sport Series between three so different cars. You had the touring car development,
yes.
Coupe from Sayat. You had sort of an Audi that was built as a race car but then converted into a diesel racer, and then a 1990s BMW that's got a big M3 engine in it, and yeah, three so different cars, but because of the road sports regulations with the power to weight ratios and otherwise fairly open rule set, that is all very much part of it. So are we going to get one more lap in?
Should do. 24 seconds to go. Black flags being displayed by the marshal on the finish line, so we are going to get one more lap here. That's Sam McKee that the leader is coming up to lap now.
In Class B, Liam Criddy is catching Dan Sylvester on the road, just 6 seconds between them now. But Sylvester is still ahead, but with the penalty overhanging. Don't think he's been lapped yet by our leader, Scott Parkin, who's 4 seconds ahead of Darren Ball. So Ian Jones should end the race with fastest lap unless something changes, but that's not really going to be too much to cheer about, is it? But they're only 3 seconds away from the lap record in the end. Weren't they 140, I think you said?
Yeah.
So
conditions have considerably improved, haven't they, as this 45-minute race has gone on? I mean,
so here's Parkin, and there is Liam Criddy. So Liam Criddy must not get lapped if he wants to win Class B, and it's going to be pretty tight.
Well, this is kind of what you sort of have been warnings about for the last 10 minutes, Josh.
So Liam Criddy's team want to be going over to Scott Parkin's team at Darkside and telling them, don't lap us, we need to win this race.
It's going to be tight whether he does. Right, a 78.4 second penalty for the Auger car now because he's not made his stop go either. Right, so down towards Melbourne Hairpin for the final time goes the Darkside Developments Audi, the BMW Z4 Coupe of Liam Crilly is not far up the road. Now, they've only got one more corner to go now at Goddard. Is Scott Parkin going to think, well, I don't really need to lap this guy in the...
But remember who shared a car with him last year? It was Dan Sylvester.
And he's gone past him. And Crilly has been lapped. So it's going to be Scott Parkin that comes through to take his third victory of the season in the Tagiwa Road Sports Series race. Second place is going to go the way of Darren Ball, who led for quite a lot of it. He's got the fastest lap as well on the final lap. Scott Parkin as well, a 1:42.882. Sam McKee celebrates a great Class C victory, and he's going to be something like 18th position overall as well. Liam Crilly has come across the line ahead of Dan Sylvester.
That's on the converted
time. So
but Sylvester will get another lap.
Oh, Graham Crowhurst in the fastest lap on the final lap of the race. A 1:42.339 as he crosses the line in third position in the BMW.
This is the battle for third in Class C, and Tom Stanway's got ahead of Matt Creed right at the end there. So a good run from local man Stanaway. But look how many positions Sylvester would have lost if he also had gone a lap down, because he's just falling down on the timing screens, but he's going to get another lap, and therefore the penalty will sort of be overturned in that way.
Yes, which is a strange idiosyncrasy of the way the penalties are applied in these races, because it's not really much of a penalty then, is it? Effectively in that situation.
But that's luck more than anything.
Exactly.
Especially when it's just a minute rather than it's only sort of half a lap, isn't it, around here?
Yes, exactly. It'd be different around Branson, Indy or something like that. So we've now got all of the top 10 having come through as well. So fifth was Colin Gillespie. Sorry, fourth was Andy Schultz and Matt Hampson. Fifth was Colin Gillespie. Sixth was the Paul and Luke Vralsgar. Seventh, Liam Crilly at the moment. Eighth, Tom Stanway. Ninth, Matt Creed. And 10th, John Monday. But they'll all shuffle back behind Dan Sylvester, we think, when the final results are published. But what a very entertaining race that was, Josh.
There you go, Sylvester's across the line and wins Class B, despite being 2 minutes to 41 behind the overall leader. But yeah, massively entertaining way to end the season for Road Sports. There have been big grids all year, but a great race to end the season here for Road Sports. Here's the results.
Yeah, so Scott Parkin, the winner in car number 1, the Audi TT completed 23 laps. Second was number 25, which is Darren Ball, 6.6 seconds drift. Third was number 15, Graham Crowhurst. Good final lap from him in the BMW E46 M3. And he was 25 seconds behind. Fourth, number 69, Matt Hampson and Andy Schultz. Fifth, number 150, Colin Gillespie. Sixth, 221, Luke Browse and Father Paul. Then our Class B cars, so 7th overall, number 37, Dan Sylvester. 8th, number 12, Liam Crilly. 9th, number 95, Tom Stanway, completing the Class B podium. 10th was number 23, Matt Creed. Then it was John Monday, Mark Burton, who did well actually, made progress up the order during the course of that race. Then the Cooks were 13th, and the Tidmarsh and Webster Ginetta G40 from the pit lane. Excellent result to get to 14th place, ahead of Mark Grice, number 127 of the Audi, in 15th position. Ian Jones is shown on our screen as 16th, but he didn't get across the line. He retired from the race. 17th was number 10, the Fenwick and Shepherd BMW M2, ahead of our Class C winner, number 36, Sam McKee, in the E36 328i. 19th was Wayne Lawson, number 19, and 20th, Johnny Weston Taylor and Andy Hiley in their Lotus Elise S2. And if we scroll through a bit more, we should see our Class D winner. There we do, in 34th position, which was Stephen and Daniel Cogswell in their Nissan Almera GTI. They were 4 laps off the lead. Second in that class was the 176 Clive Walker, but that does have a penalty. And third in that class, the Bicknells BMW 116i, and they were 5 laps adrift in the end. A great way to end the Tagiwa Road Sports Series season. A big grid, a very entertaining race, and we'll have similar kind of racing tomorrow with the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship, one of 2 long distance races that we have tomorrow afternoon, as well as the Gaz Shocks 116 Trophy. Still 7 more races to come here this afternoon at Donington Park. We're going to have BMW action next, actually, with the 116 Sprint Series and the 120 Coupe Cup. They're going to have a 50-minute race. We're now going to head our way downstairs to the pit lane once again, and we'll hear from Matt Suckling with our class winners.
Yeah, we're down here with our race winner, Scott Parkin. Scott, a little bit of damage on your wheel there. We saw the close battle you had for the lead, which you got the win in, but that was close.
Yeah, a bit closer than I wanted. I don't mind there being like 3 mil gap, but we don't want to be touching if we can help it. I'm not quite sure what Ian was thinking then, but I'll speak to him after, see what he has to say. But yeah, very close towards the end. I could see that coming. Darren and Ian at the start, they were just gone, and I thought they must have a wet setup on the cars, or at least I think Ian's just not got a brain when it's in them conditions. So they were off. But I knew we'd gone on a dry setup, and I could tell that it was going to come to me. So I just hoped that there were enough time in the race for the conditions to come to me, and it did. Although I've just found out Graham took the fastest lap off me on the last lap, which is not very nice. So I'll have to have a word with him as well. But yeah, very close. Bit of a shame about the other car. We had fuel surge issues with the looks of it, so I think maybe the in-tank pumps damaged or not working. Not too sure. So the guys are looking. But it's tomorrow that counts for that car, because we're hoping to seal second in the championship in that. So this was just a test. So
it was a great race, though, one of the best Road Sports Series races we've had this year, so it must have been quite fun to be involved in.
Yeah, definitely. Like I say, I'd rather it not be as close as that, but these things happen, so yeah, fingers crossed we have a good race tomorrow as well.
Good stuff. Well, Scott, you can have your winner's garland and your winner's hat now from James Winstanley, so that is that garland. Let's have a quick chat with Darren Ball, who finished in second place. You were involved in a fight towards the beginning, and you were kind of overseeing what was happening in front of you towards the end as well.
Yeah, we went for a full wet setup on it, thinking we were going to get a little bit more wet weather, and unfortunately, as the circuit dried out, my pace started to drop off a little bit. I was getting massive understeer, couldn't stay with these boys. Managed to stay with Ian at the start. Obviously, it was damp, hoping that it was going to stay damp, but no, it fell away from me, unfortunately.
Were you surprised how quickly the track did start to dry?
Yeah, as soon as it didn't surprise me, in all fairness. We were just hoping that it was going to stay damp for the whole session, but as soon as the sun came out, yeah, it just the line was getting drier and drier every lap. So yeah, it fell away from me.
It was a cracking battle, though. It was kind of, as you said, you went away at the start, then things came back together. It was a great fight out there.
Yeah, it was really good fun. Yes, yeah, but watching these guys in the front, Scott and Ian, and they're coming together in that little tussle, I was thinking, just bide my time, maybe I'll get it back. And then when Ian went off, I could see him at the old hairpin coming across, and I'm thinking I'll just back right off because he's going to come across and potentially take me out. So then Scott dropped me, I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 seconds then. So I was hoping I was going to be a little bit closer to him than that, but it is what it is.
Good race. Well done, Darren. Congratulations on second place. And Graham Crowhurst is over here for third place. Graham, never easy in a BMW on a wet circuit, but things were drying up there and you were kind of trying to stay in the battle.
Yeah, I just wish the race was about an hour later than it was. I just was really nervous at the start because 12 months ago today I put it in the wall on the GP circuit in the same conditions. So I just don't do anything silly. But yeah, it just took too long to dry out for me. I was on a dry setup, which is why I got the fastest lap on the last lap. But it was just too little, too late. But I'm happy to be here, but through a bit of luck because I think the compact had a bit of trouble. So, but hey, you got to finish.
That's the thing, though, isn't it? You got to finish. You got third place. You got the fastest lap. So some positives to take away.
Yeah, I'm really happy. Yeah. I've wanted to do more of this year, but I've just had bad luck with the car and the calendar hasn't worked out for me. So definitely want to try some more, maybe some club enduro. I think it's good fun with the tactics and doing it with friends as well.
Yeah, definitely. And with over 40 cars on the grid to come out in third place, it's a really good result.
Really good, yeah, and I'm really happy as well because there's about 14 or 15 Class A's. So sometimes I'm only racing 2 or 3 cars in class. So to be competitive against that many cars and quick drivers, really happy. So yeah.
Good result. Well done, Graham. Congratulations on a podium there in the final Tagiwa Road Sports Series race of the season. As Ian and Josh said, one of the best of the year so far. So hopefully you all enjoyed that, and we look forward to much more from them in 2025. On the way next, we look forward to the 116 Sprint and the 120 Coupe Cup, which is on the way next.
So we'll have cars onto the grid shortly for the 4th race of the day, which is going to be for the Gazshocks 116 Sprint and 120 Coupe Cup. And indeed they're arriving right on cue for the first of their 2 15-minute races that they will have this afternoon. Another huge grid of cars, more than 40 set to take part in this. A handful of the 120 coupes, but the majority of the grid, the 116, which we'll also see out tomorrow in the 90-minute trophy race. Here's the grid. Pole position has gone the way of number 5, Anthony Seddon, and behind him is number 59, Rob Carvell. Those are the 2 drivers in contention for the 120 Coupe Cup part of the championship. Second row of the grid, you've got 555 Matt Highcock and 173 Matt Priestwood. Those are the first 2 116s, those disputing the 116 championship, but Priestwood really needs to win both races with fastest lap as far as the 116s are concerned to stand any chance of the championship. Row 3 on the inside is 209 Will Abraham and 151, which is the car of Peter Keane. On the 4th row of the grid, it's number 25, which is Ethan Hall, and number 71 is Jack Godden. On row 5, it's 228, which is James Waring, and 86, Pete Brand. Row 6 of the grid has number 12, Tom Sibley, besides number 10, Paul Whiten. Row 7, that is where we find the 101 car of Ben Wilshire, and 121, which is AJ Duffel. On the 8th row, 31 and 34 being David Smith and Toby O'Reilly. Row 9, 232, Jonathan Baker, and 107, Dan Lavery. Row 10 of the grid, 104, which is Ben Dobbs, and 82, Tom Littlechild. Row 11, 55, Lewis Charlton, and 220, Andrew Partridge. Row 12, 325, which is Callum Davis, and 89, Freddie Tatham. Row 13 of the grid, 111, Antonia Sousa, and treble 8, David Hudson. Row 14, 103, Steve Lloyd, and 28, Melissa Bexley. Row 15, 47, Connor Anderson has 83, James Cannon besides him. Row 16 of the grid is the 102 car, James Allen, and the 78 car of James Paul. Thomas Brady Taxter, 106 on the inside of the 17th row, besides 109, Mark Bate. Row 18 is treble 3, Daniel Snee, and 105, Kyle Felton. The 19th row is number 7, which is Harrison Compton Goddard, and 9, Julian Howe. 321, Caroline Early, and 14, Harry Hurstgrover on the 20th row. On the 21st row, it's number 360, Mark Milne, and with a 10-second penalty, number 30, Harry Miles. So 42 cars we will have on the grid then for this 120 Coupe Cup and 116 Sprint Championship. And we get the green flag waved at the back. So the grid is all present and correct. A huge field of these cars, which Josh Barrett look absolutely magnificent, and I'm sure are going to give us a couple of good races today.
Yeah, that's right. And I think probably the biggest number of cars we've had on a grid and we'll have even more tomorrow with the
Yes.
116 trophy. So it's just growing all the time, isn't it? This affordable rear-wheel drive racing series and championship. And it's interesting sort of how many people have got behind the sprint idea as well as the endurance idea, which has been around for a bit longer. But as you said, it's a championship to be won. The 116 Sprint Championship, I think, probably will be our focus with this pressure really on Matt Priestwood to get 2 wins, get 2 fastest laps, and he really needs Matthew Highcock not to really finish on the podium.
Yeah, I think a second and a third certainly will do it for Highcock, whatever Priestwood does, even if Priestwood does get the 2 wins with fastest laps today.
I wondered if Highcock got a third and fastest lap, that would be enough, because obviously that would take the fastest lap point away from Priestwood. Well, I guess any fastest lap if you say you need fastest lap in both.
Yeah, exactly. That would be enough. So there's various things, various ways.
So it's in Highcock's favour, which would make sense because he's won 5 races this year, 2 Priestwood's 2. Highcock's been on the podium in every race. Priestwood's only had 8. Which in normal circumstances would be good in a 10 races, but Highcock's been so consistent. So the green flag lap gets underway. Interestingly, in the wet conditions, the 116s were on par with the 120s, but now it's drying out. That we should have the sort of a spread between the two. Although tricky conditions offline is going to make this race interesting, I suspect.
I think you're pretty right.
And if perhaps some teams didn't realise it was drying out as quick as it had done, have they put the right setup on? We heard from Darren Ball just a moment ago that a wet setup is certainly not the way to go. So this race could be interesting, couldn't it? With good online but not great grip offline.
That's right, and let's not forget the 120 Coupe battle as well, because there is still a championship to be decided there. In that, we've had 2 wins this season for Rob Carvell, 5 for Anthony Seddon. And as far as the points are concerned, between those two, as they come into this final double-header in the championship, Rob Carvell has 164, Anthony Seddon has 152, and that's really a function of Anthony Seddon having missed one of the meetings during the course of the year. So those are the only 2 that have done the majority of the season in the 120 Coupe Cup, but that's still up for grabs today, and no sort of drop scores really to worry about in those. So it's basically Seddon 12 points behind. He needs to probably hope that Rob Carvell has some kind of misfortune, I would think, during the course of the day. But 116s, yeah, I think we'll have a very good race in there. We've talked about Highcock and Priestwood, but Will Abraham is quick as well, so too is Peter Keane. Good to see Jack Gordon back up towards the sharp end of the grid in the number 71 car. We'll see if that persists into the race in the dry conditions.
I think he might be on pole for race 2, if I remember, or certainly even further forward than he is in this. But yeah, that car's had all sort of problems all year, hasn't it? Down on power, I think.
Yeah, which is probably why it did better in the wet earlier on, and we'll see if perhaps it can't sustain that now that conditions have improved somewhat.
Unless they've sorted that problem out, and then as you say, he might be a factor. Otherwise, it's pretty much the same people as it has been all season. With Abraham, he's always there or thereabouts. He won the 2 at Silverstone, but regularly otherwise he's sort of behind the other 2. Highcock and Priestwood. Then Peter Keane, who's always there or thereabouts. He won at Brands Hatch. He's there 4th on the grid. And then you've got the 2 youngsters, Ethan Hall and James Waring, that have been fast this season. Ethan Hall's had a best of 4th. Waring has had 1 podium, which came last time out at Croft. So he'll be looking for another, while Ethan Hall looking for his first podium of the year.
Just going around then to take up their positions on the grid. The 2 marshals there standing at the front, holding their yellow flags to show the drivers where the front positions are.
Who's going to try and go up on the inside where it's a better line perhaps for the first lap, but it's not going to have as much grip?
Yeah, well, that's right. It's going to be interesting. So you can see exactly where the drier part of the circuit is, and you can see what the racing line is there for as the cars move towards the left-hand side of the circuit as they turn in for Redgate. So off the line, I think the cars on the sort of right-hand side of the circuit and the far left-hand side of the circuit, they've probably got less grip than the cars sort of on the in sort of the middle 2 ranks, if you like, of cars immediately off the line. Interesting to see how this plays out. And as Josh says, in the now dry conditions, or drier conditions, we should see the 120s move further away from the 116s and leave those. But there are some 120s in the pack as well, aren't there, that need to to find their way through.
Yeah, I think you've got Mark Bate and is it Graham Chatham, I think, out in this one. They're further back on the grid though.
About to go racing then for the first time this weekend for the Gasshocks 116 Sprint Series, Sprint Trophy, and the race gets underway then. And the 120s on the front row of the grid making good starts there. Rob Carvel in the silvery grey car, and the other way round, and a bit further back. It's not a good start by Matt Priestwood at all, is it? Among the 116s, so he's dropped back to third within that class, and that's important because he needs to win with fastest lap to stand a chance of taking the title away from Matthew Highcock. And this is the first season of racing for the 116 Sprint Trophy as a championship.
How about that? I don't know, we don't even run wide at Redgate, so any concerns that could get messy, absolutely not needed. What about the old hairpin?
Well, Anthony Seddon was leading Rob Carvel through there, but there's a lot of cars to get through the Craner curves and the old hairpin, but touch wood, as I say, it looks like everyone is safely through at the moment. One car is a little bit slower off the old hairpin and is pulling off onto the grass, maybe with a problem rather than anything else.
Jack Gordon's coming through the field, if anything, Ian. He's on the inside of Ethan Hall, who does get shuffled a little bit wide. Just ahead, Matt Priestwood is desperately trying to get past Will Abraham as he sees his championship rival Matt Highcock go away. And all sorts of scrapping for what is fourth in the 116. Priestwood, though, is alongside Abraham as they come out of the corner, but look how far Matt Highcock is up the road. Yeah, great start to the race for Matt Highcock, doing more than what he needs to do, but it's side by side for second amongst the 116s as they come down. Will Abraham with the green mirrors on his car, the mainly pink car of Matt Priestwood is still in third position. Matt Priestwood with his eye on moving into higher ranks of racing for next season. He's losing a position though. This is not what he wanted because Jack Godden has got past him in the number 71 car. The two 120s are nose to tail as well. Rob Carvel and Anthony Seddon. Seddon is still ahead at the moment, and we are waiting for the cars to make their way up towards Goddard's for the first time then. There's Priestwood having been shuffled back by Jack Godden. Oh, and a spinner down there, that's the 220 car. Andrew Partridge and Austin Browse are sharing that this weekend. It's Partridge out for this race. Fortunately, the timing screen hasn't begun this race, so we won't be able to bring up those graphics for you just as of yet. But it is Rob Carvel that leads. So he got past Anthony Seddon on that opening lap in the 120 Coupe Cup. There's Highcock behind them. Not falling that far back, really, is he, in the 116 Sprint Trophy car. In third overall, and interestingly, that is working on that screen, so we can bring you the graphics. Yeah, we can. So it's showing it's Rob Carvel leading by half a second. Yeah, I think the TSL live timing is not working, but the sort of back end that we have into it for our graphics are working. So we've got those. Carvel, Seddon, Highcock leading the 116s. Then Will Abraham, Jack Gordon, Matt Priestwood, Peter Keane, James Waring, Pete Brand, and Ethan Hall rounding out the top 10. There is Matt Highcock, though. Look at the size of that lead. I mean, that's not what we've come to expect in the 116 Sprint Series, or the trophy actually, during the course of the past couple of seasons. This is how you go to win a championship, isn't it? It is. But it's a great battle of a second with Abraham, who's fallen into the clutches of Jack Gordon, then Priestwood, then Peter Keane and James Waring. Ethan Hall dropped down on that opening lap, so he is behind also Pete Brand. But yeah, it's a great scrap for what is second in the Sprint Trophy. So they'll be heading down towards the S's, where the two 120s are. Rob Carvel ahead of Anthony Seddon. Yep, heading down towards the right-hander. That's Melbourne Hairpin. Go the leaders. There's Highcock as well in third position. Here they come out of the hairpin now, climbing back up towards us at Goddard's. It's the 59 car ahead of Rob Carvel, ahead of number 5 Anthony Seddon. So if things stay this way, this is looking good for Rob Carvel to take the 120 Coupe Cup Championship. There's a car that's stopped, which is number 7, the Harrison Compton Goddard, Christopher Compton Goddard car has stopped on the start and finish straight. You can see that on the timing screen as we've got a battle on there for the lead of the race overall, and also battles going on in the 116s, and Matt Priestwood is losing ground, I think, net there. Peter Keane has come through ahead of both Priestwood and Jack Gordon. If we can look back to the second group of cars, if we can, because they were absolutely, 3 abreast at least past our commentary position, but the overall lead battle is just as good, with Rob Carvel putting the pressure on it. Look back into the Craner curves, maybe to that battle that Will Abraham led across the line, but all battles behind. What about a bit further back? Well, there's Peter Keane. So Keane did come through, and James Waring had followed him ahead of both Matt Priestwood and Jack Gordon. So I wonder if Priestwood had a go at Gordon at the final corner in, and they've both got caught out. And Waring going for what would be third. I think someone might have had a moment. Yes. Ethan Hall.
25 car. The driver from Dorking. Priestwood is trying to get back ahead of James Waring, who's had some success in the last couple of meetings in 116s. He's pretty rapid, he's certainly proved that, but it's getting a little bit too close between those two. Almost rubbing door handles there.
And massively sideways as Waring as he turned into the corner. Two of the youngest drivers on the grid, both teenagers still. Is that the car that was slow at the beginning, the Andersons? I think that was the car we saw slow at the old hairpin, possibly.
Yes, I think
so
it was.
That has pitted. But yeah, Matt Priestwood, as everything's going away from everything that could go wrong and trying to win this championship is seemingly in this race, with his rival up the road, and then he's getting involved in all the scraps.
So 9 minutes of this race left to go. There is the Treble 5 car there, Matt Highcock, who is streets ahead, it would seem, in the 116 Sprint Trophy part of this competition. Third place overall. There you can see in second place Will Abraham, third Matt Priestwood once again, is it?
Yes, he's coming back through. Yeah, we saw him get, well, it got a bit lively between him and Waring, but he did get through. So this is our secondary class in speed, if you like, but a much more numerous 116 Sprint Trophy cars. Matthew Highcock does a 2:01.8 then, and he is going away from Will Abraham. He's 6 seconds ahead, and then a big battle for third in that division. Matt Priestwood, James Waring, Peter Keane, Jack Gordon and Pete Brand all involved in this battle, with Tom Sibley not far behind.
That's right, so that's the top 10 then at the end of lap number 3. It's probably going to be something like a 7, maybe an 8 lap, probably an 8 lap race actually, looking at the times that are now being done by the front running in 120s. They're in the 157s now, Seddon's in 157, 415, and he is ahead now of Rob Carvel, so settling into the lead of the race. But we're looking again at the 116s, and in particular the battle for second in the 116s. We're headed at the moment by Will Abraham in the 209 car, but he is now getting away from Matt Priestwood and James Waring, who at this part of the circuit a lap ago got a little bit leery, the two of them got very close to one another as they turned their way out of McLean's and up towards Coppice Corner. You can see at this part of the circuit the dry line is on the right hand side of the track. Cars make their way through the Fox-Yeses, run out to the left hand side of the track on the racing line. That will be the dry part of the circuit there, and then the head once again down to the Melbourne hairpin. There's exactly half of the race gone. Half of it to go. Are we going to get a change of lead? It looks like Carvel has gone through on the inside, but then run wide on the exit.
Yes, he braked much too late, and that means Seddon's going to have a larger lead, I think, than what he had before. I think this is the first time any 116s have raced on the Grand Prix circuit, because the trophy has always been on the national track when they've been here. So these are lap records for BMW 116 competition, as well as the 120 Coupe Cups. But yeah, that big challenge from Carvel did not work out. So they come across the line with a full second between them for the first time in this race. Anthony Seddon ahead. 16 seconds quicker than they were in the dry, showing the speed difference when it was slippery earlier. Matt Priestwood is still ahead of James Waring. Are they catching Will Abraham? The gap was 1.5 seconds. It's now a second. They are coming towards Abraham for second in the 116 division. But they're not... Matt Priestwood's not really dropping any of that chasing pack, is he? Maybe Pete Brand in 9th overall has fallen away from Jack Gordon. And Jack Gordon's not struggling with dry conditions, is he? So that car seems to be back to where it was last year.
Yeah, he's on the pace, isn't he? So what lap times he's done? He's done a 2:02.127. Best lap in is a 2:01.378 among the 116s, which is for Highcock, so it's not too far off the pace at all. So that car seems to be back into its sweet spot again, which is good to see. And the number 71 car driven by Martin Donnelly a few years ago at Snetterton. So that's your top group of cars gone through. That's back to 8th, that little group of cars. Then Pete Brand, number 86 in 9th. Tom Sibley, number 12 in 10th position. All things though pointing towards a victory for Matthew Highcock here, and him confirming himself as the 116 Sprint Trophy champion as well, with a round to go at the end of this afternoon's racing. Anthony Seddon and Rob Carvel, I think that's probably going to go down to the wire. 2:32 is into the pit lane, and that is the car of Jonathan Baker and Ian Mitchell for this race.
Nose to tail between Abraham and Priestwood. So Priestwood's caught that second to the double Silverstone race winner Will Abraham. There was 12 points on total scores between these two coming into the weekend for second in the championship, as Rob Carvel now into the 56s does. The best up of the race, and there's contact, and round goes James Waring out of 6th overall, 4th in class. Was that Peter Keane that perhaps was trying to pass him? And it's all gone wrong then for James Waring, the 16-year-old from Lancashire, now facing the wrong way, desperately wants to get out of that situation and has done. But he's obviously lost a lot of position, so a real shame there for the young teenager. Youngest driver on the grid, probably youngest driver racing this weekend.
Yeah, so that means that Pete Brand and Tom Sibley move up to 8th and 9th respectively, and I think we'll get a different 10th place driver as well when they come through.
It was a strangely massive gap, wasn't there?
It
From
was.
Sibley back to Ben Wilshire, who's actually now been passed by his teammate Dan Lavery, who's into the top 10 overall. A very large gap, showing how quick that front group are, even if they're not as quick as Matthew Highcock. Although Priestwood now on par with Highcock's pace, as he's caught Will Abraham. Here are the overall leaders. They're going to get 2 laps at the end of this. That'll be, what, an 8-lap race.
Yeah.
9/10 of a second between Seddon and Carvel at the start of the lap. Carvel, for the championship, only really needs to sit behind, but I'm not sure how much either of them are thinking about the championship. It's all about race wins, I think, at this stage for the 120 Coupe Cup.
That's right. Not so many of them on the grid. Hopefully that will continue to build and more cars will be prepared for this. And you can see that they are several seconds a lap quicker, getting on for 4.5 seconds a lap quicker, aren't they, I would say, at the moment around the Grand Prix circuit, which is a relatively long lap, of course, at Donington. But nevertheless, they do offer a performance step up from the 116s, which are hugely popular, as you can see from the size of the grid that we have here today, and we'll have again tomorrow for the Enduro race. So these two go on to their penultimate lap of the race now, with just over 3 minutes of the race left to go. Seddon and Carvel separated by 9/10 of a second, and then it's quite a long gap back then to Matthew Highcock in the 116 Trophy lead. But the 116 Trophy second place, well, that is still very much under dispute. Will Abraham, number 209, is there in second place at the moment from number 173 Matt Priestwood, should say, and then it's the 151 car of Peter Keane. Will Abraham has won twice this season, Peter Keane once, and Matt Priestwood twice as well, but it's Highcock, of course, who's done most of the winning 5 victories before this weekend. Looks like the mirror on Abraham's car has been folded in a bit on the passenger side of the car, so that's probably not being terribly useful for him at the moment.
I wonder if Matt Priestwood can make the most of that and challenge on that side, particularly for the last corner. Abraham won't know perhaps if Priestwood is challenging, and that could give Matt Priestwood an opportunity to catch Will Abraham unaware in 209. Will Abraham then 21 from Berkshire in second position in the class. Has also raced in the Fun Cup with his dad, Paul, who I think will be driving the car tomorrow in the trophy race, the 90-minute race. Priestwood's got a run here, but Abraham saw him coming. He moves across to defend up towards Coupe. It's still, though, damp on the inside line, so Abraham doesn't really want to turn in on that line. It's an awkward line he's had, and that's allowed Matt Priestwood to come up the inside. The best one of all is Peter Keane, so they're going to be free abreast. The Essex isn't really known for a corner to go free or wide into, so this is all going to get sketchy. Peter Keane backs out of it. Matt Priestwood is nosing ahead, and he goes through. So Priestwood has made it. That's all started up at Coppice, and it is completed by the time they get to the S's into second place, where there were yellow flags out, so that's why they had to back off, and that means a checkered flag has gone out, I think, to Anthony Seddon, who's won the 120 Coupe Cup race. There you can see a checkered flag a lap early with that car off at the S's.
So the 120 Coupe Championship will go to tomorrow, but we should have any moment now. Matthew Highcock coming through to take the checkered flag. And let's wait for him. Here he comes. And Matthew Highcock comes across the line now, takes the checkered flag and wins the 116 Sprint Trophy Championship for 2024. The inaugural championship for these cars. Matthew Highcock has put that beyond doubt now. And meanwhile, we've had a great race in the 120s. The two lead protagonists, Seddon and Carvel, finishing in that order. Meanwhile, it's Priestwood that's come across the line second in the 116s, Keane third, Abraham fourth, Jack Gordon fifth, and Pete Brand sixth.
So Keane also got past Abraham in all of that, didn't he? So for Will Abraham, it's not been an ideal situation. Caroline Early, I think, might have been the car in the gravel. She didn't come through at the end of the previous lap. Dan Lavery, he comes through ahead of James Waring, who recovered to what would be 9th in the 116s, with Ben Wilshire 10th, and just ahead of them was Tom Sibley, who therefore was in 7th. Into the pit lane, therefore not classified, is Paul Whiten in 10, who was 7th in the championship coming into this final weekend. There's Matthew Highcock, though, on your screen now, the champion of the 116 Sprint Trophy, with 6 race victories, a couple of seconds and 3 thirds, never off the podium. And it all came good for Matthew Highcock at Anglesey, and he's only been beaten once since July.
Yeah, no, he's had a very good run. But there's the overall result then after 7 laps of racing. Number 5, Anthony Seddon, the race winner. Some from number 59, Rob Carvell in second place, 1.647 seconds between those two. 26 seconds back, but then the 116 winner was number 555, Matthew Highcock. Fourth was number 173, and he was 11 and a bit seconds behind the first of the 116 car. So 173, Matt Priestwood, second of the 116s. Fifth overall, third of the 116s was number 151, Peter Keane. And sixth was 29, Will Abraham. Seventh, number 71, Jack Gordon. Eighth, number 86, Pete Brand. Ninth was number 12, Tom Sibley. And 10th, 107, Dan Lavery, ahead of James Waring, Ben Wilshire, Ben Dobbs, and Tom Littlechild. Further back, AJ Duffel was 15th, ahead of Lewis Charlton, David Smith, Ethan Hall, Paul Whiten, although he was in the pit lane, and David Hudson rounded out the top 20. And we'll let the rest of these scroll through, because there was a lot of cars, nearly 42 cars started the race. We'll have a look at the cars from 28th downwards now, and you can see.
Don't think Ian
going through, Josh.
Don't think any of the other 120s got out, did they, in that race?
Didn't look like it.
So we just did have Seddon and Carvell as the only two, as you say. Hopefully more of those next year, because Anthony Seddon's been quite a big supporter of that, hasn't he? Saying they're good cars to drive, just that bit faster than the 116s, but otherwise quite similar.
Well, they're going to be back out again later on today, 5 to 6 this evening for those cars, and that's going to be the final race of the day. We're going to stay with sprint racing next, as we are for the rest of the day, actually, because we're moving to more motorcycle engined racing. This time it's going to be the Nankang Tyres Sports 1000 Championship that is up next. Bit of recovery work to be done, picking up 1 or 2 cars that fell by the wayside during that 116 trophy, sprint trophy, and 120 Coupe Cup race. So it'll be a few moments before we get the Sports 1000 cars out onto the street, which don't have a green flag lap, by the way.
Looks
straight
like
into racing for those cars.
Looks like we're going to catch up with a top 3 from the 116 element of that race, including our new champion. One Matt is with another, so let's have a word with Matt Suckling.
Thanks, Josh. Yep, down here with Ant Seddon, who won the race. We'll get to our champion very shortly. And good win out there, good battle as well with Rob.
Yeah, fantastic battle. It kept me honest. I had to work hard for it. It was a good race.
We had a drying track as well. Did you contend right with that one?
Absolutely, no problem at all. Some back markers caused an issue, but I avoided all the contact, so no problem.
And in terms of this year with the 120s, you enjoyed driving them?
Yeah, it's a mega car. It's only a shame I had to miss 2 rounds, which effectively draws me out of the championship, but I shall carry on fighting.
Yeah,
never over.
Indeed. Another race to come. Well done. Let's have a quick word, if we can, with Matt. Where's Matt disappeared to? Here he is over here. Let's see if we can grab our provisional champion. Matt, if you wouldn't mind, come and have a quick chat with us. Well done. We think you've wrapped it up in the 116 championship, the inaugural champion in this class. How does it feel?
Lost for words, to be honest. Yeah, I'm over the moon. That was probably the best start I've ever had, from a standing start, and then obviously Will and Matt going at it really hard. I could see it in the mirrors, so I just head down. Every lap was like a qualifying lap then, just to get a bit of a gap. So.
And to be fair, the guys upstairs said probably one of the biggest margins we've had so far this year in 116. So you've absolutely crashed the field this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, if it wasn't for Will and Matt going, battling so hard, I don't think I would have got away that quick. But it played into my advantage anyway.
It's been a long year. Everything's come together. You've got the results you wanted. You can now go out and celebrate in that final race.
Yeah, I can chill out a bit now.
And celebrate as well.
Yeah, thank you, mate.
There we go, Matt Highcock, who finishes as our winner. We'll have a quick word with Mac as well, who finished second within the 116s. Matt said there that you two guys behind were squabbling, so you were kind of left in the distance, but still second place in the class.
Yeah, great result. Great result, but very hectic race, to be honest, so I didn't get the best of starts. I think we dropped down to 4th or else 5th. By the end of the race, we battled our way back up to 2nd, so good result.
Yeah, it was a good result. You knew what you needed to do to try and take the championship to the final race, but it wasn't quite there, was it, today?
Not today. There's still a very unlikely chance something could happen in the last race. Obviously, I don't wish it on Matt, obviously it's horrible to say something like that, but, you know, it ain't over until the last flag drops, so we'll see.
Well, you've still got one race to go, so you can kind of overhaul Matt maybe in that final race and get a win to end the year.
Yeah, that would be very nice. That's what we're hoping for.
Good stuff. Well done, Matt. Congratulations. And we'll have a quick chat as well with Peter, who finished in 3rd place. Peter, if you wouldn't mind, come and have a quick chat with us. How was that race for you?
Yeah, eventful. Yeah, a lot going on. Just managed to nick it at the end there, where Will just went wide at the last corner. Them two were battling away for ages, and I was sort of trying to pick my moment. There's a couple of moments on the back straight there where they were 2 abreast, so I sort of got alongside him, but the yellow flag came out, so I had to back right off. Otherwise, I'd have probably got past both of them. But yeah, last corner, last ditch move at the last corner where Will went wide, so managed to nick it. So yeah, pretty happy with that. So yeah, it was a good result.
Yeah, lots of dicing going on, which kind of left you behind Matt out front. But if you can kind of work together next time out and try and catch him up, you might be in for a win.
Matt's just in a different league, isn't he? Like he just drove well. I watched him up the road, just miles away. So it's just a case of just trying to sort of catch these boys in front and keep up with those guys. But again, still tough, and it's a lot of battling dicing. It's good fun though. Yeah, it's a good race. So yeah, happy with the result.
And how were the conditions as well? We saw a dry line.
Yeah, it was pretty much dry everywhere. Offline was a bit tricky. So if you're on the brakes offline, had a bit of a moment offline into the hairpin. So but on the brakes, but yeah, other than that, it was a dry line most of the track, so it was pretty good.
Good stuff. Well done. Congratulations on 3rd place. So that's Peter Keane, and we've also had a word there with our provisional champion for this year, Matt Highcock. So he's happy. He's now celebrating and having a look over all the data with the team by the looks of it. So more from them later on with our 2nd race of the day. But up next is going to be the Nanhang Tyre Sports 1000 Championship.
Coming up next, it is the Nanhang Tyre Sports 1000 Championship, including as well the MK Sports Cars Cup 200s as well. And it's a good grid, more than 20 cars that we have here for a 15-minute race. No green flag lap for these cars, so let's give you the grid without further ado. Pole position on his return, number 29, Chippy Westmail. Alongside him is number 24, Rich Miles. Second row of the grid, number 42, Clint Newman has number 2, Dan Clues beside him. In 3rd place is number 54, on row 3 is number 54, Ryan Yarrow. He needs just a 7th to wrap up the championship. Besides him is 72, Johnny McGill. Row 4 of the grid is 28, Charlie Sladden, and 33, Daniel Ashby. Row 5 is 20, Mark Goodwin, and 63, Colin Chapman. Row 6 is is 88 Richard Webb and 111 Mike Whiteman Hayward. Row 7, 44 Carl Austin and 98 John Cutmore. Row 8 is 43 Paul Rogers and 69 Ian Hutchinson. Row 9, 15 Chris Wilkinson and 84 Wayne Armston. On the 10th row it's 34 Stephen Dean and 83 Alex Aloro. Then on row 11 of the grid it's 46 Charles Wright and 4 John Murphy. Cars just about formed up on the grid then ahead of this 15 minute race. I want to say 20-minute race for the Nankang Tyre Sports 1000 Championship, beg your pardon. So it's going to be Chippy Westmail on pole, his first race in Sports 1000s for a little while. He's got Rich Miles next to him on the grid, both of them very capable, both of them race winners in the past. Besides them, we've got the very rapid, driving his second season of racing in the Spire, number 42 Clint Newman and number 2 Dan Clues, making it 2 Spires in the first two Mittels, I should say, in the first 2 races, and 2 Spires for that matter. And then you've got Ryan Yarrow, who's the man that's looking for his 4th championship in Sports 1000s on the inside of row 3 in his Spire GT3 that he runs himself, besides number 72 Johnny McGill. We've also got Cup 200 points to look at and the Sporting Cup as well, but the race about to get underway. We've got the 5-second board being shown and it's going to be a 20-minute race. Red lights going on and going out, and away we go. And it's a good start by Westmail. A lot of wheel spin for Rich Miles, it would seem, and that's allowed Clint Newman to come through from the second row of the grid and get ahead of him. But it's Westmail leading. And now it's Clint Newman having a look up the inside. Rich Miles trying to hold on to 3rd position as well as they turn their way through Redgate Corner for the first time. It's still Westmail ahead. It's Rich Miles trying to get 2nd place back from Clint Newman. He's done it as they go through Hollywood and down the Craner curves for the first time.
I think this might be Westmail's first race in anything this year, so see what he can do from there. There's been good starts from some of the Cup 200 drivers. I think Richard Webb from 11th on the grid is something like 6th or 7th. As they turn their way down through the old hairpin, but Westmail getting away then from Miles and Newman, who had some great battles at Snetterton. That was last time out, wasn't it? No, they went to Alton in between. Some battles there. Paul Rogers is getting very close, up and personal there with one of the Cup 200 cars. He qualified much further down than he would like to, and what he is saying it will be his last weekend. A former champion in this category back in 2011, but here come the battlers, including Ryan Yarrow, who are wondering if he's going to drive safe to win this championship or if he's going to go out with a good result.
I'm sure he'd like both to happen, really. He'd like to get a good result out of it, but equally he doesn't want to do anything that could jeopardise his hopes. Clint Newman and Dan Clues are the drivers that could mathematically pass him in the championship before the weekend is out, but he'll be keen for that not to happen. Having said that, he's about to try and challenge Clint Newman for 3rd place here. We've got Dan Clues behind him, and Rich Miles has run wide even and Goddard. He's lost 2nd position to Newman, given Chippy Westmail a bigger lead now. He's going to get back alongside Clint Newman, the postman from the West Country, as they head along the Wheatcroft Straight, but it's going to be Newman that holds on, then Miles, then Yarrow, who will win the championship in 2020, 21 and 2023. And then in 5th position it is Dan Clues.
So Newman there in 2nd. He was a winner at Snetterton. Then you've got Rich Miles, who's had 3 wins this year, and Ryan Yarrow, who has had 5. There have been 6 winners this year. We could get 7 with Chippy Westmail leading the way. But Miles and Yarrow are wheel to wheel, and Yarrow swoops around the outside in towards McLean's. Rich Miles seems to be making a few mistakes, doesn't he? And he's about to lose another place to Dan Clues. He's on his inside as they go into Coppage. Can't quite get there. There's our Cup 200 lead, although it doesn't show as a Cup 200 car on the timing screen, but he certainly is one. Richard Webb, he's ahead of Mike Whiteman Hayward, who is trying to win the championship in Cup 200. He's ahead of his rival, John Cutmore, as Dan Clues completes the move on Miles for 4th.
Certainly does. So we've also got the Sporting Cup for the drivers that haven't had top finishes in the Bikesports 1000 Championship. Charlie Sladden leads Colin Chapman and Johnny McGill in that particular competition at the moment as well. But here are the cars that are chasing after Chippy Westmail, the 2019 champion, who continues to lead this race, led by 1.4 seconds at the end of the opening lap. There's, you can see Colin Chapman ahead of Charlie Sladden there, so that could be important in the Sporting Cup. and then just behind you've got the 88 car of Richard Webb. That is an MK Indy with a higher booster engine, so a larger engine capacity than the cars in the main Sports 1000 traditional championship.
Got Whiteman, Hayward and Cutmore together, the two championship rivals in Cup 200, as Chris Wilkinson's gone for a spin at the final corner. But here they are, two championship protagonists in Cup 200. There's not that much between them either in the points. On total scores, Whiteman, Hayward ahead by 6, but after drops, I think Cutmore ahead by 6.
Okay, I'll look at my spreadsheet in a moment because I've got something different to that.
Okay.
But we'll come back to that.
But it's close anyway.
It is close between them, and it could go either way in the championship with this race and one more tomorrow to go. They'll have their final round of the championship tomorrow morning. Double header here this weekend. Did I see Chippy Westmail not leading there? Yes, I did. He's down to 3rd place. Now, I don't know how that's happened.
They were catching him, actually, on the last lap.
But Clint Newman and Ryan Yarrow have both gone through to first and second. So I think Westmail must have made a bit of a mistake there to lose both of those positions, or possibly... Yes, I think both of those positions. Certainly, he must have made a mistake, I would have thought.
Yeah, Newman was only 2 tenths behind at the start of the lap and a lot quicker. So Westmail's dry pace is not what his wet pace was in qualifying. They're going 13 seconds quicker than they went in the wet this morning in qualifying. Yarrow's twitchy there, coming into the final corner, but Clint Newman going away up front in the Spire, looking for his 2nd win of the season. Yarrow is 2nd, looking for the championship. And then Westmail in 3rd, a gap back to Dan Clues, who's involved in a battle with Rich Miles. Well, 1:38.4, new fastest lap, aimshop.com fastest lap for Ryan Yarrow. But now that Westmail sort of gathered himself, he's seemingly going with them. So it's free for the lead down towards the old hairpin.
I do agree with you, by the way, in your summation of the Cutmore versus Whiteman Hayward battle in the Sporting Cup, having revisited my spreadsheet. Anyway, we've got a race on our hands for the lead of the Nanking Tyre Sports 1000 Championship here. It's Clint Newman leading, Ryan Yarrow, the champion-elect, 2nd, and Chippy Westmail in 3rd. The 3 of them covered by less than a second, I should think, as they come out of McLean's. They're being chased by Dan Clues and Rich Miles as well. They're turning their way through Coppice now, through that double apex right-hander on this circuit that is improving in track conditions all the time. Lap time record is a 1:36.48. Best lap of the race so far, a 1:38.47. So about a couple of seconds off the record set by Scott Mittell back in October 2015, 9 years ago. A very long established lap record in the Sports 1000, when it was known as RGB still back in those days. Down to the Melbourne hairpin they go, and it's Clint Newman still leading then. Ryan Yarrow in 2nd place, Chippy Westmail in 3rd. Clint's had 1 victory already this season. He's been 8 times on the podium. Ryan Yarrow's had 5 wins, also 8 times on the podium altogether during the course of this season. And this round 13 of the championship, and it's Newman, Yarrow, Westmail losing a little bit of ground, if anything, on that lap.
But the cars behind are catching as Dan Clues sets the fastest lap, 1:38.301 in his Mattel. So these top 5 are very evenly matched, 3 seconds between them, and it sort of ebbs and flows who has the pace, interestingly. But it's Clint Newman that leads. Ryan Yarrow, I think where he is would be fine for the championship, but he would like another race victory, as would all the drivers around him as they climb the hill. Westmail the first half of the lap at least in, coming back to the top 2.
Yeah, and getting away from the next 2. Is right with them up at McLean's then is Chippy Westmail. So it's a Spire leading. It's Spire 2nd and Mittell's 3rd and 4th for Westmail and Dan Clues. Then another Spire 5th for Rich Miles, and we're going to get them almost alongside for the lead, are we, on the exit of Coppice? Not quite, but Yarrow right in the slipstream here. He dives out of Clint Newman's tow now. He goes to the right-hand side of the circuit, which is where there's plenty of dryness, plenty of grip, but it's Newman that manages to hold on through the Fogarty S as they go. Newman seems to be faster through that part of the circuit, and Westmail getting on terms with Yarrow.
Yeah, if you're side by side with the S's as they were, you compromise each other so much, and that has brought Westmail and Clues in the Mattels closer to the 2 Spires again. So they climb over the crest there and up towards Goddard's that completes the lap, and then accelerate to the line with 42 then. Clint Newman leading. He did, of course, have 2 wins at Snetterton on the road, but had a false start in one of the races. Had just the one official victory, but this time it's the car at the back of the group that's got the fastest lap. Rich Miles, 1:38.056, which was half a second quicker than the leader, but less than that, quicker than some of those ahead of him.
Yeah, and that, for context, is 15 seconds faster than he went in qualifying this morning. So that shows how much conditions have improved since then.
Interestingly, Sladden, also in the 38s, has got past Colin Chapman.
Yeah, so that's interesting. So that's him looking strong for success in Sporting Cup after drop scores. There was only 4 points between them coming into this race. And Wesmell there challenging Ryan Yarrow. Now, Yarrow doesn't really want to get drawn into something that he doesn't need to here. Having said that, he's going to go for the lead. But it could easily end with a bit of contact. And some contact could lead to damage, and damage could lead to you not being able to start in race 2 either. So Yarrow just needs a solid finish here to secure the championship, and now he's driving on the wet line down towards the Fogarty S's. Decides that's probably not the best of ideas. He's lost a few lengths on Newman as a result of that. But it again puts him back into the clutches of Westmail as they are navigating their way around lap 6.
Yarrow was looking to the inside. We're getting some good races this afternoon, aren't we? And this is absolutely another. The Nankang Tyre Sports 1000 Championship has a 5-car lead battle heading up towards Goddard's. Westmail jinking around, trying to get past Ryan Yarrow, but he can't quite make that work. A load of oversteer there from Westmail as he tries to put the power on. That little battle's allowed Clint Newman a small breather. Miles at the back of the group again is the fastest, so there's 1.8 seconds between 5 cars. I think this is some of the closest sports prototype racing you'd find anywhere in the world, Ian.
Certainly is, and again it's the driver at the back of the group, Rich Miles, that's done another fastest lap, 1:38.014, just tripping a few more hundredths off the fastest lap that time through. Down they go through the corner curves and the old hairpin. These 5 covered by less than 2 seconds at the start of the lap, but it's a spin into the gravel for Chippy Westmail from 3rd place. He's trying to see if he can get the car continuing, but I think that might be a struggle. He's out of 3rd place, and that means the gap has opened up between the first pair of cars and now the second pair of cars disputing 3rd and 4th.
Yeah, that's right. So a big gap between Yarrow and Clue. So Ryan Yarrow can focus on going forwards if he can make it. Meanwhile, in Cup 200, Richard Webb is 7 seconds ahead of John Cutmore, who is 3.7 ahead of Mike Whiteman-Hayward. So points-wise, Cutmore gaining on Whiteman-Hayward in that battle, which will go to tomorrow. Through the S's comes Dan Clues, then in 3rd with that bigger gap ahead to try and chase down Clint Newman and Ryan Yarrow, who are still in that order. It's all a little bit spread out, isn't it, from saying how close it was at the start of the lap. And with that car off, we need a safety car to recover Chippy Westmail's car. So hopefully we'll get some more racing and the top 4 will be brought back together.
Yeah, 8.5 minutes of the race left when that safety car was called. Again, hopefully it won't be too long a disruption, but it's now going to be Clint Newman that has to control the pack as the Megane will pick them up there. The marshals are sprinting off to Westmail's car, which is only just off the edge of the circuit at the exit of the old hairpin, so you can see why it does need to be recovered. The snatch vehicle will be en route to the scene to hoik that car out, hopefully without taking too much time over it.
Charlie Sladden will be with the top 4, and his best lap is sort of on par with the leaders. So can Charlie Sladden make anything of this restart, I wonder? He's had a best result of 4th this season. Obviously, if he goes better than that, he'll fall out of Sporting Cup contention.
Yes, exactly. If you have a podium finish during the course of the season, you're no longer included in the Sporting Cup reckoning. So that's one of those things. Would you rather have the Sporting Cup success, or would you rather have an overall podium? I don't know. Yes, Charlie Sladden's had a good season, really, I'd say. Generally, his first season in this car, he's where is he in the standings? 7th, I think, overall, isn't he? Coming into this weekend, he's certainly settled into this Mittal much more readily, hasn't he? The ex-Danny Andrew car than he did the ex-Tim Hovard Sabre TTI that he raced last season. He's got onto it, got it on with it a lot better, I think, and as Josh says here, setting some competitive lap times and just still learning, only his 3rd full season of racing. Just looking at Cup 200 to say Richard Webb is leading that from John Cutmore and Mike Wyman Hayward. Richard Webb's car not showing on screen as a as a Cup 200 car. He has been out in a Sports 1000 car this season as well, in one of the Spires, which is probably just a hangover from that when he was in a different class.
It doesn't affect what points Cutmore and Whiteman you'd get anyway.
No, exactly.
So from that, it's not confusing at all. But
no, because the points are scored based on their overall categorisation. It's not a separate class point system for Cup 200, which is interesting.
Yeah, so Cutmore being ahead of Whiteman Hayward is good. He'll have to repeat, or doesn't have to repeat it, but has to be within a few places tomorrow of Whiteman Hayward, and should be able to pick up the championship. And of course, for John Cutmore, he's been an RGB class champion so many times, so it'll also be another class championship to add into all of that.
What was Ryan Yarrow doing there? I can't begin to explain that.
Well, is Clint Newman jumping on the brakes? I wonder.
Well, I don't know. I thought it looked more like Yarrow was accelerating towards him, I don't know.
Newman seems to keep dropping away from the safety car, which he shouldn't really be doing.
No.
When I wonder what that's catching Ryan Yarrow out.
Yeah.
Because I don't think they've lights have gone out at all, have they?
I didn't think so. The other cars are heading up towards us. There's Sladden, and then behind Sladden you've got Johnny McGill in the number 72 car there, the Spire, the sort of black and blue car that he's raced for several seasons now. Safety car lights are still on, safety car still very much out. They're going to do probably one more lap.
Yeah, look, Clint Newman accelerates and then brakes, which isn't really what you should be doing behind the safety car. And I think that's what
agree with that.
And that's what caught Ryan Yarrow out, I reckon, coming out of the S's.
Yes.
Yeah, look, is Ryan waving his arms about there? I think perhaps not particularly happy with what's going on.
Well, yeah, I can imagine that's probably the case. Right, the 29 car is being pulled out of the way, still with Chippy Wesmail aboard it. I think we'll only get one more lap at the end of this.
I think it's a bit heavier now than what it was.
It was. There is a large amount of MSV gravel aboard the Mittel now.
Who needs a spade?
Exactly, great digger. Yeah, it's only one lap we get, won't it, at most, assuming that the safety car goes in at the end of this lap, because there's already only 4 minutes or so to go.
Obviously, the problems earlier down the old hairpin was getting the snatch tractor back behind.
Yes.
Do you not have to stay within 5 car lengths of the safety car?
That's supposed to be the guidance, yes. Something like that.
See, Richard Webb's still got the number plate on his Cup 200 car. Cars that, and he's still got the lights too. So fully road legal Cup 200 MK Indy, the manufacturer based in Braintree in Essex. Great little 7-esque sports cars, really quick cars, and we saw them go so well at the Burkitt Relay, of course, last year, where they finished 4th overall on scratch, and the Burkitt coming up in 2 weeks, which will be live streamed here on 750 Motor Club TV and on Alpha Live, and that will be a great event, I'm sure.
It will. We're looking forward to that 6-hour relay race, oversubscribed. Lots of gravel to be distributed all around the circuit there. Yes, 70 teams there will be for the Burkitt Relay. 2 weeks today. A late flurry of entries, and now I think there's a bit of a waiting list as well, such as the interest in the Burkitt Relay. And after that, the day after that, we've got another race meeting, which is the more championship finals, 5 more categories racing there on the Sunday, with the various championships coming towards their conclusion on the national circuit this year, rather than the Grand Prix circuits we had last year. That meeting's going to be on the national circuit this year.
Particularly if it's dry, which I know is quite a big question. That could be some thrilling championship deciders, couldn't it? Particularly Mazda 7s come to mind, which would be perfect cars to race on the national track at Silverstone, which always creates great racing.
Right, safety car lights I think probably are out now, so it is now for Clint Newman to set the pace, as it were. How long have we got? 2:17.
You're not supposed to slow once you've accelerated.
No. So he's way behind the safety car. There may or may not be words after this. 2:06. We might just squeeze 2 laps. I think we probably are going to squeeze 2 laps out of this. He has now gone.
Well, oh dear.
Oh dear. That's not gone well. That has not gone well.
You could see what was coming.
Rich Miles had little choice there but to overtake, unfortunately, and he'll probably get a penalty for that, but he had little or no choice. Green flag waves, Rich Miles leads, Clint Newman second, Ryan Yarrow third, Dan Dan Clues in 4th, and then it's Charlie Sladden in 5th.
Ryan, you don't want to get involved in this, I don't think.
No, he's up the inside there. He's still trying to find a way through up on the inside. Is Ryan Yarrow to get past Clint Newman, but he's not yet been able to do so. But he only needs to finish 7th, remember, to wrap up the championship.
He doesn't want to get any penalty points and an exclusion or anything. So
exactly, just head down, Ryan, carry on. Rich Miles, leave him to it. He's not contending for the championship. He's not done all of the races this season, hasn't Rich Miles, but he has been quick when he has been out.
And more contact. This is getting very messy.
Oh, and they're both off the road. Yarrow is off onto the grass. Clint Newman continues. Yarrow has now got damage to his car and he's dropped behind Dan Clues. And I'm not sure any of this was really required. Anyway, it's Rich Miles leading. It's Clint Newman 2nd. It's Dan Clues up to 3rd place now. He's challenging for 2nd. Down the inside into Fogarty. Yes, it looks like there's going to be more side-to-side contact. And and now there's more contact. And it's Clint Newman straight off over the curbs. And it's going to be Yarrow that's back through on the inside to pass both of them. Yarrow back to 2nd. Dan Clues 3rd. Clint Newman down to 4th.
And the most ridiculous driving I think we've seen for a long time, I'm afraid. And yeah, Clint Newman's going to be in race control for many, many things.
Yeah,
so carry on.
Sideways again. It's meanwhile Rich Miles continuing to lead us 1.8 seconds to the good at the start of the lap. There's Clint Newman, number 42 in the TGM run Spire. But it's Miles leading, and there will be
we get another lap, don't we?
One more lap to go. 7 seconds to go as they cross the line. Yarrow 2nd. 3rd is Dan Clues. 4th is Clint Newman. 5th is Charlie Sladden. 6th is Johnny McGill. 7th is Paul Rogers on his last weekend. 8th is Carl Austin. Colin Chapman lost a couple of places on that lap. He's dropped back down to 9th, and it's Dan Ashby completing the top 10. Rich Webb still leading in Cup 200, although he did lose a place to Goodwin, Mark Goodwin, on that last lap.
Good luck to Matt Suckling for what's for the people he's about to speak to. Who knows what the result's going to be, I think, after this. But Rich Miles, as you say, he had no choice, really. What he did, and we'll see if he ends up as a race winner or not. But yeah, there is Clint Newman in what is 4th position at the moment. What Charlie Sladden... Oh, Rich Miles has got a track limit penalty now.
And that's a 5-second penalty, so that is going to drop him back to 4th place.
Charlie Sladden might end up on the podium here.
He could well do, and that's going to put him out of Sporting Cup contention, even though he might not get a 3rd place on the road.
What a race Paul Rogers is having from 15th on the grid. He's up to 7th.
Yeah, great drive this from Paul Rogers, the 2011 champion when he was driving the Contour. But we've only got a few corners to go now. It's still Rich Miles leading on the road, but with a 5-second track limit penalty to contend with. Not sure where he's been breaching track limits. We've kind of missed all of that during the course of this race going on. You've got Clint Newman catching Dan Clues and Ryan Yarrow. Ryan Yarrow is about to head through the Goddard hairpin to take what will be 2nd place on the road. It will be a race win once Rich Miles' penalty has been applied. Rich Miles takes the checkered flag. Ryan Yarrow is going to get the win. He's going to wrap up the championship provisionally, and Charlie Sladden is into the pits as well for what could have been a podium. So it's Yarrow, Clues, Newman, Rich Miles 4th, Carl Austin 5th, Paul Rogers 6th, Colin Chapman 7th, Daniel Ashby 8th, Mark Goodwin 9th, Richard Webb is 10th.
And Mike Whiteman-Hayden ahead of John Cutmore in the Cup 200 division.
Where is...
Oh, is that... Oh, no, it's another car that looks like Cutmore's. Apologies.
Yeah, no, okay. Cutmore...
Normally they're all white Cup 200 cars, so that confused me. John Cutmore is ahead, so Wayne Armstrong's got a replica livery of John Cutmore's car that tricked me, so apologies for that.
Yes. So they all managed to make it home, apart from Charlie Sladden there, who ended up heading into the pits. There'll be lots to do in race control and possibly even steward's office after that. But for the moment, the result is number 54, Ryan Yarrow, the race winner and provisionally the Sports 1000 champion. 2nd to number 2, Dan Clues. 3rd to number 42, Clint Newman. 4th to 24, Rich Miles, after a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits was applied. 5th to number 44, Carl Austin. 6th was 43, Paul Rogers from 15th on the grid. 7th, number 63, Colin Chapman. 8th, number 33, Dan Ashby. 9th, number 20, Mark Goodwin. 10th, number 88, Richard Webb. Charlie Sladden showing 11th, although he didn't cross the finish line. He was into the pit lane. 11th, number 28, Charlie Sladden. 12th, number 98, John Cutmore. 13th, 69, Ian Hutchinson. 14th, 72, Johnny McGill. So it was Richard Webb and John Cutmore, and then 3rd, Mike Whiteman-Haywood in the Cup 200 cars. There he was, 15th overall, ahead of Charles Wright, Wayne Armstrong, Alex Delore, John Murphy, Chris Wilkinson, Stephen Dean, and Chippy Westmal, having been stranded in the gravel trap at the old hairpin. The Sports 1000 cars are back tomorrow morning. They'll be out at around about 10 past 11. 5 more races to come this afternoon. We're going single-seater races for the next 2 races, in actual fact, with the Zamp Helmets Formula V Championship coming up next. Then we've got F1000, and then we have 3 more categories that we've already seen once today. The 5 Club MX5 Cup, the Radical Bikesports Championship, and the 116 Sprint Trophy and 120 Coupe Cup. But we'll have the Formula V's out very shortly. But Josh, that was a crazy race, wasn't it?
It's such a shame how it went after the safety car, because before the safety car there was some great racing. After the safety car, some other stuff happened, which is, with nothing else, it's made the YouTube chat come alive.
Okay, well, red mist certainly descended, I think, in front of 1 or 2 drivers there, which was unfortunate because, as you said, Josh, it was a great race up until that point.
We had, 5 cars separated by less than 2 seconds in that first section of laps.
It's all Chippy Westman's fault, really, isn't it, for spinning off into the gravel and bringing about that safety car. He was the third of those 5 cars when that happened. It split the pack. The pack came back together. And and really, underneath the safety car was when it all started, sort of 6 or 7 minutes from the end of that race. Matt's down in...
hopefully Matt's got his armour on.
He's an experienced pro, is Matt Suckling. He'll know exactly what to do in these situations. He'll have a word with,
run away.
with our top 3. Never. Matt's not one to run away. He's getting ready down in pit lane, ready to talk to the drivers. Once he's done that, once the circuit is clear, we'll have Formula V racing. But for now, we're going to head down to Matt Suckling to see who he's got to talk to in the pit lane.
Thanks, Ian. Yeah, I feel like I'm going to be like Judge Rinder down here, but we have Ryan Yarrow, and Ryan, I think that's enough for you to wrap up the championship. Congratulations. How was the race, though?
Terrible. The worst race I've ever taken part of. It's an absolute disgrace. I haven't got much to say, to be honest. So, yeah.
It's a real shame. Putting that aside, as we said, it is the championship for you provisionally, so it's been a year of hard work which has come to this, which is good for you.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm a bit perplexed by what I've just experienced. It's obviously not how I wanted to do it. I was quite happy following, second would have been fine, but obviously when there's an overtake on, but I don't want to say anything that I can't take back on camera, so.
No, that's fair enough. And the car, is that okay? I know you've sustained some damage for that incident as well.
It seems to be, but I'll have to have a proper look. Don't know.
Well, good luck for tomorrow. Thanks, Ryan, for that one. So he picks up the victory. Let's have a quick chat with Dan Clues, who is here as well. Dan, come and join us this side if you wouldn't mind. Thank you. You're embroiled in a battle there. How did you see it?
Oh, it was a great scrap, really. Particularly early on, there was sort of 5 of us in there, all sort of flying along, great pace. And then it started, Chippy went off at the bottom, causing the safety car. Fine, no problem. And then it all got a little bit sort of over tasty after that, I think, is probably the best way of putting it. But I'm sure we'll all have a chat together. And but pleased with the result. The car's going really well. Couldn't quite get the best out of it in qualifying this morning, but going really well in the dry.
Yeah, barring those incidents that we saw, you kind of found the gap, didn't you? Everything was going on around you. I know you were involved in a little bit of it, but you found a nice little gap through the S's.
I did, yeah. We'd good gap through the S's to bring me back up to second, and then we were sort of all playing around a little bit. Rich had gone up the road, but obviously there's something going on at the safety car restart. But yeah, it was a good race. They were kind of ebbing and flowing backwards and forwards to me, so just trying to get on the back of that train and see if we can make it more fun next time.
Yeah, last race to come tomorrow. I'm sure you're going to be gunning for a victory.
Absolutely, yeah. We've only had one so far this year, and we've not been very far away from it lots of times. So it'd be nice to chalk another one up before the end of the year.
Good stuff. Well done, Dan. Congratulations on second place. And we'll move over and have a quick chat with Clint Newman, who finished in third place. Clint, third place in that race. Lots going on. How did you see it?
I didn't have much pace, so I think I was holding the pack up. We're struggling for grip. But managed to hold on to it until the restart, and then with the restart, I think it's 1 lap. Ryan kind of clipped me into turn 1, and then we had contact again up the top, and that sent us both slower. So Dan then caught up, and then me and Dan had contact with me, pushing me across the gravel through the chicane. Ryan came back past. Yeah, it's pretty messy last couple of laps, but we're all here in one piece, and it's good fun. Hopefully everyone's car's okay, and we'll have a good race tomorrow.
Yeah, you came into this race looking to kind of take the championship lead, but I don't think things have gone the way as Ryan took the victory there, so it's all kind of now done and dusted.
Yeah, no, I mean, it was I think Ryan only had to come top 10 in both races, so I was surprised how aggressively he drove, considering if he comes off, that would put me in contention. But yeah, he was really in it to win it, so yeah, fair play to him.
Good stuff. Thanks, Clint, for your time. So there you go, our top 3 within that Sports 1000 race. And if you enjoyed that, there'll be plenty more to look forward to tomorrow. So hopefully we've got the thoughts and reactions from everyone in that one. Right, next up is the Zamp Helmets Formula V Championship as the cars now make their way to the grid.
Single-seater action then from the Zamp Helmets Formula V Championship. Another championship still to be decided, and it's between Matt Harbert and Craig Bell to determine the champion. Neither of them qualified particularly well, though. Grids lines up as follows. Pole position has gone the way of number 44, Dan Polly, former Irish Formula V champion. He's just acquired the double championship winning WEV. Craig Pollard and Graham Gantiff winning that car. 93 Lauren Frost besides him on the grid. Second row, number 90 is Tortulla in his last race weekend in Formula V. Besides him is number 12, Bill Garner. Row 3 is number 99, Craig Bell, one of the 2 championship contenders. Besides him is number 3, Vaughan Jones, as the green flag lap now gets underway. On the 4th row, it's number 32, Simon Foley. Besides number 95, Oliver Mitchell. The other championship contender, number 33, Matt Harbert, only lines upon the inside of row 5 in the AHS Dominator, next to number 5, Peter Studer. Row 6 has number 88, Francis Twyman, and 24, Rick Lanier. There's been a change to the grid there, hasn't there? Different to what I've got on screen.
Okay.
We'll go with what's on screen. We'll go with 14 Proberton, 66 Phil Waterhouse. Row 8, 25 Daniel Lanier, and 50 Lewis Scholes. Row 9 is number 8, which is Ross Price, and 64, which is the car of Sam Moorbank. Row 10, 36 Bradley Tarleton, and 47 Matt Topham. Sam Engineer, number 28, Chris Wilshire, number 59 on the 11th row, and then it's David Huckle in number 14, Colin Gregory, number 72 on the 12th and final row of the grid. That's the grid as we have it on the screen.
Yeah, I think it moved across when you weren't watching it, so
Okay.
it confused you. I think it was all good on what we saw on there. So we've also got the Class B Championship, which should go the way of Bill Garner in this opening race. But the overall championship, that's very much a larger question with Matt Harbert and Craig Bell, only separated by 8 points. Do we agree on that?
Yeah, I agree, yeah. After drop scores and before drop scores, because they're both just dropping 2 non-finishes, aren't they?
So neither of them can afford a bad result. There is 33 Harbert behind a very well qualified Oliver Mitchell, who was flying in qualifying this morning, the 22-year-old student in his first season, so he's qualified well up the grid. But I wonder if some of these Class B cars, Tuller, Garner, Foley, Mitchell, who are well up the grid in that top 8, might fall away in these drier conditions.
Yeah, very different conditions now to what we had this morning.
Leon Frost's in a different car, is he not? He is in a Dominator.
Yes, that's right. He wasn't. He's been in a GAC, and he was entered in a GAC actually in the programme for much of the season. But now he's in the AHS Dominator.
Interesting.
The type of car which Matt Hyde used to win the championship last season. Another teenager is Leon Frost, already with a couple of wins to his name during the course of this season so far, and he's looking good for 3rd in the championship, although he could be passed by Vaughan Jones and Bill Garner before the weekend is out, so he'll be looking to secure 3rd, certainly in the championship this weekend. So it'd be interesting to see here. You've got Craig Bell starting on row 3. You've got Matt Harbert starting on row 5. Probably conditions coming back towards them for this race, with the track having dried out from qualifying this morning. But Matt's got a bit of work to do here, hasn't he, to try and find a way past Craig Bell. He could probably just about to afford to finish behind him in this race, but it's certainly not ideal.
Polly and Frost in newer, quicker cars than they've raced before might give them an advantage, perhaps what we've seen in them in before. You'd imagine both for the WEV and the H Dominator cars that have won lots of races. So is that going to help Harbert perhaps not lose as many points? But as we say, he can afford to be behind him, but no more than that, really. Can't afford too many cars to get between, because again tomorrow, Bell further up the grid than he is.
Yes, that's right. So it's going to be the same story tomorrow, and again, probably expecting a dry track for tomorrow's race, I would think. Although it's the first race in the morning, so if there is any overnight dampness, it might still be around by 20 to 11 when the race gets underway.
There's two very nice lines, and then there's Peter Studer.
Yeah, he's just sort of jinked out a little bit. Well, maybe he's done that strategically. The old hand is Peter Studer, been racing for a long time in various different categories of cars for several seasons now in Formula V, although he didn't do all of the races. Green flag waved at the back. This is a 15-minute race for the Zamp Helmets Formula V Championship. Waiting for the red lights to go on, which they do now. Out go the lights and the race gets underway, and it's a good start by Dan Polly from pole position. A good start too from Leon Frost on the second row of the grid. Craig Bell and Matt Harbert both seem to have made satisfactory starts as well in 5th and 9th respectively, but it's the yellow Wev of Dan Polly, who's recently bought that car, that is in the lead of the race, from Leon Frost in second. And then the rest of the cars all making their way through. We do have a 20-plus car grid. We did have one or two, I think, drop out after testing yesterday. Here is Craig Bell. He is up to 4th position. Harper is also trying to make up ground. He's going past Vaughan Jones. And Vaughan Jones off onto the curb and off onto the runoff area and through the gravel there as a result of that.
Was he eased? That could be a concern, but Vaughan Jones will be able to rejoin. A shame after good quality this morning from Vaughan. He's had 3 podiums this year. Bell round the outside of Garner, so that puts him 3rd, but Harbot is pretty much already. And Dan Polly, the 2016 Irish champion, is driving off into the distance, just like Craig Pollard did when he drove that car.
And Matt Harbert up to 4th position now as well, so you've got the 2 championship protagonists, 3rd and 4th. They're probably not going to catch Dan Polly at this speed, but already Craig Bell is getting past Leon Frost here and putting another car between himself and his championship rival, and it's Harbert trying to keep Tortulla at bay as well a bit further back.
Yeah, in the Challenger, one of the older cars. Tortulla's been going really well in this car that Matt Topham was successful in last season within Class B. There's a big challenge further back. That's the other Maverick, isn't it, coming through. So that's Simon Foley, who gains a spot on Bill Garner, who's going backward. There's some steam coming out of the exhaust pipes on Tuller's car, seemingly, but looks like it's okay. So it's all very bunched up behind Dan Polly, who's also raced in the Asian Le Mans series. There's not probably many other Formula V drivers who have done that.
Probably not. 1.5 seconds to lead for Dan Polly over Craig Bell in 2nd place. Leon Frost is 3rd on track, although I think his transponder's probably not working. He's now going for 2nd as well, as he was looking up the inside there of Craig Bell. So you've got 3 dominators together here. Craig Bell, Leon Frost and Matt Harbert. Frost with a dodgy transponder, so that's going to cause issues on the timing screen as this race goes on. But it's the championship contenders that are 2nd and 4th here. But Leon Frost is certainly going to want to make his mark on this battle as well, looking for his 3rd victory of the season, the youngster. And we've had 5 wins for Harbert, 4 for Craig Bell. But Leon Frost, the next most wins after that. He's won at Cadwell and at Brands Hatch. Craig Bell's last victory came at Brands. Matt Harbert won both of the races at Alton last time out, and that's really where he was just able to ease into this 8-point lead in the championship.
Yeah, generally him and Bell have sort of shared wins, haven't they, at most venues. But as you say, Alton was different. Here comes Harbert round the outside of Frost out of Coppice, and he is nosing ahead, and he's ahead now. So Harbert doing what he needs to, going with Craig Bell through the pack. He's up into 3rd place as they go through the S's. Tortulla just behind, leading Class B. A Class E won at Alton and at Brands Hatch, a race apiece. Down towards the Melbourne Loop they go. Is Dan Polly getting further away? Possibly. There's a spectacular shot there from our Upper Live team as one of the planes take off.
There's Tortulla then in that number 90 car. He's still ahead of the 2 Class B rivals at the moment, isn't he? The 2 Mavericks of Simon Foley, and Garner has lost another position to Peter Studer there.
Side by side in as Matt Harbert's on the inside of his championship rival Craig Bell, heading up towards Redgate, and he goes through. So Harbert now ahead of Craig Bell.
That's important, isn't it, as far as the championship is concerned? Now is Craig Bell going to try to fight back here? It looks like they've dropped now Leon Frost a little bit in 4th place, and then Tortulla is 5th.
And he's slowing. He's Frost slowing here because Tortalla swooped around the outside through the corner curve.
Leon Frost got a problem, a new car for him, but it's looking like maybe things not quite working out as he would have hoped today. 10.5 minutes left on the clock here. This is the battle for second on the road. They're 2.3 seconds behind Dan Polly in the lead of the race, but these are the two championship protagonists. Slightly smoky. Bell's, oh, he's blown up. I thought he was looking slightly smoky. He's now looking very smoky. His hands in the air, and Craig Bell, the championship for front runner, is out of the race.
The championship's not over, but it's looking very, very bad all of a sudden for Craig. Well, no, it will be over, won't it? Because if the points is at 26 of a gap, so if Harbot is second or better, he will be the champion.
I'll have a look at the spreadsheet in a moment, but that sounds more than plausible, doesn't it? As they're going 3 wide, a bit further back, that is the 24 car of Rick Lanyon, another AHS dominator that's got ahead there of number 12 Bill Garner, and also the number 93 car of Leon Frost, who's now back up to speed again. He's going back past Bill Garner. So it's Dan Polly, number 44, that leads. Number 99, number 33, Matt Harbert, now second. Number 90, Tortalla, is in third and leading Class B. Number 32, Simon Foley, I think it is. No, number 5 it is Peter Studer that's now up into 4th place, so he's had a good lap.
I think if Harbert's third, it would even be enough, I reckon. I'm sure you'll either agree or disagree.
I'll tell you in a
hopefully
minute.
agree, that would be good. So Dan Poddy leads by 4 seconds over Matt Harbert. Tortalla is there in third. Fourth is Peter Studer coming through, as you mentioned, but he's still under threat from Simon Foley. Rick Lanier sixth, and they're side by side behind, I think, with Francis Twyman challenging Bill Garner and Leon Frost. So we're pick up on that, because coming through nicely, Francis Twyman from 11th on the grid.
Yes, in this situation, third should be enough for Matt Harbert here with Craig Bell. As we said, neither of them could really afford to have a non-finish.
Twitchy there, Ian. Apologies for Rick Lanier. Just wonder if there's a bit of fluid on the track, because obviously we saw Craig Bell's car get very smoky, didn't we? Which could have put a bit of fluid on the road, but Rick Lanier held on to it and going well in 6th place.
But about 2.5 seconds outside James Howard's lap record from April 2022, which is a 1:46.12, as we've got side-by-side action going on there.
Lanier's 5th. This is after what's been a disappointing season for Rick Lanier. He's absolutely flying, and he's up into 5th from 12th on the grid.
And Craig Bell's car was stopped on the straight there, and I think the driver was out of it. That's on the straight, just by the exhibition centre. Yellow flags covering that.
Unnecessary.
It's not really safety car. Yes, safety car is coming out as a result of that. So we will have an interruption while that car is removed. Not quite sure how he came to end up with his car parked half on and half off the road, because it was before Coppice Corner that the engine expired, and you would have thought he'd been able to get the car safely off the road. But anyway, safety car is having a busy day, isn't it, actually? One of its busier weekends, and it is going to pick up the race leader, Dan Polly, who's just crossed the lines, complete lap number 4.
Now, Harbert's best lap, only 2 tenths off Polly's, so Matt Harbert could go for the win here, I think, on a restart.
Yeah, it's interesting. We thought, oh, this is Dan Polly's race to lose, didn't we? But actually, with the intervention of the safety car to bunch them back up, then there could be a chance for Matt Harbert here. I wonder if he has done the calculations himself and knows what he needs to do to win the championship, and if therefore he will say, actually, you know what, I'm just going to drive for the championship, I'll follow Dan around and wrap up the championship with a race to spare.
How did that go in the last race?
Not terribly well. So we've got 44 Dan Polly leading, 33 Matt Harbert second, 90 Tortalla third, number 5 Peter Studer in 4th, 24 Rick Lanier is 5th, 32 Simon Foley is 6th, Bill Garner number 12 is in 7th place, 88 Francis Twyman is 8th, Tim Probert number 4 is 9th, and it's Ross Price number 8 in the gang, rounding out the top 10.
The only thing that could be overhanging Matt Harbert here is what happened on the first lap with Vaughan Jones.
Yes.
There was no contact, but it got rather close between the two of them.
Yes, and Jones ended up going off through the gravel trap at the old hairpin. Where's he running now? He's in 16th place, having recovered from that. And interestingly, he'll be able to make up perhaps some places if we do get any more racing laps in, because again, this will close the pack up.
And Leon Frost still going, but he was losing places. Oliver Mitchell, who qualified so well, he's dropped all the way down to 18th, so enjoyed the wet conditions seemingly much better. These cars, they're going about 20 seconds quicker in the dry, aren't they, from quali this morning. Class B, that looks like it's going the way of Bill Garner for the championship. He's in 3rd position. So that would be enough for Bill, the former supercar racer.
Yep, he's been racing in Formula V for a little while, hasn't he? Safety car taking them around fairly slowly here.
Wonder if trying to just do one lap behind the safety car.
Yeah, they were just coming up to the place where the Craig Bell AH Dominator had stopped on the left-hand side of the circuit.
And it's not. Oh,
it's still there. It is still there.
It's of course nowhere near any marshals either, is
That's it. There's no marshals on the outside of the circuit there, so they can't do anything to try to recover it until the safety car trainers got past. There are now marshals that have arrived.
They've had to come a long way.
They ought to be able to just push that up against the barrier, I would have thought, and out of harm's way, assuming it's able to move.
Yeah, not really an ideal situation, was it? But got marshals there now. But of course, we need marshals back on their post before the race can restart. So obviously the safety car won't be in this time, but I wonder if it would even be able to come in next time. If it can't, then we won't get any more racing in.
Which would be a great shame.
A shame the championship had to end that way as well after a season where both Harbour and Jones and Bell rather have had their misfortune, but they've both been so evenly matched on so many occasions. And we've had some, oh dear.
Oh, now Leon Frost's car's stopped and he's struggling to get it going again. He's got it going now, but all not well with that car either. And I think he's dropped to the back of the group there pretty much, hasn't he?
That's right.
So we've got 4 minutes and 11 seconds. That safety car lap took 3 minutes 25 seconds. So if the safety car can come in at the end of this lap, we will have one more lap of racing.
Looks like Vaughan Jones lost his nose cone, I reckon, in free, looking back at the back of the shot.
Yeah.
And he went gravel tracking up the old hairpin.
Which was not enormously surprising, going through the gravel trap at that speed. There would have been some damage sustained. Fortunately, it was just bodywork being dislodged. Yes, now you can see Leon Frost is now right at the back of that group. He's just joined behind the number 14 car of David Huckle, hasn't he? The Shane.
Ross Price is going well inside the top 10. We haven't seen him that high up this season. So that's good going from Ross. He started 17th in number 8, the GAC. Not sure how much we've seen of Ross this season.
Not huge amounts from memory. There's only did occasional races, yeah, and only think had about 2 finishes so far. I think he's done 3 meetings so far this year.
So he's going well, which is good to see.
It's one who has gone well, very well in the past.
Of course,
I think he's had podiums in the past.
The star of this race has been Rick Lanier, really, isn't it? With the misfortune he's had this year, the driver who travels from Switzerland to race here in the UK. He is in the ex-Matt Hyde car, isn't he? I think,
yes.
Rick Lanier. Assuming he hasn't switched cars with Leon Frost, and
well, that's what I was wondering.
Because now that's the car that's being temperamental, of course. Now, where's Craig Bell's car got to?
It's up by the barrier, so that's going to be okay, I would think, to restart the race with the car there. And if there's enough marshals where they need to be, then we should be good to get going again. I've got it as far out of the way as they can do.
It's never good when you're watching your championship decider from the track outside.
Not really. Safety car lights are out, so we are going to have time for... It is just going to be 1 lap of racing, but that's better than no laps of racing. And we do have a situation where we could have a race on for the overall victory here. Dan Parley against the champion-elect Matt Harbert.
Yeah, Polly at Silverstone earlier in the year did get a podium.
In a different car,
that's
that was.
right, yeah. And we haven't seen him since that weekend, actually, because I think that car failed in the second race, and we haven't seen him since, but here we go.
Minute 39 to go, a lap's a minute 48 around here, so this will be the final lap. Green flag waves, race gets underway. Top 2 here, getting away. Peter Studer trying to get third away from Tortola in the background, and he's done it. And Rick Lanier trying to buy into the podium as well. Top 2 are nose to tail through Redgate corner. The yellow car of Dan Polly, the grey and green car of Matt Harbert. Who is third, though? It is still Peter Studer. Rick Lanier's made it up to 4th, and Tortola's dropped out of the podium position, still 5th, but leading Class B.
Harbert, though, absolutely challenging Polly seemingly for the lead, and the whole gaggle for third. So hard to know which battle to watch here. Both looking pretty racy, and you've got the likes of Rick Lanier looking for his first podium, and you've got Dan Polly looking for his first win in the country. Oh, Rick Lanier got it sideways today as he turned into McLean's there. But for the lead, Harbutt's going for it. It's on the outside of Dan Polly, who's defending and probably being behind, heading down the old exhibition straight in. Maybe the place to be in Formula V racing.
Yeah, not a terrible place to be. You can pick up the tow there, big tow given off these 1300cc air-cooled engine cars. He looks to the left, but that's the damp side of the circuit. Looks to the right, that's the drier side of the circuit. Can he find a way through? No, he can't. So it's still the wily Dan Polly that leads the way then from Matt Harbutt in second. Harbutt doesn't need to risk anything, of course.
Yeah, I think that was certainly being cautious in that, challenging for the lead if he could get there, but not going too crazy. So Polly leads it. Studer looks good in third now. Behind, so it's going to be a fifth different winner of the season for Dan Polly, but podium number 11 is the important one for Matt Harbutt.
That's right, so through Goddard's they come for the final time. Number 44, Dan Polly, is going to take the checker flag to win for the first time this season in the Zamp Helmets Formula V Championship, but the champion in second place is Matt Harbutt. He takes second. Peter Studer completes the podium, and Tortolla's lost a lot of places on the last lap, so it's Simon Foley that's come through fourth, Rick Lanier fifth, Francis Twyman sixth, Ross Price seventh, Tim Probert eighth, Bill Gardner ninth, Tortolla 10th, and then the three wide further back for what position was that? 11th that was. Vaughan Jones just taking it, so he made up a few places. Was that 3 places, I think, on the final lap?
He was 16th, I think.
5 places then on the final lap to get past Matt Topham and Phil Waterhouse even, and on the way to the line.
Simon Foley getting past in all that Class B battle means that's his first Class B win of the year, but second enough for Bill Garner to win the Class B title.
Yeah, so Class B sorted, the overall victory championship sorted as well. We think in favour of Matt Harbutt, unless there is any judicials after the race, but it's looking good for him to have secured the title with Craig Bell's day ending prematurely. There is one more race to go for these tomorrow morning at 10:40 to conclude the Zamp Helmets Formula V Championship season, but it's looking like Matt Harbutt is going to have taken his first driver title, securing to his local circuit as well. It's from Markfield, not too far away here in Leicestershire, and it looks like he has done it with a second place finish there, behind number 44 Dan Polly, who took the win at the end of 7 laps of racing in the WEV. 1.142 seconds was the gap back to number 33 Matt Harbutt in the AGS Dominator in second place. Third was number 5 Peter Studer in the TCR Challenger. Fourth was number 32, and therefore winning Class B, Simon Foley in the Maverick. Fifth was number 24, Rick Lanier in the AHS Dominator. He was challenging for podium during that last lap. Sixth was number 88, Francis Twyman, ahead of 7th, number 8, Ross Price. 8th, number 4, Tim Probert. Then 9th and 2nd in Class B, number 12, Bill Garner, and completing the top 10, and the podium for Class B, Tortolla in the AHS Challenger. Then Vaughan Jones from nearly the back of the field when he went off on the first lap. He took 11th place in car number 3, ahead of Matt Topham, 47, for Waterhouse, 66, and Sam Warbank in 64. Oliver Mitchell was 15th, then Sam Engineer, Daniel Lanier. Leon Frosty was struggling all race long with that car. Did get a few places back on the final lap to go. 18th, Chris Wilshire, David Huckle, Bradley Tarleton, the remaining finishers. We lost Louis Scold, Craig Bell and Colin Gregory. So I say, Formula V continues tomorrow morning, but we do keep a single-seater form up next, and the Formula F1000s are coming out next. The Formula V champion from a couple of years ago, Craig Pollard, who raced that very car that we just saw that won that race in the hands of Dan Polly. He is the main, and is leading the F1000 Championship, very much a contender for the title. I think he needs something like a win and a third place, something like that, and he'll have done enough to wrap things up. But that also has the possibility of becoming spicy. And after that, we've got another 3 races to come for MX5's Radical Bikesports Championship, and the 116 Sprint Trophy, and the 120 Coupe Cup as well. And then don't forget, more racing to come tomorrow here at Donington Park. 8 more races tomorrow. We're underway at 10:40. We'll be with you on Alpha Live, of course, just before then. And we've got 4 races either side of lunch, but after lunch we've got the 2 long distance races, the Gasshocks 116 Trophy and the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship. Also, we have the final races tomorrow afternoon for the MR2s, the National Lighting Toyota MR2 Championship and the F1000 Championship as well. So a lot still to come here this weekend at Donington Park.
I understand there were members of the University of Derby here supporting Tortolla, who was a former student from down the road.
Okay, well, that's hopefully they've enjoyed their day supporting their mate Tour on his eventful drive. It looked like he was going to get an overall podium, but in the end it was just about an overall top 10 and a Class B podium that he scraped in the end with that result. But I hope they've enjoyed their day. I can see Matt down in the pit lane is just getting everyone together in order and ready to speak to. They are ready for us now, which is great to hear. So let's head down to Matt Suckling. He's going to speak to our top three: Peter Tudor, Matt Harbert and Dan Polly.
Thanks, Ian. Yep, down here with our race winner, which is Dan Polly. First time here in the UK in terms of a win. How was that for you?
It was pretty good. It was a bit tight there with the safety car at the end, but livened things up, and hopefully everyone enjoyed the battle on track.
You had a commanding win, a commanding lead up until that point, and then safety car, as you said, came out, and Matt was right in your tail.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and I think that's what makes club racing so good. You know, one small thing can happen, and it totally throws everything else, and gives great racing, and you know, I'm really happy.
Seems like the car was set up perfectly for these conditions. Was it okay out there?
Yeah, well, we only got the car yesterday, so we're kind of just figuring things out, but everyone's been amazingly kind to help out, giving us their time. You know, they're trying to run cars as well, but we've been very lucky, and yeah, I'm very grateful for all these people.
Good stuff. Well done, Dan. Congratulations. Good luck for tomorrow as well. We'll now head over and have a quick chat with Matt. Matt, come and join us. You were coming into this race knowing what you needed to do. Unfortunately, we lost Craig. That was to your benefit, but you've provisionally wrapped up the championship. Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, I feel sorry for Craig because it was a really good race going and it was brewing well, and I thought if it goes into tomorrow, so be it. I did a poor job in qualifying. Craig did a better job. So it is a bit unfortunate that it had to end like that, but on a personal note, it's a great result.
Josh and Ian said up in the commentary box that it's a shame it ended like that, but the way you've gone this season, you've both had your wins, you've both had a great battle along the way. So yeah, it's a shame, but it's good for you.
Yeah, it's racing. We've all had our ups and downs. It's just a shame when it comes to a nitty-gritty right at the end of the season. You don't cross the line, you know, next to each other. But Craig's put so much effort in, and he deserves to be champion just as much as I do. So hopefully Craig will be back again, and I'd like to see him do it. But apart from that, it was a good race. You know, we started 9th, and I thought we're going to have a big problem here. And then we had a great start, got up to sort of 4th, I think it was, after lap 1. And then obviously overtook Craig, and then he must have dropped out quite soon after that. And then it was quite a nice run to home, really. So I had a bit of a dice with Dan, but he had broad shoulders on him, and there was a very wet line, so I thought I'd keep my head.
Well, the safety car helped you, didn't it, to bring you right back in, and you did have the pace there to try and take it to Dan.
Yeah, well, I wasn't particularly bothered about winning at that point, and I had a really nice cushion behind me, and then all of a sudden I had 25 cars behind me, so I wasn't overly happy with the safety car, but we both got a good start, and it was nice to race Dan. I didn't want him to be too bored, but then it was okay in the end, so good result.
Well done, Matt. Weight's off your shoulders now. You can go tomorrow and enjoy it.
Thank you very much. Cheers, fella.
Congratulations. Pete Studart finishing there in 3rd place. You look quite happy with that. 3rd podium of the year, I think.
Yeah, 4th outing, 3rd podium, so very, very happy. Not bad for an old boy off 10th on the grid. So I think I was a bit lucky that other people were dicing for championships, so they weren't prepared to perhaps push it as hard as I was. But I want to say congratulations to Matt on winning a championship. It's a fantastic achievement. Commiserations to Craig. Obviously his car went in a big puff of smoke, but I'm sure he'll be back. But yeah, mega result after quite a poor qualifying, really. Not sure I'm going to do the same off 15th tomorrow, but we'll give it a go.
A nice battle, though, you had there with Rick and Tor, I think, towards the end.
Yeah, I was battling all the way. I mean, I think I got one off the start, so that was 9th, and then I just had to pick them off one by one, really. I think, obviously, Craig blew up. That was one down, but the rest of it were, yeah, just go for it, really. And I definitely wasn't going to settle for 4th, so Tor was always going to have a hard last lap, but I managed to get him into Redgate, and then, I don't know, was it Rick or Danny held him off into the chicane on the last lap. So, yeah, didn't realise it was going to be the checkered flag, but very, very, very happy to see it.
Good stuff. Well done, Peter. Congratulations. So there you go. We look more forward to that tomorrow with the Zamp Helmets Formula V Championship with the 2nd encounter. But on the track next, it's going to be the first race of the weekend for the F1000 Championship.
And the cars heading off onto their green flag lap at the start of this race. Some cars with new sticker tyres on them. I can see. And there's one that's not getting off the grid, which is James Hills, I think, in the number 77 car. But I think he's now pulling away and will be able to retake his grid position. So, going to be a 15-minute race, first of 3 races this weekend for the Jello Racing Cars F1000 Championship. And it's going to be on pole position, number 83. Matt Higginson. Besides him is number 42, James Clennell. On the second row of the grid, it's number 12, Tom Gadd, and number 3, Tom Westworth. Third row of the grid, number 5, Rob Wellham, and 80, Dan Gore. Row 4, 77, James Hills, and 17, Chaz Heighton. The fifth row is going to be David Williams in number 88, and importantly, the man that's leading the championship, number 92, Craig Pollard. 24, Bert Chapman on the inside of row 6, besides him, number 19, Sam Satchwell. 22, Chris Keir, and 71, Zach Palmer on the 7th row. Adam Walker in number 14 and Ryan Thomas number 9 on the 8th of the grid. Row 9 is going to be 89, Mark Betson, 15, Dane Christensen, and Lee Seagraves and Michael Frith in 33 and 37 on the final row of the grid. In the F1000s, after drop scores, we have Craig Pollard ahead by 14 points from Rob Wellham, with Tom Gadd third on 249, and Matthew Higginson fourth on 239. Those 4 drivers all with a mathematical chance of winning the championship. Craig Pollard, though, probably only need to win on our third to wrap things up, although he's making that hard for himself, starting 10th here. And Josh Barrett alongside me. It was a shorter than expected qualifying session that might have something to do with his lowly grid position.
Yeah, damp circuit as well, where perhaps tyre choice came into it, but it's an easy choice now. Slick Husier tyres, and Craig Pollard, one of those drivers not on stickers by the looks of it. There is a limited number of slick tyres allowed for the year, so you use them as you see fit. Of course, with a reverse grid race for tomorrow morning, Craig Pollard could sort of get some back, couldn't he, depending on how this race goes, and then perhaps go for that first and third tomorrow rather than getting one of those results today.
Risky strategy, though, isn't it?
Yes.
Doing that, because I think he'll try and get as far up the order as he can.
Of course, Wellham's only 5th on the grid, isn't he? Who is his main rival in all of this. So neither of them are as high up as you'd perhaps expect.
And at Croft, where they were racing very hard for the win, Rob Wellham and Craig Pollard in the final race. Craig Pollard coming out on top of the two, although I think he finished 3rd in the end in that race. Is that right? Yeah. I have to check that. That they were battling for the victory for a lot of the race. I'm not sure there was too much love lost between Pollard and Wellham, so we'll see how that transpires. Higginson, though, he's on pole position, and he's 4th in the championship coming into this weekend.
And he hasn't won since Brands Hatch.
I was going to say, just the one win, that was at the start of the year, wasn't it?
And that was in a reverse grid race, so he hasn't won a sort of a lap time grid race, if you like, which is always a bit more sort of a bigger achievement.
The other drivers to have had wins: Craig Pollard 4, Rob Wellham 3, Tom Gadd 4, including a couple at Croft last time, and Dan Gore's had a solitary win as well. Those are usually the 5 quickest drivers, but others have got amongst them. Chaz Heighton had his first podium, his best result, a second last time out at Croft. Revs are rising, red lights are on, and the lights go out. The race gets underway, but not for Rob Wellham, crucially, one of the championship contenders, and I think they're all going to jink past him, fortunately, but Rob Wellham has not been able to start this race. It's Matt Higginson leading, it's Tom Gadd second, it looks like James Clennell is third as they make their way through, as Rob Wellham is just crawling off the grid.
Well, the drama today continues. It's been a dramatic afternoon, hasn't it? So Higginson leads. We'll have to look at the spreadsheets this race goes on to see if Pollard now can wrap it up in this first race with Wellham perhaps not scoring. Through the old hairpin they go. These cars so quick, these Jedi Mark 6-7 superbike engined machines. Clennell, who hasn't scored on the podium this year, up the inside of Tom Gadd, and he goes through then ahead of last year's champion and off into the gravel for 22, Chris Keir. He gets back on the road, brings some of the gravel with him, but he is out of the gravel importantly. This is allowing Higginson to get away, but James Clennell, who travels over from the States looking for his first first podium. He's wheel to wheel with Gadd. You've got Westworth in there too, who's also looking for his first podium, but he loses out to Dan Gore, who's up the inside. Craig Pollard was right in that as well. How did that survive for Pollard? Because he was sort of side by side with the S's, which isn't normally an ideal thing to do. He had to back out of it. Clennell and Gadd are still side by side, Ian.
Great race between these two. It's allowing Higginson to get away. It's Gadd in second, Clennell in third. Clennell's leading the Clubman Cup, and if he gets a podium, he'll no longer be leading the Clubman Cup because you can't score any more points after that. You remove from the Clubman Cup standings, but he'll be just focused on an overall podium, I think, here. It's Higginson leading by the best part of 2 seconds at the end of lap 1 from Tom Gadd, the double croft winner, in second place. Clennell having another look up the inside as he goes into the right-hander at Redgate Corners. A bit of bodywork gone flying off somebody's car right in front of our commentary position as well. Pick that up in a minute. Dan Gore fourth, Tom Westworth fifth, Craig Pollard, the championship leader, up into sixth. And so far, no sign of Rob Wellham.
No, he wasn't going very fast, was he, if anything? There is a bit of bodywork. It's a novice driver, I can tell you that much. Mark Betts is pitted, by the way, but this battle now for third is on. It's Dan Gore, looked up the inside of Clennell, who was turning into the apex regardless, and he hangs on in that spot, and that has held Gore back, and that means Tom Westworth dives up the inside, the 22-year-old. There's a massive battle in the pack as well, but Higginson's not part of any of this. He leads. Gaddy's going after him in second. Clennell is third. They're absolutely side by side behind as Gore tries to keep Westworth at bay. Pollard dives up the inside. That got close, but they got through the corner. Goodness me.
Yeah, it's hectic stuff, isn't it? Pollard there is certainly no doubt he is trying to make it ground now. Westworth having a look up the inside of Dan Gore into the Melbourne hairpin. He's absolutely alongside him. Chas Hyton's going to buy into this as well if he can. Still side by side between those two as they exit the corner. That bit of bodywork is still in the middle of the road on the start and finish straight. The leaders are going to be coming up towards that now. And here comes Gore up the inside of Westworth. Can he get that move done? So it's Higginson leading Gadd in second. Gadd has gone through and it looked like he's narrowed the gap. Yes, he has. He's in the best lap of the race. He's down to 1.1 seconds. Clennell is third, and then it's 3 wide further back, and it's Craig Pollard trying to make up 2 places. He's made up no places. He was trying to get past Tom Westworth in fourth and Dan Gore in fifth, but Craig Pollard for the moment still sixth. He's still running alongside Dan Gore though, and it's Dan Gore's last race weekend in F1000 for the foreseeable future. He has other plans for next season. He's lost the place now. Craig Pollard's gone through to fifth. It's brought Chas Hyton into the equation as well.
I think that's a record as well for Gadd, breaking, I think, quite a long-term record on the Grand Prix circuit here at Donington. Ben Hindley had that, but Dan Gore, oh my word, Dan Gore held it on, but he's losing places. Remember, he was challenging a lap ago for third on Clennell, but he lost all those spots. Craig Pollard may not know that Rob Wellham's not in this race. He may not know that he stalled because it's all a bit of a blur at the start of the race, and he's driving a bit like he needs to get through the field quite desperately. Meanwhile, Tom Gadd is continuing to chase down Matt Higginson. So the Team Sellers racing car is on the chase. There's a car that's pulled off, by the way, on the Grand Prix loop. Could be number 9, Ryan Thomas. He didn't come through. Anyway, this battle for the lead heads up to the final corner. 83 Higginson ahead of 12 Gadd, and a real battle for the lead. And that bit of bodywork, I think, has been recovered here.
It has indeed. Now, of course, you know, although Wellham is out, Gadd is still there. He can still mathematically win the champion. He's done another best lap of the race, a 1:29.209, another quarter of a second taken off his previous lap. But here is Craig Pollard now. He's going to try and take the place from Tom Westworth. This is for fourth. But again, Westworth going really well here, holding on in fourth position. The car salesman from Rainhill Prescott, 22 years of age. Been racing since 2008 in Super 1 karting, in the British Championship, World Finals at Le Mans as well. And he's in a new Jedi for this season run by Team Sellers Racing. But he's in fourth place at the moment. It was Higginson leading Gadd by 0.6 of a second when we last saw them. Here's the battle though for third. Clennell, Westworth and Pollard, and it's Westworth that runs wide.
Yeah, and Pollard gets that position easily then. Someone else who's going well is Lee Seagraves in his first ever race, I think, let alone F1000 race. He's up to 11th from the back of the grid, but a change for the lead out of Coppice. Tom Gadd goes through. His dad put him some new tyres for this weekend, and he's made the most of them. He's ahead of Matt Higginson.
And he's doing everything he possibly needs to do to try and get the championship out of all of this. It is still not impossible that he could retain his title from last year. He was the 2023 champion. Rob Wellham was the 2022 champion. Craig Pollard in only his second season of racing in F1000, having won the V Championship 2 years ago.
Of course, Wellham will have to go from off the back later, or tomorrow as well, won't he? So it's double bad. Oh my word, what, three abreast are they? There was that Chaz Hyton coming through. So Pollard's passed Westworth and drove away from them. So this is about a fourth. So Westworth and Clennell are not going to get their first podium. And then Hyton and Gore trying to fight back round the outside. He gets a position. He may not get racing like this in the category he's planning to racing next year. This is all quite feisty stuff.
It certainly is. Great racing, as so often the case from F1000. But Craig Pollard did put a lot of daylight between himself and Westworth. It was actually 1.9 seconds he'd made up. It was only basically half a lap, wasn't it, between getting past and the end of the lap. We've got Mark Betts into the pit lane. You mentioned that a few laps ago. One starter we didn't have, by the way, was the number 9 car of Ryan Thomas, the driver from Cumbria.
I wonder if it's his car on the Grand Prix loop. It's either him or Wellham. Well, it's certainly a car that was
it could well be his car on the Grand Prix loop.
Because I don't think Wellham got that far, did he?
No.
So there's Pollard. He's driving away from this pack that Dan Gore is trying to get through, and it is Ryan Thomas's car, we believe, on the Grand Prix loop. Rob Wellham, I imagine, has gone in the cut through at Redgate. So good that he was able to get the car out of the way so others can continue racing. So down into the Melbourne loop. Clennell looking to the inside from Westworth. So they head off towards the next corner. Westworth has had some fifth this year, looking for fourth in this race. That's where he is at the moment. They come out of the final corner, halfway through the race, and what has happened to Tom Gadd?
He's still there. It's his transponder that's not
Okay.
working. He's put back in now. Pollard's in the best lap of the race now. New lap record, 1:28.460. And that time through, he gains a second and a half on Matt Higginson. The gap down to 1.8 seconds, second to third. So with 7 minutes of this race left to go, he's, well, certainly second place not out of the question for Craig Pollard, but maybe even a win.
And that is a second under the lap record from 10 years ago when these cars last raced here. So interesting, as someone like Cadwell, they're not under lap record pace on that period, but they are by a long way round here.
Different circuit, very different circuit to Cadwell Park, I guess, and that will have a part to play as well. Up towards Coppice they go once again, this battle for fourth backwards.
The two newcomers are battling, aren't they? Zach Palmer and Lee Seagrove, 12th and 13th. Always good to have new drivers in the championship, and they are both debuting, I think, today.
Westworth looking a bit more comfortable in fourth place now, isn't he? Over Dan Gore in fifth, James Clennell in sixth. He'll be disappointed, I should think, that he's gone backwards like that. Was challenging for the lead on the opening lap, but on lap 6 now he's dropped back somewhat. Might even lose another place here to Chaz Hyton, who's up his inside going into Melbourne Hairpin. And he's got his nose in front briefly, but now we thought this might happen. Pollard is with Higginson, who runs wide at Goddard Corner, and Pollard goes through to second place with still 6 minutes of the race left to go. They go across the line. It's Gadd leading, Pollard now up to second, and there's 2.8 seconds between them on that last lap. Pollard only up 0.4 of a second faster, but we'll have to see what can happen. They're probably going to get 4 more laps out of this.
Pollard was 1.7 seconds behind Higginson at the start of the lap, so that it was a huge chase and pass. It just feels like Matt Higginson's not been enjoying perhaps the new tyres this year in the championship. He was very fast last year, wasn't he? But an absolute championship contender, 4th in the championship this year, and just hasn't got the pace of Gadd and Pollard. All three, of course, champions in other 750 Motor Club categories as well. Gadd in low cost, Pollard in Vs, and Higginson in Sports 1000.
Yeah, that's right. And obviously, if Pollard can do this, he'll have been the first driver to do a sort of single-seater double of Formula V and F1000, which is noteworthy. I can just say outside of our commentary box window, the bodywork has now been collected by someone on a bicycle that had with bodywork that had been lost on the start and finish straight. Anyway, you can't see that. I cut out of the commentary box window and it amused me. Down towards the hairpin they go for the 7th time in this race. And it's Westworth being caught now, I think, by Dan Gore.
Yeah, Dan Gore's coming back, isn't he? He's got muscled out on that lap. You remember he was going for 3rd at the time, but he's coming back now. Meanwhile, Gadd has now set the fastest lap and he's going away from Pollard. 1:28.3 as the leader's lap. Mick Frith, the ex-Wold sidecar competitor, not many of them compete in 750 Motor Club racing. Battle on for 4th. Tom Westworth versus Dan Gore. Dan Gore, the 44-year-old Caterham winner. Through, around the outside they go of that slower car.
I was just looking at the what that lap time equates to in terms of speed. It's an average of 101.83 miles an hour, so well over 100 mile an hour average lap around this Donington Park Grand Prix circuit, which includes 2 obviously big braking areas, slow corners at Melbourne Hairpin and Goddards in particular. So that's really, really impressive to have a 100 mile an hour plus lap on the Donington Park Grand Prix track.
There's a big battle going on for 10th, the reverse grid slot. But Chapman, who's now out of the race, was in that position. Then it was Lee Seagrave, but now Adam Walker has come through into 10th position, the driver who finished 3rd in the championship in the past. But yeah, we just saw there Bert Chapman out of the race. He's also racing in 116 Trophy this weekend, so he's competing in the fastest cars and the slowest cars on a race weekend, which is quite an unusual thing to do.
Certainly is. So we've got probably 2 more laps to go at the end of this one, I would think, as Gadd goes over the line. Well, technically you might squeeze 3 out of that. We'll just have to wait and see how generous they are with the checker flag and how quick Gadd is over the remaining 2 laps. But his lead over Pollard has stayed more or less the same. 3.2 seconds it is, then it's another 3.2 seconds back to Matt Higginson in 3rd place, then Westworth in 4th position, Dan Gore 5th, and James Connell in 6th position. But it's looking good here for Tom Gadd to make it 3 wins in a row. He won the 2nd and 3rd races at Croft, Craig Pollard having won the 1st of the races there, and this can make it 3 in a row. He also had 2 wins in a row earlier on the season at Alton Park and Cadwell Park.
Do you not reckon this result would give Pollard the championship?
Oh, well, I'll have a look now.
Because mine suggests it might. So I'll let you look at that with a lap and a half or so to go, potentially. Battle for 4th is still one of the closest. Tom Westworth, Dan Gore and James Clennell. They turn super fast into Coppice Corner. Chaz Heighton can't quite live with them. They were 4 seconds behind Matt Higginson at the start of the lap, this group. Gore looks up the inside into the S's, can't get there though.
I don't think this will give Pollard the championship. I still think Wellham can come back from this if he wins the remaining 2 races. I think that's mathematically possible with Pollard only picking up 25 points in this race.
He'll get the other points back. But I think Gadd will be out of it, won't he?
Gadd will be out of it, yes.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at. I didn't think of Wellham. So a shame for Tom Gadd. It's not quite enough, but for another race win for Tom Gadd would be good, and that would mean he's won more races than anybody else this year, which would be a great feat. The man that was the fastest man all year around Cadwell Park, his local circuit. 4th, 5th and 6th still together, as they've been for a while. Tom Westworth ahead of Dan Gore and James Clennell. Through the old hairpin they accelerate, then they start climbing up to the top part of the circuit. Westworth on course for his best result of the season. The former World Final Super 1 competitor. So this could be the last lap into the Grand Prix loop. 3.5 seconds, Tom Gadd ahead and going away from Craig Pollard.
Yeah, just having a look at what the outright lap record is for this circuit. It's 1 minute 17, so about 11 seconds faster than what these cars are doing. That's for Kamiya Sato in an Auto GP car.
I guess the track was fractionally different for the Grand Prix in '93, I think, where the lap times would probably been even faster.
Although it was raining, of course,
at
the start of the race. Anyway, famously, they are going to get the check flag this time. Tom Gadd wins the race then. A 3rd win in a row, 5th win of the season for Tom Gadd. Craig Pollard takes 2nd. It's sort of one hand on the championship trophy now, but it's not quite certain yet. 3rd place goes the way of Matt Higginson. 4th place goes to Tom Westworth. 5th to Dan Gore. 6th James Connell. 7th Chaz Heighton. And there's going to be a bit of a gap back to the next car. Sam Satchwell it was. There was 8th, but 18 seconds clear of anyone else at the end of the previous lap. And here he is now.
And who's going to get pole for tomorrow with 10th?
So it's between David Williams and Adam Walker and Palmer, isn't it, in the number 71 car?
Yeah, we're waiting for them to come into shot. They were a little bit further behind.
Yeah, Zach Palmer, the newcomer, wasn't it, that's in 11th place. Has he made that place up?
Well, they're side by side.
Up to the line, over the line, and what did the timekeeper say? It says Adam Walker. Adam Walker 10th. Yeah, by a couple of 100 seconds. So he's going to get the pole position for tomorrow morning's race, and he'll have David Williams, number 88, alongside him. So a great race there for the F1000 Championship. Tom Gadd taking another win by 3 seconds. We'll have the full results for you in just a few moments, but it's a result then that with Rob Wellham non-finishing doesn't quite end his championship, but he basically needs to win both of races tomorrow. One of them from the back of the grid, while Craig Pollard doesn't finish either. Stranger things have happened, but not too many. Number 12, Tom Gadd, has the win at the end of 10 laps by 3.15 seconds over number 92, Craig Pollard, in second place. 83, Matt Higginson was third. 3, Thomas Westworth was fourth, ahead of number 80, Dan Gore. James Clennell, number 42, was in sixth, ahead of 17, Chaz Heighton. 19, Sam Satchwell. David Williams in 88, and Adam Walker, number 14, rounding out the top 10 and claiming pole position for tomorrow's reverse grid race. Then it was Zach Palmer and Lee Seagrave who had promising debuts. Chris Keir, ex-Clio racer, was 13th, ahead of the 37 car of Mick Frith, who's been a promising newcomer in the last few meetings. James Hills was a couple of laps down, but did finish the race. Bert Chapman, Dane Christensen, Mark Betts, as well as Rob Wellham and Ryan Thomas, either non-finishers or non-starters from that Jedi Racing Cars F1000 Championship race. They are back out tomorrow morning, well actually tomorrow afternoon at 12:05, and then they'll complete the season at 5:45 tomorrow afternoon, which should be a fitting way to end the weekend's racing. Still got 3 races to come this afternoon, all categories that we've seen already once today. The 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup, the Radical Bikesports Championship, and the 116 Sprint Trophy and 120 Coupe Cup. Still all to come this afternoon. But an entertaining F1000 race that. Josh, Tom Gadd, I mean, it was in the end a comfortable win, wasn't it, on paper?
Yeah, he had to get past Matt Higginson, which he did without too many difficulties, I think. And then got that win, the 5th win of the season. I think he knew the championship wasn't really something he was looking at. Was it Silverstone that went a bit wrong? He was telling me earlier on in the season. So Silverstone cost him the chance of a title. When what possibly might be his last weekend in F1000. And he wanted to go out on a high. Well, it started off well, hasn't it, with that first win of the weekend, a triple header for the F1000 Championship. It's the only triple header of the weekend of anything, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
Of these cars. By far the fastest cars race. Well, no, the Bikesports are pretty close, aren't they? They're pretty equal. These fastest 2 categories that are with us this weekend on the 750 Motor Club bill. So Matt Suckling, I can see, has gathered up our race winner, Tom Gadd. So we will be able to hear with Matt Suckling in a moment's time.
Thanks, Josh. Yep, down here with our race winner, Tom Gadd, for the 5th time this year. 3 times in a row now. You got the hat-trick back-to-back. Well done. That was a good race.
Yeah, so it was all right from my point of view. I got a pretty decent start. We didn't test yesterday, and we were on brand new tyres with the wet qualifying, so we didn't really know what pace would be on the dry circuit. So it was sort of a bit of a gamble with the setup, gamble with the gearing, and it seems to have paid off. You know, it's pretty clean from there.
And you had charging Craig Pollard from behind. He was kind of bringing the gap down, but then you kind of retaliated and put it back over 3 seconds.
Yeah, I saw a white car approach, and I thought, oh God, here he comes. I thought, I don't know how long's left. One of the Mattel guys that usually keeps a pit board out with the time on, but he hid that from me. So I was like, I have no idea how long's left. Just keep going until the last lap board comes out. And luckily the marshal just got it out in time, because I was getting a bit of a panic on.
Good race. I think you did the fastest lap as well, which is a new lap record for F1000.
Oh, that's good. It's another one to add to the tally. Yeah, good result for everyone. You know, hard work from the team and all that. So yeah, it's good result. And hello to everyone at home watching.
Good stuff. Well done, Tom. Congratulations. And Craig Pollard finishing in 2nd position. Craig, well done. A good hardy fight there to get yourself back up onto the podium.
Yeah, there was a lot going on at the start of that one. So I had to have my championship head on, and I was just trying to keep a clean race. That's been the target. You know, we got caught out in quali because you have to do 3 banker laps, and we said there that it wasn't worth throwing it off, and that, you know, with only getting 4 laps in quali, you haven't even got a chance to set a lap. But that said, everyone had the same opportunities as I did, and they did better, so it was a little bit disheartening, but that pays all of it back and more.
Yeah, it put you ahead. I don't know if you knew what happened to Rob. He kind of stalled on the line and then retired.
I didn't know he'd retired, no. Yeah, I saw he'd stalled on the line, but Rob's a fantastic driver, never taken that away from him. He's absolutely brilliant. And to be honest, I was looking in my mirrors expecting him to come up charge behind me. I didn't realise he'd retired, so it's not what I want to see. You know, we're here to fight all the way to the end. So, yeah, with all the work the guys have done on the car, not just today but all year, that pays everything back.
Still not done. You've still got to go into tomorrow. You've still got to try and bridge that gap and try and win the championship.
Yeah, and I think it's never been, it's always that first to finish, to finish first you got to finish. And reliability comes into that massively. You look at the amount of failures that are going on. Tony, my dad, Graham, Peter, everyone is working tirelessly all the time. And I feel like I get the easy job sometimes.
Good stuff. Good race there, Craig. Well done on your second place. And Matt Higginson over here just having a quick chat with Tom. Matt, if we can just dive in and have a quick chat with you. Yeah, that's fine. Matt, well done. Third place in the race. I know you had a cracking start. You had the speed early on. Did anything kind of fall away for you?
No, just inherently, unfortunately, we've got power or top speed issues in the car, so I can't compete as it is. Frustrating, because I know I can win this championship, but I just need a tool to do it. But great to be on the podium again. We missed out in Croft for various reasons, but yeah.
You tried your hard to keep Craig at bay. You had a little battle with him throughout that race?
Not really. I kind of just let him pass because he's the second faster, so I was more looking for who was coming up in fourth, so didn't see anybody really coming, so that was brought it home safely, really.
2 more races to go tomorrow. You're going to try and end the season on a high, I'm sure?
Yeah, I'll try, but we need rain to win. I can clearly drive the car in the rain and win, so yeah, just need...
Good stuff.
Bring it. Someone bring it.
It could be on the way in just a few minutes. A little bit too late for you.
Late for us, yeah.
Cheers, Matt. Well done. Third place there. So there you go. Our top 3 from the first of 3 races this weekend for the F1000 Championship. And just to let you know, guys, there is weather on the way. A few drops of rain down here at the minute, and we'll see how that transpires for our next race, which is the final race of the year for the Club MX5 Cup.
Yes, very shortly we'll have the cars out onto the circuit for the final 5 Club race of the season. Of course, already the championship having been sewn up for Ben Short. I think we've still got second to be decided. This is the reversed grid race, and so it's Jake Micklewright, number 32, that lines up on pole position. Besides him, number 128, Samuel Gormer. On the second row of the grid, it's 64, Scott Lawrence, and 230, Thomas Holland. Row 3 of the grid, number 1, Jordan Johnson, and 17, Oak Richardson. On row 4, it's 220, Owen Mills, and 70, Michael Pearce. Row 5, 16, Shea Pearce, and 71, the race 1 winner and the champion Ben Short. On row 6 of the grid, it's 46, Nico Favreau, and 25, David Williams. Row 7, 9, Ian Tomlinson, and 111, James Winstanley. Row 8, 95, Andy Bailey, and Matthew Short in 72. Matt Pennefather Neil has Mary Barnard next to him on row 9 of the grid. Row 10 is Martin Vernon, and number 96, Sam Moody. Row 11, 75, Jeremy Rivers Fletcher, and 97, Jack Lawrence. It's Andrew Robinson and Alex Quatch-T on the 12th row of the grid, 19 and 41. Row 13 is 47, Stephen Craigs, and 23, Martina Ward. 129, Paul Barnard, and 11, Richard Beale on the 14th row. The 15th row, 31, Neil Burrows, and 191, Philip Barrett. Row 16 is 26, Isabel Burrows, and 63, Stuart Dowson, with 68, Stephen Robinson on his own on row 17 of the grid. And it has got an awful lot darker outside in the last few minutes. As far as this championship is to be concerned, it looks like second is still to be decided between Jordan Johnson and Oak Richardson. Jordan Johnson for this race lines up on the same row as Oak Richardson. They both line up on row 3 of the grid. Jordan Johnson in the grey number 1 car, and it's the blue car with the yellow stars on it of Oak Richardson. So we'll keep an eye on that as they battle for second in the championship. But we've got Jake Micklewright and Samuel Gormer on the front row of the grid. We've had the green flag waved at the back, so very shortly this race is going to be underway for another 15 minutes of action, with the rain now starting to come down a little bit, as we heard from Matt Suckley in the pit lane. 1 or 2 drivers with the wipers on. 5-second board is shown, and here we go then for the final time this season in the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup, sponsored by Massimo Tyres. The red lights go on and they go out. Away they go then And let's see how much grip there is out there for these competitors. It's a voyage of discovery for them. So it's Jake Micklewright on pole in the white car. It's Ben Short trying to take out all of the bollards on the way up to Red Gate Corner. Only took out one as he tries to make up moves around the outside. But it looked like Oak Richardson might have made a better start than Jordan Johnson in their battle for the positions. But now Oak Richardson, I think, has gone wide on the first corner, and maybe Johnson's got back ahead. Let's have a look where they are. Yes, Johnson is about 6th, and I think Richardson might be about 10th at the moment. Heading down towards the Old Hairpin for the first time, it is still Jake Micklewright leading.
Ben Short's 4th from 10th already, despite having an interesting line up towards Redgate as he tried to find space. Those around him, you can see the rain spots on the lens. It's free abreast for the lead. Tom Holland looks up the inside of Micklewright. To the outside comes Sam Gormer. Well, Jake Micklewright's not going to let anybody come past at this rate. It's raining quite heavily at McLean's all of a sudden on the way up towards Coupe, but Jake Micklewright defending. He'd like to keep in front if he possibly can. There's Johnson. There's loads of cars between him and Richardson as the rain is coming down much heavier than it was about 5 seconds ago, as Tom Holland is going for the lead. So Holland leads. On the way down towards the S's. Short is coming with him, as is Jordan Johnson, and Jake Micklewright's just lost a whole handful of spots, but breaks super late, and he slots into 4th position, but he's very sideways.
Yeah, I think I had a little touch from Samuel Gorman behind him as well, possibly, as they made their way through, and he's lost a lot of positions because of that. Meanwhile, there's Oak Richardson in the number 17 car. He really needs to get ahead of Jordan Johnson to stand any chance of getting ahead of him in for second place in the championship, but it's BS Motorsport cars leading, and in second place it is Thomas Holland in the lead, from Ben Short in second. Third is Jordan Johnson, so that's not gone well for Oak Richardson on the opening lap, although he's clawing back some places now. He's alongside James Winstanley, that is, isn't it, in the 111 car, so he's made up some ground at the start of the race. James Winstanley, the 750 Motor Club's marketing man, but at the end of the first lap it's Holland leading, Ben Short in second, 1500ths between them, then it's Johnson, Pearce, Gormer, Richardson, Michael Pearce, James Winstanley, Scott Lawrence and Andy Bailey.
Yeah, so James Winstanley gained 5 places on that opening lap. Andy Bailey also progressing through well. See, Jake Micklewright's the one that lost out. And I believe because... Oh, big lose. Who's that?
Didn't spot who it was, right in the middle of the pack though.
Was it Winstanley, was it? It was a red car.
It could have been, I suppose. Yes, it was the right kind of colour. Look how these two have pulled away. Yeah, I think it is, because he's not there in the background now, is he? It's Holland from Short. Long gap back to Jordan Johnson in third. And then in fourth, I think it is still Shea Pearce, isn't it, in the grey car with the red detailing on it.
Owen Mills is there, but he didn't have a transponder working in the first race. It's still not working now, so I don't think he's being scored because of that. He was warned about it, and he didn't fix it.
Okay, so still these two out in front, the two teammates. Now is Ben Short going to let his customer, Thomas Holland, do the business here and get the win. It's very frenetic behind, definite end of term atmosphere, with the rain still coming down at this part of the circuit, more so than possibly at others. Yes, confirmation that Owen Mills is not being timed in this race, so just kind of ignore the 220 car because it's not really there. It's not going to be in the results of this race.
Unless, of course, something happens and then to somebody else, and it very much feels like he's in the race.
Yeah, here comes Shea Pearce. He's challenging Jordan Johnson. Oak Richardson only one place further behind, so it's not beyond the bounds of possibility that Oak Richardson could get back ahead of Jordan Johnson before this race is out. Shea Pearce there, son of Michael, who's a couple of places further back in the bright green car, is going to challenge Jordan Johnson for third place into the hairpin. And he's alongside, we're focusing on the two leaders, but it looked like it might have been Shea Pearce that had gone through to third place there. Yes, it is. The darker of the two grey cars. Shea Pearce, number 16, up to third. And now you've got the two protagonists for second in the championship, adjacent to one another.
Yeah, that's right. What do we think the gap is between the two of them?
After drop scores, I think 4 points in favour of Johnson.
Okay, so Johnson can afford to fall behind Richardson. Whoa, that got tight. We survived, still sideways, Sam Gormer, but we survived any contact in all of that. So it's Holland and Short, Pearce and third now, and then but Richardson is going past Johnson. He's up into fourth. Johnson not enjoying the wet conditions so much. Last year's champion, I think he's won a race, has he, Jordan Johnson, which is a bit unusual, I guess. There's people taking liberties with the track, potentially, because there's not much grip and you're probably not gaining anything from being out there. I think that was Owen Mills, so you could get a penalty for a race you don't get scored in. Anyway.
How can you have 5 seconds added to your time?
Down to the old hairpin. Jordan Johnson might fall into the clutches of other cars here, Ian. Luckily for him, the next car doesn't matter.
Yeah, which is interesting. But the one behind that does matter, which is Sam Gorman, the 128 car. Here are the two leaders, though. Thomas Holland, 2:30. Ben Short, number 71. The two leaders. They're lapping in the 2-minute 8s. That's the best lap for Thomas Holland so far. What did they do in the first race? There's an interesting question to ask. It was 2-minute 10, so they were a little bit faster, and possibly the track just has not got as wet yet as it was in the first race. Big moment for Richardson. He's ahead, though, of Johnson now.
I was watching the one in the background in the gravel.
Okay, well, nevertheless. So, yes, big moment for Richardson. Still ahead of Johnson. And then is the car that is not being scored. But for the lead, it is still 2:30 Thomas Holland in the BS Motorsport car, ahead of the BS Motorsport boss, Ben Short, in second.
Was there a car in the gravel?
Yeah, it looked like there was. So I don't know if there's anyone missing from the timing screen. Possibly Andy Bailey, yes, who didn't come through at the end of the previous lap. The man behind Mint Alloys, the sponsor of this stream. There it is. There's the confirmation that it's up to its axles in the gravel, pretty much.
Shea Pearce is catching the top two, is he not? He was 3 seconds behind at the start of the lap. It was 26. Is that Izzy Burrows?
Yes.
The McLean's, I think that is, on the exit. She's gone for a spin.
Yeah, so right onto the infield there, and she's going to get back out into the race, I think. So she rejoins, but obviously right at the back of the field now, somewhat on her own. As the top two leaders are almost nose to tail over the line. Ben Short in the number 71 car, chasing after Thomas Holland, 2:30. Did Shea Pearce close on them that time? Yes, he did, by about 1.4 seconds as well. Further back, Jordan Johnson in danger of losing a place here to Samuel Gorman. This could be important for the championship, because there is a whole gang of cars queued up behind Jordan Johnson. He really can't afford to make a mistake. Gorman now ahead of the 220 car. And then it's Michael Pearce next up. That 220 car might lose another position here to Michael Pearce before very much longer. But yeah, Jordan Johnson not in a particularly comfortable position here.
No, that's right. It's not enjoying this tricky track surface we've got at the moment, it seems. But perhaps getting the hurry up with a load of cars behind him. Johnson has had 6 seconds-ish. Yeah. Looking to win the non-Ben Short class in the championship in that battle against Oak Richardson. It's all very busy behind him. It feels like it's pretty foul up at Coppice, doesn't it, with the wind and the rain battering our camera operator.
Looks like one of those videos we saw from Florida the other day when the hurricane passed through. It has that kind of feel about it.
Perhaps that BBC forecast in the week was right.
Maybe it was, with the 1,000-mile-an-hour winds or whatever we're supposed to have. Anyway, it's the three of them together now. Shea Pearce right with Thomas Holland and Ben Short as they make their way through the right and left of the Fogarty S's and head down to the Melbourne hairpin for lap number 4. There's still 6 minutes and 50 seconds of the race left to go. So we're into the second half of the race as far as the times elements is concerned. It's probably going to be a 7-lap race, isn't it, that we have here for the I suppose it might even be less than that.
Interestingly, David Williams in 10th is lapping quicker than the leaders, so he's going through nicely. The sim racer, who's had some good results this season. He's been on the podium a couple of times. Up towards the hairpin they come. 64, Scott Lawrence involved in this, and Shea Pearce has caught the leaders with the best lap, a 2.7, so lap time's coming back down again.
Worth having a look at that if we can, because it looked like Ben Short was about to line up a move on Thomas Holland as well as they headed into Coppice Corner. We'll see if we can have a look at that. Not Coppice Corner, Redgate Corner. We'll see if we can have a look at that in a moment. It is still Thomas Holland ahead, though, as they head out of Redgate and down through Hollywood for the 5th time in this race. But Pearce, as you say, doing the best lap of the race, best lap of the day, 2:07.205 on the previous lap. Well outside the lap record set by Ben Short 3.5 years ago. Of course, in dry conditions, he did a 1:54.5. So out of view at the moment. Here they come up towards McLean's. These three right together. Oak Richardson still 4th. I think Jordan Johnson's still in 5th, which is important for him as far as second in the championship is concerned. To the right-hander now. Ben Short 15 times a winner this season. Thomas Holland's only done occasional races, but has had now, I think, 3 podiums in the races that he has done this season, including the result earlier on the day. He wasn't on the podium earlier on today, was he? Can't correct myself. So he's only had the 2 podiums so far this season.
Shay Pearce is the star of the day, isn't he? Because we've never seen him really at the front of the field until earlier, where he got his first podium in the 5 Club Championship, and now he's the fastest man in these conditions. He's caught the top 2, but not made an impression on them as such on this lap. Ben Short equally hasn't sort of hurried him up to get past Tom Holland, has he? He stayed there in second for now.
Indeed. Climbing up the hill with 4.5 minutes to go, so it's going to be touch and go, isn't it? Whether they get 2 or 3 more laps. Ooh. Possibly only 2 as they come up and across the line this time. There was 3/4 of a second covering the first 3 on the previous lap. It's just gone out by a 10th.
The lap time just got 5 seconds quicker on that lap. We went from a 7 to a 2, and Jordan Johnson set the quickest.
Well, I was just thinking, some parts of the circuit it's actually looking relatively dry, and it's only up at the top of the circuit where it really looks truly horrible, isn't it?
So I think that's more wind now than anything.
Yeah, so maybe the circuit really is drying quite quickly now. The sun has sort of emerged again, so fantastic. And Jordan Johnson's now done the best lap of the race at 2:02.232. He's still there in 5th position, but he took 1.4 seconds out of Oak Richards on that lap to get it down to less than a second. Here they are.
Yeah, so these better conditions have urged on Jordan Johnson. What was the record time?
1:54.5.
It's a little way away from that, but much better than just the previous lap from just 2 minutes earlier. Top 3 absolute together to change the lead. Ben Short goes through ahead of Tom Holland, who now has got Shay Pearce keen to get past. They head up the hill into the right-hander at Coppice. Yeah, I think it's just wind up there now, isn't it, rather than anything. Oh, it's getting a bit touchy-feely behind. So David Williams, who's progressing well. He's up to 7th, and he's going for 6th on Sam Gormer. But the top 3 still together. They come down towards the S's. Shay Pearce looking to the inside. That's not on for now, but Ben Short not getting away at this point.
Yeah, so through the Fogarty S's they go. Short, Holland and Shay Pearce. Jordan Johnson then with the fastest lap, that 2:02.232.
Holland's going for the inside here. He's alongside Short. Probably best not to hit the boss.
No.
And he avoided doing that.
Yeah, there is a slower car up ahead as well, which they may well lap.
Oh, Pearce darts to the inside of Holland, who blocks him. And Pearce just bumped into the back of him. That was sort of a British GT block, wasn't it? Somebody looked you up the inside.
Let's see what lap times they do here. 2 minute dead now. 2 minute 0:0360 for Ben Short. As they go past that slow car, it's going to be side by side for second. Now Richardson then Jordan Johnson, they take their turns to do the best laps of the race. So another 2 seconds found that lap. The track is improving in conditions very quickly indeed. Probably the drivers for the next race ought to be watching this.
And he's done it around the outside. Shay Pearce goes second. Of course, is it Bikesports next, which have a tyre choice as well, so even more important. So that new aimshop.com fastest lap with Jordan Johnson. He's still behind Oak Richardson though, but they'll be scoring equal points, so that's all good for second in the championship for Johnson. But it's all about really this race win, and can Shay Pearce get there? And they should get another extra lap in with the extra pace that they've shown in recent laps.
Yeah, well, that's the interesting thing. It looked like it was going to be a 7-lap race, but now they almost had like 15 seconds to spare, I think, because they came across the line to be able to do that, or even 20 seconds possibly at the speed they're now doing. So probably going to be an 8-lap race.
And can Shay Pearce beat Ben Short? Because he's not let him get away, despite having to get past Tom Holland. As Windy Coppice they go through and head down towards the S's. Pearce now having to defend for second, though, because Holland is fighting back. Holland hadn't had the pace on the previous laps, but all of a sudden he's found it, and he's back into second, round the outside into the S's, hops up over the curbs. He was on the podium here earlier in the year in the British GT Championship in the Pro-Am class with Colin White.
Looks like Pearce is going to try and fight back. Another back marker to try and lap. We don't often see lappery, do we, in MX5 races? But that's the 63 car of Stuart Dowson that is being dealt with now. Ben Short has already gone past him. Now, let's just see. Are we going to get one more lap out of this? We should do, because still 30 seconds to go as Shay Pearce goes past the back marker there and tries to get up the inside of Tom Holland. I might well get the move done on the exit of the corner here. Depends on who has most momentum. Last lap board has been prepared, so we have got one more lap to go in this race then. And it's side by side for second behind Ben Short, looking for his 16th win of the season. It is wing mirror to wing mirror. It's Shea Pearce on the outside line, Thomas Holland on the inside line for Redgate Corner, and it's Holland that holds on for the moment. Again, Jordan Johnson has done the best lap of the race, and now 1:58.772, so another sort of 1.3 seconds found that time, and he's got the gap down to 0.7 of a second to Oak Richardson. You can just see them in the background there, those two vying for second place in the championship. That should go to Johnson as things stand.
And lapping quicker than the leaders, interestingly, but they lost out when it was a bit more slippy. The top three had the pace at that point, and Short's gone away now, so it's Pearce versus Holland for P2. And then the cars behind for P2 in the championship. Through the right-hander there at McLean. There's going to be another car to lap. So that'll be a third one in 3 laps. Richardson still ahead of Johnson, who looks to the inside. He might come through here into Coppice Corner. And he's done it. Well, maybe. They're side by side as they go through the corner. And in the background, there is a battle. In the foreground there is a battle because Shea Pearce is running round the outside of Tom Holland, who breaks late. He knows if you're on the inside here you have the line, so Shea Pearce has to give way. He couldn't get the exit though, potentially. As they come up to the Melbourne Loop, it certainly looks like it's going to be a 16th win for Ben Short, but second is not over yet with 2 corners to go. It's Holland in front as the back marker gets out of the way. They're side by side, a battle for second in the championship. They've been battling all year, and they're going to battle to the end of the race here. Yeah, if it stays this way, it's going to be Jordan Johnson by 4 points. Here comes Shea Pearce to try and get second place away from Thomas Holland. It's Holland on the inside line. Pearce is going to try and get the cut back on the exit of the corner, carries more speed out of it, but finds his way blocked. Ben Short is going to come up to the line and take the checker flag. 16 wins this year for him in the Massimo Tyres 5 Club MX5 Cup. Second place goes to Thomas Holland. Third place goes to Shea Pearce. Fourth place goes to Oak Richardson. Fifth place, but second in the championship, goes to Jordan Johnson. He gets the fastest lap of the race as well. Michael Pearce pulling into the pits right at the end of the race. So sixth goes to David Williams. Seventh to Matt Neal. Eighth to Ian Tomlinson. Ninth to Samuel Gordon, and it's the pole position driver, Jake Micklewright, that completes the top 10. Yeah, it's all quite exciting. Just watching the weather was rather interesting, wasn't it? As it changed almost as much as it could change in a day within a 15-minute race. As it got wetter, then got drier again. And we had a span of over 10 seconds in lap times just in a 15-minute race, which is quite extraordinary, really. The rest of the field coming through. And most people, I think, going to take the checkered flag. See, James Winstanley on that lap quicker than Ben Short. Well, but it all went a bit wrong when he got sideways at Redgate. It did, and he finished, 15th in the end. But yes, a 1:59.935. His best lap was quicker than Tom Holland, was quicker than Shea Pearce. What could have been? Absolutely, and of course, we're talking about the Cadwell Park driver of the meeting as well here, aren't we? So anything was possible, really. End of the 5 Club MX5 Cup season. It's been a great year of racing. It's been dominated by Ben Short. He's had 16 wins. Only Oak Richardson and Matt Hallam Silverstone took wins apart from him, but it's been a very enjoyable season. Ben Short then winning round number 18 of the championship. His 16th of the season in car number 71. 8 laps he completed, and he was 1.097 seconds ahead of number 230, his teammate Thomas Holland, in second place. Third place went the way of number 16, Shea Pearce, ahead of number 17, Oak Richardson, who was fourth. Fifth went to number 1, Jordan Johnson, with that second in the championship. Sixth, number 25, David Williams. Seventh to number 21, Matt Pennefather Neal. Eighth to number 9, Ian Tomlinson. Ninth to 128, Samuel Gormer. And 32, Jake Micklewright completed the top 10, ahead of Stephen Craggs, Michael Pearce, although he finished in the pit lane, so we'll see if he's classified there in the official result, Scott Lawrence and Martin Vernon. And then 15th it was James Winstanley. Mary Barnard 16th, ahead of Matthew Short, Ben's father, Sam Moody, Nico Favreau and Stephen Robinson, rounding out the top 20. And a few, one or two non-finishers as well, as we'll see on the next page. We lost Andy Bailey early on, and we did have a couple of drivers that were lapped, Isabel Burrows, Stuart Dowson and Philip Barris as well. More MX5 Cup racing next season, no doubt. We'll look forward to that. Still 2 more races to come this afternoon, as we've now got predominantly blue skies over Donington Park once again. So we'll hopefully see
Bikesports cars on slick tyres for this one, for their 25-minute race. It is a race that includes a pit stop as well, so we have that to build into the equation. We did see tyre changes in Bikesports at Brands Hatch, I think it was, as we went from wet to dry conditions there. We've got Bikesports and then the 116 Sprint Trophy and the 120 Coupe Cup to round out the day's racing, with 8 more races to come tomorrow here at Donington Park. And don't forget, 750 Motor Club are in action again in a fortnight's time. That is the Burkitt 6-hour relay race on Saturday the 26th of October, and on Sunday the 27th of October we've got championship finals day, and that's all streamed by Alpha Live. But let's now head down to the pit lane. Matt Suckling is going to have a word with our top 3 at the end of the MX5 race.
I'm indeed in, yeah, thank you very much. Down here with a 16-time winner now, Ben Shaw. You did the job earlier with the championship and you went out in style for the end of the year.
Yeah, well, such good fun driving these cars, especially when we had that little bit of drizzle, and Tom did an absolute sterling job of feeling the grip on the road for me on the way round, so I was perfectly happy to sit behind him and let him do all the hard work for a bit. And it's great to see Shea. I mean, I think it's only his second meeting this year, so lad's obviously really quick. Really quick.
Yeah, it was a great race for you. The times weren't quite there at the beginning, as we saw everyone tiptoeing about, but all of a sudden 5 seconds went off a lap time, so the grip was there then.
Yeah, I find since they resurfaced here, what was it, like 3 maybe 5 years ago, it is like a switch, it's on and off. So there was a bit of heat in the tyres, I guess, from us running round, and then all of a sudden I noticed up at the top corner coppice, track just turned and it went full dry within a lap.
What a fantastic season it's been for you, Ben. Well done.
Yeah, thank you very much. Cheers.
There we go, champion for this year, Ben Shaw. Then we move on to Tom Holland, who's having a bit of a guest drive this weekend. We saw you at Brands in British GT just a couple of weeks ago, now having a bit of fun in second place.
Yeah, well, I've been doing Mazda since I started. My first ever race was with Ben Shaw's BS Motorsport back at Snetterton back in 2020. So it's something nice to come back to. I can't exactly say no to coming back, as it's what racing should be. It's a lot of fun. It's not having to worry about the price tag at the end of it. But I absolutely love this to bit, and we showed it with the racing that we had on today. It was very close between me and number 60. I'm sorry if I've forgotten your name again. But yeah, it's been a good race.
It was you leading for a little while as well, and then Ben kind of hounded you down and wasn't going to let you have the win, was he?
No. I tried taking the wins from him at Thruxton, but unfortunately he's very experienced with these cars, and I can't commend him enough for how quick he is. And he helps everyone at BS Motorsport as well. He wants the best for all of us, and I tried to give him a run for his money, but Ben Short's going to Ben Short, so we'll see how long it'll take for Tom to topple him consistently.
Great race, Tom. Well done. Congratulations on your second place. And Shea back on the podium for the second time today. What a great return it has been for you.
Yeah, brilliant. Had a great start. Just got my head down, pushed towards the front. Tom and Ben were battling away, and Ben was helping Tom get away. But I got towards them, had a good battle with Tom at the end, and just picked me across the line. So no, it was good.
It was a great battle there. The conditions weren't kind to you in that one either, were they? A bit wet to start with, and then things started to dry out.
Yeah, it was very mixed, but got to deal with it. Everybody's in the same boat, so yeah, crack on.
You've enjoyed your return though, and maybe a few more next year?
We'll give it a go. Need some sponsors.
That's what we'd like to hear. Shea, well done. Congratulations to you as well for third place. So there you go. That is the Club MX5 Cup done for 2024. Still spots the rain in the air, so who knows what's going to happen for the next race, which is the penultimate one of the day for the Radical Bikesports Championship.
And spots of rain on the camera lens as well down there at the old hairpin as we look ahead to the Radical Bikesports Championship race. Now, teams that have seen the conditions drying out in that last race probably put slicks on the cars, and now they might be regretting that decision. We will see. Let's have a look at the grid first of all. It's number 89, Shane Stoney on pole position, and besides him, number 19, Jamie Keeville. Second row, number 1, Leon Morel, and number 77, Charles Hall. Row 3 is 11, Philip Brown, and 55, Daniel Headlam. Row 4 of the grid, number 2, Ross Bors, and 161, Paul Seward. Row 5 is number 12, Andrew Fido, and number 17, which is Miles Drew. Row 6 is the number 59 car for Tom Cockville, 68, Alicia Barrett next to him. Row 7 is number 5, Doug Carter, and 94, John Wolfett in the Spire. Row 8, 15, which is Dean Hudson, and 27, Calvin O'Connor. Row 9 is 84, Matthew Price, and 22, Andy Boyce. Row 10, 24, Ian Charles, and 166, Vikram Sidera. And row 11, 93, Stephen Larkham, and 30, Mark Grayson. So 22 cars we should have. In the first race, it was a win for Jamie Keeville, his first of the season, from Charles Hall in second place. In the end, Leon Morel was classified as the Class B winner after a 1-second penalty was applied to Daniel Headlam for gaining an advantage in an instant. So Leon Morel classified third overall and the Class B winner ahead of Dan Headlam in fourth. And second in Class B, then Philip Brown was fifth, and Alicia Barrett was sixth. A great result for her on her Bikesports debut.
And that's the best result of any Formula Woman competitor, because we had, if I get the right piece of paper, we had Laura Farrow got a 7th earlier in the year, Alana Carter got an 8th on her debut, Alicia Barrett was 6th.
That's an excellent result for her then. As far as the championship's concerned, Class A is still to be decided. Class B is, and the overall championship is already gone. That's Leon Morel who sorted that out at Brands Hatch. But Class A now, by my reckoning, we have Andy Fido on 73 points. We have on 71 points Jamie Keeville, and 67 points Stephen Larkham. And then mathematically any of those three can still win the championship. Shane Stoney with another retirement. He's had a wretched season for reliability. He's dropped out of contention, and Doug Carter also now out of contention as well. He had an off into the gravel in the race that we had this morning. So it's going to be those three disputing Class A. And where are they on the grid? Let's have a look.
Keeville 2nd, Fido 9th, and Larkham 21st.
Okay, so that's interesting. It would suggest that Keeville could be a favourite, but of course they've got Class B cars sort of in between them all, and points are scored within the individual classes. Class A for the tuned cars, Class B for the production motorcycle engine cars.
I'm just wondering if we haven't got cars because of tyre decisions going on, or if there's a recovery from the previous race, not sure. But Dakota could have a pit stops, which may include tyre changes in this race.
Exactly, because we did at Brands Hatch, didn't we?
Yeah.
We had tyre changes.
And some teams have more people than others, I
Yes.
think that's fair to say. And I think Keeville's a fairly family-run operation, isn't it? But he will have a longer pit stop because of winning the earlier race, I think.
Yes, that's right. I'm just reminding myself of the
10.86
penalty. I think it's 10.8 and 6 seconds that are.
I think it stopped 5 in the previous race.
Yeah.
So Keeville will have the most, obviously.
Yeah, so he's going to have 10. It'll be 8 for the driver that was in second place, being
Hall, I think.
Charles Hall, 6 for Leon Morel, 4 for Daniel Headlam, and 2 for Philip Brown. So that's going to be added on to the mandatory 30 seconds that they have to be stationary, and the pit window, I think that opens after 10 minutes. 5 minutes.
5 to 20. Basically.
Yeah, 5 to 20 minutes into the race. That's right.
And because of the weather issue, you're starting on slicks. You're probably going to try and hang it out just in case you feel like you need to change tyres at some point.
I'm going to get the radar off my phone. this seems like an appropriate thing to do.
But it's so windy, it's going to come through at speed like we saw in that previous race. Now, there are marshals leaving the grid.
But I think the start line marshals with their clipboards are still there, and they're the important ones.
That's right, yes. I'd have thought slicks is the way to go at the moment, and you can't really gamble it if you're a front runner here. But I would imagine the Clerk of the Court would like to get this race going pretty soon. Yes,
because there is still one more to go. There's a sort of few lines of showers coming down. There's another lot going to arrive about 6 o'clock. Sounds like in the background I can hear Bikesports cars now being brought to the grid. So I think there is a chance that there could be more rain. Possibly not until after this race is over, I reckon.
Shane Stoney's here, so see how he gets on in this race, because I think the car was cutting in and out, just like it was at Brands Hatch, wasn't it? Even though we won a race there with the car cutting in and out, but perhaps a bigger problem here at Donington Park.
Yeah, he was able to sort of drive around that at Brands because it was wet in one race, wasn't it? And then I think was it the second race? Was it the first?
Yeah,
second race was dry, wasn't it? I think.
But he still got an okay result, but not as good as.
Pedro Oliveira won there, I think. Was he?
Yes, that's right. Yeah, he's not here, which is a shame.
No.
But, here they come. So yeah, this is. You'd think if you're on wet here, you're going to drop away at the start, so that might be quite obvious. Who's made that choice? From Matt Suckling to be on the ground, unless he needs to warm up, which is possible. Because it's not a very warm day. What did you have the temperature on your day?
I was only looking at the rain, Josh. I'll get the temperature up as well. It is suggesting that right now, around here, it is 11 degrees.
So it take a little while for slick tyres to get up to full operating temperature. So we shall see how this goes. Obviously, the earlier race was heavily impacted by safety cars, wasn't it? But we had some good racing when that wasn't happening. But behind Stoney, it's all very close, really, in qualifying time. Stoney is super fast.
He is.
There's no doubt about that. The thing that's actually really cost, what might have cost him the championship, is he won at Silverstone, but was excluded for passing behind the under yellow flags. So that otherwise he could have been right in there.
Matt Suckling says the rain's coming in sideways again. He's just told us.
So if they're on slicks, this is going to be tricky, and well, you'd bet on Shane Stoney, wouldn't you? If the car works in every way, that could cause because really it's Keevil. He's in the same class as Stoney, so that'd be Stoney taking points away from him, which isn't ideal if he finishes ahead, of course.
No.
But
exactly.
If as long as they're in the top three, I think it's whoever's ahead between Keevil and Fido. If they're not in the top three, that well, no, really Keevil needs to be second, doesn't he? Because if he's third and Fido's fourth, that won't be enough.
No, I don't think so.
So he needs second, really.
So I mean, if this is interesting for the driver, see where the grip is. I mean,
look at the track. You can see the tyres.
You can see the tyre marks, can't you? I mean, it's not very wet, but it's greasy and wet enough. But
it's not really what you wanted for this race, to be honest.
But it is one that is not sort of really full wet conditions, is it? Either.
Well, it's the worst case scenario, I think, from everyone's point of view.
And I do think that sort of is an advantage to Shane Stoney. Where has Jamie Keevil gone?
That's a very good point.
Because he's supposed to be second in this queue.
I thought he was at the
He was at the start, yes. But Jamie Keevil may have had an off.
We got any cars perhaps gone off? Sure, our camera operators will be looking for that if that is the case. Or did we just miss him?
No, I don't know.
Oh, there he is.
There he is. So he hadn't made it as far as the old hairpin. Now, he's obviously gone right to the back of the field, which means that he can't retake his position, so he's going to have to start from the back here.
He was on the grid, wasn't he? So he didn't come in the pits.
So he's not been into the pits, no. Which is what you might have thought would happen.
How much drama can you get in a day?
It has been one of those days, hasn't it?
Championship deciders at Donington Park can be dramatic, and it seems like today has been. It's more been in first races, though, hasn't it, with Vauxhall Thousands and Formula V. But this the Donington decider for the Class A Championship has had a dramatic turn before the race has even started.
Yeah, he's going to catch the back of the field, isn't he? But that's all he can do.
Well, hopefully he knows that, because some drivers seem to forget sometimes.
Yeah, so he's just going to have to line up alongside or behind Mark Grayson, I think.
And he should have the pace to come through, so don't do anything silly here and start overtaking people.
Yeah, so it's going to be Shane Stoney on his own on the front of the grid in the Radical PR6. The number 89 car for the driver from York. Been some quick drivers from York over the years in Radical PR6s and Radical Gemma. You think of Joe Stables, his dad Richard, who was also a champion. I mean, spots of rain, sunshine, it's all the weather all at once here at Donington Park. Red lights are on the gantry for a 25-minute race. The final ever Bikesports Championship race is about to get underway. Red lights still on, out they go. And it's a good start by Charles Hall from the second row of the grid. Of course, you've got that gap in front of him where Jamie Keevil wasn't. Keevil is still there at the back, by the way. He's alongside Shane Stoney into the first corner. It's Morel in third place. I think Charles Hall would quite like to go out with a win here for the ADR, one of the non-radical cars, and he's done it. He's got ahead of Shane Stoney on the first lap of the race. So it's Hall leading, Stoney second, Morel third. And then in fourth place, was that Headlam in fourth position? I think it was, as they make their way out of the old hairpin for the first time.
That's right, there's only spots of rain. There's a lot more rain at McLean's. This is where it came earlier as well, wasn't it, in the Mazdas? So let's see how everyone deals with this. There's Alicia Barros in 68, but Charles Hall, we probably shouldn't have ruled him out in mixed condition, should we? Because he's a very quick driver. And not much really puts him off, does it, Charles? So Shane Stoney's weaving about. He's got no temperature in those slick tyres. He's not the only one, but certainly the most aggressive weaves was from Shane Stoney. So it's Hall in front. I think the splitter looks like it's in a better place this time. Perhaps they've raised the height of the front of the car up.
Perhaps another trip to B&Q was required. Down towards the hairpin they go for the first time. It's Hall leading, Stoney second, Morel third. It was a spin at Redgate for Keevil on the green flag lap. Thanks to Matt for letting us know that. And Keevil will see where he has got to by the end of the first lap, which is any moment now. Oh, and that's Leon Morel, the champion's off the road. He's onto the old part of the circuit, the national part of the circuit, rejoins just in front of Philip Brown. So it's Headlam now up to third, Morel fourth, Brown fifth, Rossboard sixth, seventh is the number 161 car of Paul Stewart, isn't it?
It's not the greatest extra one that's been put on that car.
No, exactly. So the race goes on, and where has Keevil got to? He's only got to 17th on the opening lap.
But the leaders absolutely together, so they may not be a champion, but a battle for the win on very much here between the two, probably the two fastest drivers in bike sports competition over recent years. Charles Hall and Shane Stoney up towards McLean's. They're driving away from the competition. Dan Headlam leads the B class from Leon Morel after that big slide off the circuit, but the leaders absolutely nose to tail at Coppice Corner and going away from the pack, as I say. But great battle on here between the ADR that hasn't really worked that well before. It's going well now, but maybe not as well as Shane Stoney, but he's on the damp side, so had to back out of it. So it's Hall still ahead then of Stoney's. They go through the left-right at the S's and head off towards the Melbourne Loop. Charles Hall, who raced as high as Indy Lights, up against Shane Stoney, the former 750 Motor Club Sax Max champion.
Yeah, he's raced in minis and radicals.
And won.
And won as well. Yeah, exactly. Very, very quick competitor. And he's just behind Hall here. So two really quick, really proper drivers here. And they've pulled a long way clear, haven't they, of the third place car, which should be and still is, I think, Daniel Headlam in third place, who leads Class B. Ross Board is third in Class A. Fido is fourth in Class A. And Jamie Keevil is still the last Class A car out there. I think he's seventh in class.
At the start of the lap, at least.
Yeah.
So, safety car. Why have we got a safety car?
We've not seen anything that should have caused that, but maybe a car off around the circuit, which we'll pick up in a minute. Shane Stoney has certainly seen the yellow flags and the lighting panels and has backed off. Keevil has made up another place.
There we go.
And that is the Mark Grayson car, isn't it? So he must have spun at the old hairpin on the previous lap. So Mark Grayson was towards the back of the field anyway. He's had a spin down at the old hairpin. Now we've only got 1 minute before the pit window opens. Oh, what's gone on there?
No, I'm just thinking about the pit window's going to be carnage, isn't it?
Yes, exactly. So that will probably by the time they get to the end of this lap, I would think they'll be able to go into the...
Will the cars further back? Charles might want to slow down here and not steam off, because the others could get the chance to come in first here, be held up behind the safety car, and that would all go very wrong for him.
Yes. Of course, it's 30 seconds stationary, plus any penalty from the earlier race, so at most 40 seconds that you have to be stationary.
Good luck to everyone timing this, if they all come in.
And yeah, I don't think tyres are going to be a consideration now, are they?
Well, there might be rain later, but I think you're going to basically got a free pit stop. It opens in 15 seconds. I don't think the leaders are going to be there. Do they have to pass a pit open board first? I don't think so.
No, I don't think so, providing we are past the 20-minute mark when they enter the pit lane, which the first 5 cars have not done, and now it's 20 minutes to go. So possibly the next group of cars could head into the pits, were they so inclined.
So I don't think there's any...
There's the pit window open message.
Don't think there's any pit-to-car radios here, is there? So you'd need to sort of know where you are. And it's Doug Carter, a former champion, of course, coming in, or former class champion. So using his years of experience, but you've never had to do this before, really, before this year, have you, in this? But that's... and he's doing a tyre change. Was he on wets? And that's the real reason he's come in. But they can turn this into a scheduled pit stop.
Yeah, slick tyres ready to go on then. The RJ Motorsport team hard at work.
84 in as well. So that is Price.
Yeah, wet tyres have certainly come off there. What's he saying? Oh, I want new tyres. Well, I'm not quite sure. No, he's got some kind of vibration. I think it's probably what he's trying to convey there. Anyway, that's what I reckon.
Josh Smith wondering what's going on.
Yeah, get him in there. Do something with him. We'll try and work it out. But he's in the pit lane. Right, safety cars pick them up.
Of course, Doug Carter does need to come out before the safety car queue, ideally.
Which ought to be able to happen. It's a sort of 3-minute plus safety.
Well, really, he needs to catch up to about 45 seconds behind if he's going to get to the front.
Yeah. There's the Mark Grayson car, which has been taken off the circuit this time, so it's not been able to rejoin, as some cars have earlier on in the day.
Cam-Rops don't normally have to turn around completely, do they?
Yeah.
Otherwise, something's gone very wrong, usually.
Like owls are Cam-Rops. They can turn their heads through 360 degrees or something. So the 84 car, Mark Price, is still in there.
But no one knows what's
Matthew
going on.
Price, I should say, the driver from Hales Owen in the invitation class.
I think some of the other teams might want that car moved if it needs to be fixed, because of course potentially everyone are coming. Doug Carter's got no rear tyres on, has he? Or the rear end is,
it's still in the air. So there's something not quite gone right here in this it's not been quite smooth. Yeah, because they've still not got the wet tyre off there, have they?
I don't think he's going to be getting the lead, is he?
No. So a bit more work to be done here.
If it starts raining at this point, it would get very comical, wouldn't it?
Yeah. So slicks on, and safety cars coming in this lap as well. The safety car lights are out. Now, are we still going to have a dive of teams into the pit lane here, even though the race is going to continue? There's 17.5 minutes of the race left to go, and it's steady almost into the back of Charles Hall. Safety car pulls in, Leon Morel pulls in, and so too does Ross Board and quite a few others further back. But it's still Charles Hall leading, Shane Stoney second, Daniel Headlam third, as they head into Redgate Corner for the 5th time in this race on now what is quite a nice sunny evening at Donington.
That's right. I wonder if some of the further back in the queue may have not really known the safety car was coming in as well. So that's why we saw so many further back. Pitt, Board, Drew, Barrett, Childs all in. But it's nose to tail for the lead into the old hairpin. The ADR then leading the PR6 Radical, the central seat Radical, from a decade and a half ago now, but it's still a super quick machine. And Headlam and Brown are up next, and then about over 5th between Paul Seward and Tom Cockrell, who was a class winner at Brands Hatch after Liam Morel was penalised. But for the lead, a great battle then continuing. You don't really want them to pit, do you? Because having this battle, which was now side by side, Shane Stoney around the outside, breaks later and takes the lead.
He does indeed. Great move that by Shane Stoney, number 89 in that Radical PR6. He gets ahead of the big ADR of Charles Hall. Down towards the right hand they go, turning their way through the Melbourne hairpin, climbing now back up the hill towards Gollards. It's Daniel Headlam there in 3rd. Watching there the 68 car that's in the pit lane.
It's Alicia Barrett, and it feels like this is a long pit stop, to be honest.
Yep, it does. She's back out into the race now though.
1:30.8 for Shane Stoney, the fastest lap of the race. Well, we got in the 28s, I think, in F1000, didn't we?
Yes.
The Bikesports record is a 28, but yeah, Alicia Barrett's gone down a lap, so that was a long stop for whatever reason.
Yeah.
Andrew Fido is in. James Keevill's up to 7th.
Hall there was threatening Stoney again, I think, as they headed into
Is that a back
the old heavy. No, it may have been a back marker actually. Yes, it was. I think involved, but Hall now a fair few car lengths behind. He's there in second. There's Headlam in third. It's still leading Class B, of course. Philip Brown on that lap. Yeah, well, of course, by about 700ths of a second or something. Did close the gap a little bit.
Both Larkham and Fido in together, 2 Class A Championship contenders. Keevil still out there.
Yes, of course, he's still trying to sort of claw back track position, isn't he?
And
so
actually, third might be as best as you can get in Class A with Stoney and Hall at the front.
Yeah, I would think it probably is, unless something happens to either of them.
Yeah, that's not out of the question. They've both had bad luck this year. Shane Stoney had a lot of mechanicals. Charles Hall's had even more, hasn't he? The Metalli was in that. I think only finished about 1 race. Only changed to the ADR. That hasn't had many finishes.
No, as up the hill they go towards the hairpin, as we've got a car out of the race there.
Matthew Price, I think, the one we saw in, did go back out, but it's come in again. Yeah, 84.
Shane Stoney's done another best lap of the race, a 1:30.2 now, and he's 2.5 seconds or so, 2.8 seconds clear now of Charles Hall. Keevil has moved up to 5th, as other drivers have pitted, but he's stayed out there.
He's in the 34s, so it's not on the pace for the top 2, but not slow.
So still about a third of the field yet to make their pit stops.
So Fido was 1.3 seconds ahead of Larkham when they come in. We'll wait to see to the end of the lap who came out first, but I think it was Fido, so he remains ahead. And of course Larkham really needs to outscore him by quite a long way if he's going to be the champion. 2.8 seconds of gap between Stoney and Hall. Dan Headlam leading Class B by 1.2 seconds from Phil Brown. Leon Morel, I think, the lead in pit stopper. And he goes across the line. He's in a 1:33, so he's not quicker than these two at the moment. And of course, that is the Class B battle in this race. Is that Hall slowing?
Looks like it might be. It is, and Headlam therefore goes through to second place, and Brown will get through to third as well, but it looks like Charles Hall's going to be a retirement from this race.
So importantly for Keevil, that means second could be on the cards, and that is would be enough to overhaul Fido, where third versus fourth wouldn't have been enough.
No, well, but yeah, Hall heading into the pit lane now, which he'd need to do anyway soon enough for mandatory stop, but he's out of the race.
Stoney's in 2, so Dan Headlam is leading
Yes.
the race and being caught by Phil Brown. There's one of the SR1s come out the pits, that's Andy Boyce, novice driver.
Yeah, as an invitation this weekend, obviously the SR1s will be a much bigger part of the Radical Club Challenges this will be for next season. Scott Mittell there, we can see, having a word with Charles Hall down there in the pit lane, but the eyes tell me that all is not well with that car and may not be able to get back out. They're still looking like they're doing what they can to get the car back out, but looking at something on the dash, aren't they, I think? Trying to figure out what's going on.
And Fido is ahead of Larkham by 3 or 4 seconds in Class A. Keevil is in this time, so, and there is that Keevil leaving.
Yeah.
And where is Fido on the track? I don't think he's come across the line yet. So during that pit stop period, I wonder if Keevil has moved ahead. Fido's crossing the line now, so it's going to be pretty close. We'll see them at the end. Oh, there is Keevil. I think Fido will be ahead then, won't he? And Charles Hall is coming out just behind.
He is.
So there's still a real battle on here. And there's Larkham. So Keevil is ahead of Larkham, but behind Fido, and he needs to get ahead of Fido to win the class championship.
Yeah, so you've got quite a few of the class cars sort of together now on the circuit, haven't you, as well? For Charles Hall, I suspect it's just a bit of an experiment, really, this, to see if he can continue in the race.
John Elsey will be able to get some sunset pictures in all of this.
He will. There'll be some spectacular shots from John Elsey. Look out for them on the 750 Most Club social media channels in the coming days.
Headlam leads Brown by 1.1 seconds. They're in the 31s now. Morel is only in the 32s. So that's all for the Class B win.
The only two cars that well, there's 3 cars that have yet to make their stop. Dean Hudson is one of them, but also the 2 that are at the top of the time screens, Headlam and Brown.
And Hudson came in while you were saying that sentence. So Shane Stoney presumably is the pit stopping leader. We'll check that. Yeah, he comes across the line now, so he leads the race in reality. But for second, and then the Class B win, that is Headlam v Brown v Morrell. There's a couple more cars in the pit lane, including the Hudson car and Paul Seward as well. So all to play for here. And what's happening in the Class A Championship battle? Well, they will cross the line with Fido ahead by about a second. Here they come. So 12 Fido being chased in the background by 19, the championship rival James Keevil. So we're 2 cars in between. This is a real interesting battle with less than 10 minutes of the season to go, and Keevil's out wide up the curb.
Yeah, he is. What happened on that last lap in terms of times? Fido,
Keevil was an outlap.
And Keevil was an outlap, so can't really compare. What's Keevil doing earlier on the race? 1:34.
About a second and a half quicker than Fido.
So he should be able to catch.
He's doing a lot of wide lines, which...
yes, be careful with that, Jamie. Don't want to be incurring any track limits infringements. He's going to go past the number 17 car for Miles Drew. This is for 9th position. We're going to try to. You've got Fido, and then it's just Cockrell up the road a little bit further, isn't it, I think?
Yeah, he's in a B car.
In a Class B car.
So it's Drew. Oh, Keevil, it was tight there with Drew. He needs to get past him, even though he's in a different class, and he didn't, so that cost him time.
Yeah, so that's the frustration. And he's actually lost quite a bit of time there, it seems, as a result of that. Meanwhile, Fido almost got his nose chopped off by Thomas Cockrell there. Shane Stoney's done the best lap of the race of 1:28.832, and now the Class B car, Miles Drew, is alongside Andrew Fido. So now Keeville's trying to go around the outside of both of them at the Melbourne hairpin. So this is proving to be a very interesting scrap. It's for about, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th positions, I think, these cars.
Whoa, Fido, massive dive up the inside Ian, and he got there, so that was an important move. And that's put 2 cars between himself and Keevil. By the way, that Stoney time was 1/10 outside the lap record of Scott Mattel.
Yeah, that could go before the end of the race.
Keevil's got 1, he might get 2 by Redgate, he does. So Fido, who is now 5th in the race, is just in front of him, and if he gets past, that is the championship battle.
Yeah, so let's see. It's Fido then in 5th. It's Keevil now in 6th position. He made up those 2 places on the way into Redgate Corner. And those are 2nd and 3rd, respectively, in Class A. I think Charles Hall has probably dropped out now, has he?
Yeah, he's back in the pits.
Back in the pit lane, so he's no longer a factor here. We obviously made that stop and had already slowed before he made the mandatory pit stop. As now Keevil looking up the inside of Fido. Crucially, he gets into the position to 2nd place within Class A, up at Coppice Corner. And now he's ahead of Fido. And we've got 7.25 minutes of the race to go.
And Shane Stoney's done the record, 1:28.653, so a new Bikesports lap record for Shane Stoney. Don't know if the Bikesports lap records will continue on into the new Radical Club Challenge, or that is a lap record that will remain forever in Bikesports form. In the PR6 for Shane Stoney. Headlam came in. Phil Brown is 8 seconds ahead of Liam Morrell. We'll see where Headlam ends up on the following up. There's Stoney. How quick is he going? Absolutely flying along. His lap is 3 seconds faster than anybody else has done in this race. He was sliding the car there. We saw through McLean's corner. He's absolutely on a charge. He's about to lap the battle for 13th. Ross Board, who went well in the wet but kept falling off. And Ian Charles, who are battling away there.
So do you get it that Keevil and Fido will be level on points if it stays this way, with Keevil getting the Class A Championship because he's had that win earlier on today?
And he's had quite a few class wins where none for Fido.
Yeah, exactly. So that's right. So Shane Stoney, now we're watching him with 6 minutes of the race to go. He's half a minute at the moment behind Daniel Headlam, who has still yet to make his stop.
I think he came in on the previous lap, so we'll see what's happening in Class B at the end of this lap. Brown was 8 seconds ahead of Morrell. We'll see where Headlam slots in. So another fastest lap.
Yeah, 1:28.297. So he's now taken 3/10 off Scott Mattel's lap record.
I think that's faster than the F1000 cars too.
I'll check that later. But I mean, we were talking about what tyres they should be on at the beginning of this race, and now Shane Stone is giving us the answer by taking the lap record by nearly half a second.
I think he's taken them at almost all tracks this year, or certainly when we've had dry races. Here we go then. So there is Headlam ahead of Morrell, but Phil Brown ahead of both. So Phil Brown, who won at Silverstone in Class B, looks like he might be on set for another Class B victory.
Yeah, could well be. As this race has 5.25 minutes to go. There is Headlam then, having rejoined the circuit from the pit stop, 7 seconds or so behind Philip Brown, and about 2 seconds ahead of Leon Morrell, who had that dramatic moment at the hairpin in the lap there earlier in the race. There is Headlam just going, it is Morrell I should say, just going through in the background. Pit window is now closed. I think everyone's made their stop. Yes, they have. So that's good news. They'll all have completed their mandatory stop in good time. So there's Morrell, and it'll be interesting to see if he can catch Headlam then for second within this class before the end of the race. Obviously Morrell, the champion this season, with 6 Class B wins before this today, 7 including this morning.
Yeah, he lost an on-the-road win at Brands, and now has gained an on-the-road loss, really, hasn't he, here? So it sort of evens out, I guess. There's Headlam in 55, so again, be another podium in class, but not that win that we thought we had earlier. Up to the final hairpin with 4 minutes on the clock. Shane Stoney leads by 26 seconds, by the way. We said 3 seconds at faster than anybody else, just like he was in the wet qualifying session. There's Alicia Barry, who's not having such a good race, really. She's in 14th. She's sort of 5 seconds off her class rival's pace. So
yeah,
went very well in the wet, but not as well in the dry.
No, and obviously have that long pit stop as well. But a good learning experience for her, having the different conditions that she's had to contend with.
Headlam was 1.5 seconds quicker than Brown on that lap.
Okay, and the gap is 5.7 seconds, I think.
So he's not giving up.
No, but probably not going to have enough time to close at that rate.
Keevel, by the way, 3.7 ahead of Fido, so he's pulling away. Not huge amounts, but he is pulling clear.
Yeah, doing what he needs to do now. That important move he made at Coppice a few laps ago to take second place within the class, and effectively that's going to be enough for the Class A Championship. There's Shane Stoney. He's probably going to have, well, is it going to be 2 or 3 more laps to go? It might be 3 more laps to go here, because he's crossed the line with 3 minutes and 3 seconds left. At the moment it's 1 minute 20, another new lap record there, 1:28.245. Another new lap record he's done, so yeah, he should have plenty of time to get another 3 laps in.
Although I wonder if we flag it after 2 with big black clouds coming over.
Could be, that could be done with 1 race still to go this afternoon, but we'll see.
Yeah, so he's this is the best of Shane Stoney.
He's got a problem. He's slowing. There you go, Josh. That's commentated because Shane Stoney's slowing as he goes through the old hairpin now. His lead was what, 29 seconds? Can he? Well, he's going to have at least 2 laps to go.
He's back up to speed, is he?
Back up to speed. Well, is it
and it's cut out again.
It's doing this thing where it's cutting out again, isn't it? So can he drive around this? Be interested to see what his lap time is.
But it might be just 2 laps to go now.
Yeah, it could be, but that's fine because he's got half a minute in hand. He didn't. If he can just drive around this.
Morrell's got Headlam on that lap, by the way.
He has, hasn't he? So that's for the Class B second place. What's the gap to Philip Brown? It's gone out now to 8 seconds.
Brown's just done the best lap in the class, I think, 31.1.
So here's Shane Stoney down at the Melbourne hairpin for what probably now is going to be the penultimate time, but even then that's not certain, isn't it?
I wonder if it's still fast for everybody else with the car slowing down on this lap.
Yeah, well, he's a special driver, Shane Stoney. Let's have a look. Over the line he's about to come to complete lap number 14 of this race. And what was that lap? A 1:32.876, so about 4 seconds slower than what he had been doing.
But only a second slower than everybody else's best.
Yeah, and that's when his car's sort of cutting out occasionally around the lap. And how much time was there on the clock? Well, there's still 1:31. Probably then will be checkered flag this time around, then assuming this lap is similar in pace to the last one. But he's got a lead still of 28 seconds, I think that is. Yeah, 28.206 seconds over Philip Brown, who in turn, in that Class B lead, has an advantage over Leon Morrell of 9 seconds plus now.
Now Doug Carter's got slicks on it, it's on a 1:33, so he's one of the quickest drivers out there. But just went for the wrong tyre choice at the beginning, which cost him. So Shane Stoney's lapped everyone up to 10th because Tom Cockrell there just ahead of the 29-year-old. the Burkitt Relay scratch winner from 4 years ago, the Radical SR1 champion in 2019, the Double Mini Challenge Cooper champion, and the Sacked Max champion 13 years ago. That was probably decided here at Donington as well, wasn't it, I think? And he's coming out of the penultimate hairpin, and this will be win number 4 of the season, and that'll be the most overall wins of anyone in Bikesports this year.
So Shane Stoney comes through the final corner with 5 seconds to go on the clock, and the checkered flag is ready, and it is waved at Shane Stoney, who does get home with about 1.3 seconds before the 25 minutes, but the checkered flag waves nevertheless, and it's a dominant win as it proves for Shane Stoney. We had the demise of Charles Hall, who was leading in the early stage of the race. Just checking in Class A, how big was Keeville's advantage over Fido? It was 8 seconds. So unless Keeville has a problem, he's just there in the background, actually just down towards the Fogarty S's. Looks like he's going to be good for position.
Phil Brown for his second win in Class B of the season. He beat Liam Morell at Silverstone, and he's beaten him in quite convincing fashion in the end here at Donington.
Yeah, good result there for Philip Brown. Here is going to be Leon Morell then to take third position overall, and second in Class B. Third in Class B to number 55, Daniel Headlam. And
there's Andy Boyce, who's the best of the invitational cars, and for next year, the best of the SR1s, which will have their own class.
In the Radical Club Challenge, as it will be known then. And here is Jamie Keeville coming through now, and he has secured the Class A Championship. He'll finish level on points with Andy Fido, assuming Fido comes home next, which he does. And Fido, although level on points, has not had the victories in class that Keeville's had this season, so Jamie Keeville will be our Class A champ for this year. A very closely contested class it was too.
Miles Drew, 7th overall in the race. Paul Seward is going to be in 8th. Steve Larkin from the back, he will be 9th, and Tom Cockrell completes the top 10 in the last car on the lead lap. So that is Bikesports done. It's been, a history of 15 years or so with the 750 Motor Club. It's still going to be about, really, but in a different guise with the Radical Club Challenge. Yeah, and a shame there that for the non-Radical racers that they didn't get to the end, in particular Charles Hall there. But Shane Stoney it was that took the win in his Radical PR6. 15 laps he completed, despite problems towards the end. The 89 car was 30.89 seconds clear of number 11, Philip Brown, who was second and won Class B. Third was number 11, Leon Morell. Fourth was number 55, Daniel Headlam. Fifth, number 19, Jamie Keeville, who, with that second place in Class A, wraps up the Class A Championship. Sixth was number 12, Andrew Fido, who was the driver that he pipped. Seventh, number 17, Miles Drew. Eighth, 161, Paul Seward. Ninth was number 93, Stephen Larkham. And number 59, Tom Cockrell, round out the top 10. And those were all the cars on the lead lap as well, because Ross Bordy and Charles Calvin O'Connor and Alicia Barrett were all a lap down. Doug Carter changed tyres during the race and improved his pace to finish in 15th position ahead of Andy Boyce, the best of the S1s, and Vikram Sidera, with the demise before the end of the race of Dean Hudson, Charles Hall, Matthew Price and Mark Grayson, John Wolfett a non-starter. So that brings to an end the Radical Bikesports Championship. A win in the championship for Leon Morell, a win in Class A for Jamie Keeville as far as the points were concerned. And we've got one more race to come this evening. That's for the 116 Sprint Champ Trophy and the 120 Coupe Cup. More of that in a moment, but we're now going to head down to the pit lane. We're going to have Matt Suckling. He's going to talk to our race winner in the Bikesports. That's Shane Stoney.
Thanks, Ian. Yep, down here with Shane Stoney. Shane, finally this weekend something has gone right for you. 4 wins this year. How was the race for you there?
Yeah, finally something actually went right. Oh, it's been an absolute disaster, hasn't it, this year? I think I don't think I've had a race where I've not had some kind of problem, so it's been a bit of a... But massive thank you to my dad, massive thank you to Will, massive thank you to everyone in the paddock who's helped us out, because, I mean, we've had some absolute random problems that have kicked in this year. That one wasn't without its sort of issues as well, and, you know, so yeah, it's just been... it was nice to actually get some clear running and get the car. The car seemed to be working for the most part, and it's like, yes, let's just keep going, keep my head down and just go, so... Yeah.
Did you have a slight problem down through the old hairpin on the penultimate lap, was it?
Yeah, it tripped on the fuel surge. So, not done that before, don't know why. So then I was like, right, I'm just going to back right off now. I was desperately trying to get a 27, so I was going absolutely flat out trying to get a quick lap. So, Didn't quite make it in the end, but a few times got close, but never quite got it there. So, but yeah, no, it's been a good year. It's been really enjoyed my year. Shame I mean, I've never had a year like this in 15 years, so it was just no luck at all. And the only luck we've had has been bad, so the championship was out pretty much straight away. But yeah, been a good year, and hopefully we're back next year and try and have a good year.
Yeah, good to hear. And also a lap record, new lap record there at the end.
Yeah, that was nice. Always nice, you know. So nice, you know, when the pace is good, when the car works, the pace has been really good. It's just it's not worked, so you know. But yeah, no, thank you to everybody, and yeah, thank you to all the marshals and everyone else who's involved in putting a meeting like this together. Because you know, we can't go racing without all the marshals and everybody else, and they give up their time for this, so we do appreciate it.
Good words. Well done, Shane. Congratulations on the victory. A very happy Phil Brown as well, by the looks of it. Phil, have a quick chat with you. Class winner, second overall. Well done.
Yeah, I had no idea where I was. Pit board, no dashboard. So yeah, I mean, absolutely thrilled after our conversation earlier, and it's raining now. So it's nice to have a proper win this year. So it's a good end to the year, and we've got a car to put on the trailer. So yeah, thank you to everybody at 750 and obviously fellow competitors. But yeah, amazing. I'm really happy.
Glad you're happy. Well done. Congratulations, Phil. And Leon Morell's over here somewhere. He's behind me. Leon, you're already the champion. That was wrapped up earlier in the season. But well done to you on the podium and second in class.
Mega. We made a rule change with this.
Leon looks after my car as well. Yeah.
We made a rule change with this format for this year, with the bit of jeopardy from the reverse grids and the pit stops, and that is the type of race it's producing. That was mega. Well done. 31.1 as well. What a pace. So please, yeah, like you said, we look after his car. I've been over fitting his engine and diff, and then he's gapped him by 0.8 of a second on the fastest lap. So I'm going to leave some bolts loose next time. But yeah, mega. Great way to end the season, and yeah, mega event.
Yeah. Been a good year, isn't it?
Yeah, it's been mega. Car's been faultless. I've not checked the stats properly yet, but I think that car ends up the Bikesports Championship as the most winningest car in Bikesports history. No car's ever won 3 championships, and that finished second and it's 4th. So 3 out of 4 years it's competed in. It's pretty amazing. Not sure about plans next year, but we'll see. I think it'd break my heart to sell the car, but it might have to happen. So we'll see. We'll see how we go.
If not, come back.
We'll definitely be back in something. Yeah.
Well done, Leon, champion this year in the Bikesports Championship. And as you might have guessed, the rain is back. So whenever I come down in the pit lane, I bring the weather. So sorry about that, but we're ready for the last race of the day here at Donington Park. So we'll hand back to Ian and Josh for the 116 Sprint and the 120 Coupe Cup.
So back here at Donington Park for the final race of the day. The rain has arrived once again. The sky has turned very dark indeed, and it's the finale of the 120 Coupe Cup and the 116 Sprint Trophy. Earlier on today, Matt Highcock wraps up the Sprint Trophy. The 120 Coupe Cup is still to be decided though. Here's the grid for the second race. It's pole position for number 5, which is Anthony Seddon. Besides him is number 59, which is Rob Carvell. On the second row of the grid, it's number 71, Jack Godden. And next to him is number 5, Matt Highcock. Row 3 of the grid, 173, Matt Priestwood, and 228, which is James Waring. On the fourth row of the grid, it's 151, Peter Keenan, 209, Will Abraham. Row 5 is number 12, which is Tom Sibley, and the 25 car of Ethan Hall. 121 on the sixth row of the grid is the car of Luke Fox for this race. 34 besides him is the car of Toby O'Reilly. On the seventh row of the grid, it's 107 Dan Lavery and 10 Lewis White and Turner. Row 8 is 31 David Smith and 82 Thomas Littlechild. Row 9 treble 8 David Hudson and 89 Freddie Tatham. On row 10 of the grid, we're going to have 86, which is Pete Brandon, 232 Ian Mitchell, 28 Melissa Bexley and 30 Harry Miles on the 11th row. Row 12 is 101 Will Tyndall and 111 Antonio Sousa. 13th row, 83 James Cannon and 104 Ben Dobbs. On the 14th row, Jacob Novak, number 55 and 103 Sammy Walton. And then on row 15, it is the 321 car of Caroline Early and 325, which is Callum Davis. On the 16th row, it's 14 Harry Hurst Grover and 102 James Allen. 17th row, 78 James Paul and 220. Austin Browser. 106 is Thomas Brady Saxter on the inside of the 18th row. Next to him is number 47, Neil Anderson. Row 19 of the grid, number 9, Julian Howe, and 105, Kyle Felton. On the 20th row, it's number 7, Christopher Compton Goddard, and treble 3, Damien Snee, with on the 21st and final row of the grid, 360, Mark Milne, and 109, Mark Bate. Earlier on today then, it was a win for Anthony Seddon from Rob Carvel. He was subsequently given a 10-second penalty, Rob Carvel, for contact with one of the back markers. Didn't change the overall result though, but he did get some points on his licence, which could come into play when the championship is decided later on.
I reckon there's 5 points between them, Ian, and obviously the difference between a win and fastest lap in second is 4, so Carvel's still the favourite.
That's right.
As long as he finishes, and no other 120 sneak in between them.
And as far as the 116s are concerned, as we said, that was sorted out earlier on with that dominant win for Matthew Highcock. He was 11 seconds ahead of anybody else within his class.
There he is. It's good to see him out there. Some provisional champions don't come out for the last race, but he's here to try and win again.
Yeah, and I think second has gone the way of Matt Priestwood. That's secure now. And I think also third is secure for Will Abraham, and fourth is secure for Peter Keane.
And we've got a rainbow.
Well, I was hoping that we would. I mean, that's only a little bit of a rainbow.
Yeah, we just saw it on the screens, and it's right outside our window as well. But it's very dark. I don't really know where the sun is, to be honest.
It's out there somewhere, clearly, but it is gloomy. We do have a sort of tint on our windows in the commentary box, so if it looks darker out of our window than it really is, but you can see how the headlamps and the lighting panels are illuminating brightly, so it is pretty gloomy out there.
I wonder if this will give 116 Trophy an idea of a night race.
Yeah, well, a bit of a toe in the water. It's a good job that we've got the last race with cars with headlights today. Not the case tomorrow. So hopefully, I think it should be a sunnier day tomorrow, so that shouldn't prove to be too much of a problem. And we've certainly had later finishes here on at this time of year, haven't we? At a Donington Park meeting, but pretty gloomy end to proceedings here.
Yeah, the Alpha Live cameras really bring out the light, but it's the lights on the cars and how they reflect off the circuit. You can really tell at home how gloomy it has got here at Donington. It'll probably be sunny by the time the race finishes.
More than likely. It's been very fast changing the weather today. It's going to be a 15-minute race then for this Gas Shocks 116 Sprint Trophy and 120 Coupe Cup.
Blue skies on its way to our left.
There we go. I knew it would be a passing shower. I think this should just be a good fun race. Seddon and Carvel, neither of them have done all of the races this season, so I think they're just about sort of having a good race rather than sort of focusing on championships as such. And the 116, as I say, the first 4 places have all now been secured, I think, by the respective drivers. So this is just a bit of fun and just a taster of the 90-minute race that we've got tomorrow, which the vast majority of these drivers will be back out in.
Although Highcock did withdraw earlier in the week, so I think so he may not be there. Perhaps he'll be celebrating.
Maybe he was planning that for Saturday night. Green flag waved at the back, and so we'll be underway very shortly indeed for final race today. 15 minutes, red lights are on, red lights are out, the race gets underway, and 42 pairs of headlights come towards us, and it's side by side still between the two from the front row, the two 120s. Rob Carvel on the outside line for Redgate Conway in the number 59 car, and he's going to sweep past Anthony Seddon into the lead of the race. The 116s, which make up the majority of the field, all making their way through. Looks a little bit lighter as we look into this direction.
And then it's raining.
And then it's raining at this part of the circuit.
And it's actually got a lot of sprays in it. It's a lot wetter here than over the Craner curves than it is at the line.
It is. So, I mean, grip will be changing lap by lap, I should think.
Corner by corner.
In this race, yeah, well, absolutely. So they're all making their way down through the old hairpin.
Highcock suddenly lost a load of places because he was leading the 116s at Redgate. There's a touch. The South African David Hudson involved in that. With that Harry Miles in 30, the other. They've got away with it. But yeah, it's Godden, isn't it, to the front of the 116s.
Yeah.
Highcock had dropped to 4th, but it's diving up the inside of Jones Waring, I think that was. I think Priestwood perhaps between them. So,
yeah, Priestwood was certainly up there, wasn't he?
So Highcock's not going to have this as easy as the first one was.
No.
Of course, he doesn't want to do anything stupid in this race because that could cost him the championship.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, we always talk about drivers wrapping up championships with a race to spec, but if they do the race and end up with a disqualification, then that can change things. That then has to count as a score in the championship. So it's Anthony Seddon that's got back ahead of Rob Carvel into the lead of the 120s, but not far behind is Jack God, then it's Matt Priestwood, and then it is Waring that's next, on a gap back to Will Abraham, and Matt Highcock's only, what's that, 5th within the 116s at the moment. He's getting alongside Will Abraham now as they head down towards the Melbourne hairpin. Peter Keane is getting alongside Ethan Hall as well. Leaders turning their way through. And in these conditions, the 120 is not very far ahead of the 116s at all, and that's very much what we saw in qualifying as well, Josh.
Yeah, could have 116 win this race overall. You can see they haven't got the power, but they seem to have the grip. I think different tyres the 2 championships run on. There's Godden there. Look how much quicker he is on the brakes. He has a nibble at the back of Rob Carvel. Matt Highcock's not finished off the podium all year, has he? So he's, if he's going to keep that record, he needs to gain a place. But it's Seddon, Carvel, then Godden, who's had this horrible season up to this weekend. Can he end it with a win? That would be a reward for persevering with that car. Big slide for Waring on the brakes, because it's so much wetter, isn't it, from Redgate sort of down to the old hairpin. It's not really that particularly damp around the rest of the track, strangely. But that might change.
It might well change. So over the line they go to start the second lap of this race. And there it's Highcock that's coming towards us here with Ethan Hall. With Will Abraham behind him, I beg your pardon. Then Peter Keane, then it's Ethan Hall. In the number 25 car behind him is the number 12 car of Tom Sibley, similarly liveried car.
I think Ethan Hall's got a different sponsor from earlier on in the season.
He
Same
has.
sort of livery, but different backing. And like I say, Tom Sibley replicates that. So Highcock in the wet qualifying was pretty good, wasn't he? Got pole for race 1, but wonder if he's just playing it careful. But sometimes you play it too careful, you end up in the pack and then things start to happen.
Yes.
Whereas the earlier race, he was so far ahead, all he needed to do was drive quickly, and that was all good.
So through Coppice Corner for the second time then. It's Anthony Seddon getting away now from Rob Carvel in second place, and Jack Godden, the best of the 116, is in third, number 71. Fourth is the 173 car Matt Priestwood, and fifth is 228 James Waring. Out of the fog at yes as they go, and down towards the Melbourne hairpin once again. Jack Godden, it's good to see him going well after, as we've said earlier on today, some tribulations with the car being well down on power compared to where it should have been. That's seemingly resolved now.
Abraham was on the inside of Highcock and has gone through, I think. So I'm not sure Matt Highcock's keeping this 100% podium record.
Doesn't look like it's going to be the case, does it? And there off the road is number 9, which is the car which was driven this race by Julian Howe. Shared car with Michael Loveland as well. Over the line they've gone. Seddon leading by 1.5 seconds over Carvel. He's got 1.2 seconds in hand over Jack Godden, who's got about a 2-second lead now in the 116s, but it's close behind because the 16-year-old James Waring is right with the 19-year-old Halifax Paddock owner Matt Priestwood for second place within the 116 Sprint Trophy.
See the laser tools, number plates on these cars, and of course it was the laser tool racing BMW that won the British Touring Car Championship just last weekend in the hand of Jake Hill. Massively sideways was Matt Priestwood. Jake did that last week in the final round of the championship when it was all looking fine. And like Jake, Matt Priestwood saved it, but a massive slide now down the Craner curves.
Yeah, and quite a big gap, isn't there now, between Waring and Abraham, about 2 seconds. Abraham it is that is in 4th position within the 116, 6th place overall. Out of McLean's, another spin, I'm afraid, for Julian Howe, number 9 in the RLI Motorsport car.
Interesting, all the front runners are all youngsters in the 116s, aren't they? So it's a great way for young drivers to get involved in motorsport on a much more sensible budget than perhaps some other categories afford.
It will be interesting to see. I mean, I know Matt Priestwood's got looking at various options for next season, see where he does end up.
Was it GT car he was testing recently?
Yeah, and he was telling me at Croft that there was other options as well. So let's see where he does end up next year. I mean, on merit, you think, yeah, he's got the talent to progress certainly, and so too do one or two others out there. So it'll be interesting to see if drivers do now start to come through the 116 trophy and sprint trophies. They drive off into the sunset, and progress to higher levels of motor racing, really.
And I know at one point James Waring had similar ambitions, didn't he? But I saw he put in a new commentary form, which then the ambitions to be a GT driver had disappeared off of. So I don't know if he realised the budget to go up there was a little bit more than he could afford at this stage. Because now I think he's hoping to come back and do more 116s next year.
And I think that would be a good thing to do to continue to build experience. As we've said, he's only 16, so lots of time still to learn before he moves on to something else. And sometimes it could be good to consolidate, do a second season of something, and maybe succeed in it, take a championship title, which might be more eye-catching than just the odd win here or there, which he has had in the 116s. He's been successful with podium finishes and been very quick. Went well, had lots of pace at Croft last time out. Big moment for him this time as they came through the Craners.
He did that last time though as well, didn't he? So
yes.
Perhaps it's just what you do. But I guess in the dry these are easy, flat down there where maybe not in these conditions. Highcock's trying to get back past Abraham.
And Peter Keen's sort of with them now as well, isn't he? So they've got 3 cars together for basically 4th place within the 116 Sprint Trophy class. Turning their way through McLean's, and that's Abraham. I thought it was going a bit wide there. Actually, it was Keen that went wider. And we've got one into the gravel now, which is the 325 of the Whip Street Motors run car. Callum Davis, the Ipswich driver, but he does, fortunately, manage to climb out of the gravel trap again.
Highcock's going to lose out to Keen, isn't he now? I do wonder, is this him just driving very carefully with that realisation if something goes wrong, it could be costly? Or has he just not got the pace? But of course, this rain did come when they were probably all in the assembly area, didn't it? So the setup might not be right, although there's not a huge amount you can do to change the setup on these cars. But perhaps a small suspension change can make all the difference. But he's fighting back now.
Yeah, having a look at the inside of Keen into Melbourne Hairpin. Looks like he's got ahead at least temporarily. Climbing their way up out of the hairpin.
Out of the sunshine into the gloom.
Yeah, exactly. Rob Carvel's now got the best lap of the race. 2:08.196 as Highcock again up the inside and trying to take the place away from Keen. They're still side by side on the exit of the corner. And they're going to be over the line almost together. I think it's just going to be Keen ahead as they cross the line. By how much? A tenth of a second. Yeah, Seddon to Carvel. That's only a second now between the two leaders.
And Waring has re-caught Priestwood. It was never that big of a gap, but he was right on the boot lid of Mac Priestwood there. So there's the Potter car, R.A. Potter car of Rob Carvel, the ex-Volkswagen Racing Cup champion from a couple of decades ago. And he's chasing after 116 team boss, Anthony Seddon. Got that car that's had a couple of rotations to lap. This is lap 5. What I guess will be 7.
Yeah, I would think so.
Jack Godden looking good in 3rd, and that's of course the 116 win. Up for grabs. And he'll be the 5th different winner this year, won't he? Oh, something fell off for that car that had some spins. We had 6 wins for Highcock, 2 for Priestwood, 2 for Abraham, 1 for Keen, and Jack Gordon should add his name to that list. His best result before this weekend was 10th, I think, Jack Gordon. So
yeah,
it shows you how different it's been.
Quite the turnaround for this weekend. I'm sure he'll be very pleased with that. So here are the two 120 leaders. It's still Seddon ahead of Carvel. So Seddon sort of doing what he needs to do to try and sort of keep the championship hopes alive. But now there's a car off into the gravel at the old hairpin. Who's that?
14?
Possibly so.
Could be Harry Hurst Groover.
Yeah, so see, he's not getting out of there. That's for certain. It is the 14 car. So we'll see if any intervention is needed there.
It's another X-Kart car like Waring. That one. So we do another lap. I wonder with that car in the gravel whether we'll do any more after this.
Yeah, we should have 2 more laps, shouldn't we? But we'll see if there's any decisions made. But yes, in terms of the 120s, so it looks like Seddon's on course to take both race wins this weekend. He's not got the fastest lap point this time, has he? So this would be sort of a 25 to 23 type point situation, wouldn't it, between them?
That's right.
So he'd gain 2 points. The Marshal's trying hard to move that car, but failing, it would seem. So I think it would still be Carvel's championship, wouldn't it?
Safety car lights are on standby, but it would be a bit pointless at this time.
It would, because it would just sort of do one lap, leading the fields around to the checkered flag, wouldn't it? So we'll see what does happen at the end of this lap if that car cannot be moved. Safety car lights have gone off again.
Gordon is being caught. The gap was 2.4 seconds. Priestwood is with him.
Yeah, so that's a huge amount he's caught on this lap. I wonder if he's got a problem.
Was he just more courteous through the yellow flag zone?
Possibly so. That's a distinct possibility, isn't it? That Gordon, respectful young man that he is, slowed down amply through the yellow flag. Not saying that Matt Priest was not a respectful young man, but he has certainly gained some ground on this lap to Jack Gordon, and this might be the final few corners. We're not quite sure. There might be another lap yet to go. Turning their way through the Fogarty S's for the final time. The leaders are pushed on their way out of Melbourne Hairpin, the 120 Coupe Cup car, so perhaps we'll pick them up and see if we do get them down to the line this time. But the first thing, the 116 is right together as they round the Melbourne Hairpin. Up to the line they come. The checker flag has been made ready, and it's Rob Carvel that's got the lead right on the final corner, and he finishes ahead of Anthony Seddons. The checker flag goes out. Decisive move there made by Rob Carvel to win the race and the 120 Coupe Cup Points Championship as well. And it's going to be Jack Gordon that makes it 5 winners this season in the 116 Sprint Trophy as he fends off Matt Priestwood. But it's the 71 car from the 173 car, and then 228 James Waring completes the podium. Then another trio of cars further back. This is Will Abraham, Matthew Highcock, the champion, confirmed earlier on today, and Peter Keane. Actually, also at the back of that group was Tom Sibley as well, with Ethan Hall 6 seconds further back. The next car over the line, Josh.
Yeah, so that probably, considering the weather conditions, was somewhat calmer than some of the rest of the day has been for some of the other categories, where we've had that those dramas. Some championships decided, but lots of good racing. Road Sports was probably one of the highlights, wasn't it? That conclusion, and some other bits of good racing too. And hopefully the weather will be a little bit more predictable tomorrow, to look forward to some more championship deciders. And I think the biggest ever BMW 116 trophy grid to look forward to tomorrow, with 50 cars, I think, something like that, on the grid, which is going to be spectacular. Once we get the cars through the first few corners, then we can start to enjoy the race, I think. And as you say, most of these guys will be out tomorrow. There'll be obviously more joining in as well, so that could well be one of the highlights. Although tomorrow's actually got less races, hasn't it, than today? It's just because we've got longer races. We've got 2 endurance races tomorrow afternoon. Obviously, one of the 116 trophy, one of those. Still cars coming across the line. There's so many of them. That's right. Yeah, a huge grid that we've had. I think these are the final few cars, making their way over the line at the end of this first stage racing here at Donington Park. They're still coming. They are. They're still. I think this is probably the last one to cross the line. Yep, it's been a good day's racing here at Donington Park. We've had championships decided already, including the 116 early one today. A win though in this race 10, that was won by number 59 Rob Carvel at the end of 6 laps. He beat number 5 Anthony Seddon by 0.212 seconds and wrapped up the 120 Coupe Cup as well. Third place went the way of number 71 Jack Gordon. Fourth to 173 Matt Priestwood. Jack Gordon of course winning the 116 Sprint Trophy. Fifth was 228 James Waring. Sixth was 209 Will Abraham. Seventh treble 5 Matthew Highcock. Eighth 151 Peter Keane. 9th number 12 Tom Sibley, and 10th number 25 Ethan Hall. Ahead of Lewis White and Turner, Luke Fox, Dan Lavery and Pete Brand. Further back in 15th place it was number 34 Toby O'Reilly, ahead of David Smith, Ben Dobbs, Thomas Littlechild, Will Tyndall and David Hudson, rounding out the top 20. And the rest of the field you can see on screen there. Snatch vehicle going into action to recover the car that we did lose in that race, and that was Harry Hurstgrove, number 14, shown there as 40th, but the last car to finish on the lead lap was Mark Milne in car 360, and Julian Howe was a lap down.
Well, that brings to an end today's racing here at Donington Park. Many, many thanks to all of the marshals who've done such sterling work today to keep us more or less on schedule for today's racing, finishing just about 5 minutes perhaps later than we'd anticipated. So many, many thanks to all the marshals for their help today. Hopefully tomorrow they'll be having completely dry conditions to stay out in. Thanks to all of the other officials of the 750 Motor Club as well, and everyone else who's made this today's racing possible. Been very appreciative of all of you. Don't forget, tomorrow we're underway at 10:40 with Zamp Helmets Formula V Championship. We've also got Sports 1000, MR2s, F1000, the Gasshocks 116 Trophy, and the Tiguan Club NGO Championship. But from Josh Barrett and myself, we wish you a very good night. We'll hand you down to Matt Suckling in the pit lane now for the final time today. From Josh and I, a very good night.
Thank you, Ian. Yep, down here with our race winner overall and I think the champion in the 120 Coupe Cup. So well done, Rob. You've done it all.
Thank you. Yeah, we've finished as we hoped, and no one can not enjoy a last corner victory, can they? So I think I was lucky to get it in the end. But all fair play to Anthony for giving me a good run round, and yeah, really good race. Really enjoyed it.
You were lurking right towards the end, weren't you? You're just waiting to pounce at any given opportunity.
Yeah, I was fortunate in that following's a bit easier, so I could pick off the places where I knew it was on. Yeah. And yeah, we made it stick, so brilliant. Big thanks to Richard Potter and Trevor Hill for preparing the car and for giving us a fantastic season of racing again. And to the 750 Motor Club.
Great season, well done, Rob.
Yeah. And the marshals.
Loads of thanks, well done, Rob. Congratulations. And we'll have a quick chat with Jack Godden, who wins the 116 sprint part of that race. Cracking job, well done.
Yeah, I don't know what to say. It's been a long wait since the last one, and yeah, I don't know, it's been too long.
That's the best way sometimes. Save your best till last and you can kind of go off on a high through the winter.
Yeah, we've had so many problems for so long, and it's just all come right. Finally, it's been a long time. It's a good one, this.
It wasn't easy though, was it? Because Mac was there, I think James was on your tail as well, so a nice three-way battle for the win.
Yeah, I thought I was going to get caught up with Rob at the start. I thought the 120s weren't going to get away, but thankfully they pulled a bit of a gap and it was just managing to map behind. And then I was taking no chances with the double wave yellow on the last lap, which let him get a bit closer, but win's a win.
Yeah. Play it safe. Well done, Jack.
Thank you.
There we go then, our two class winners within the 116 sprint and also the 120 Coupe Cup, and that brings a close to day one here at Donington Park for the 750 Motor Club Championship deciders. A few champions have been crowned today, but again we'll do it all tomorrow for much more of the action. So do make sure you can join us at 10:30 in the morning. That's when the stream goes live for day two, with plenty more to come and a couple of endurance races to look forward to as well. From Ian Soman, from Josh Barrett, myself, Matt Suckling, and all the team at Alpha Live, we look forward to your company on day two tomorrow.